time to sit down, keep it real, and cut the bullshit. Welcome to Table Talk. All right, guys, we're back with another episode of Table Talk. Today, my guest again is Ben Pauli. He's the athletic director at Rochester Performance Gym, co-owner at Coaching Revolution, and the owner and operator of Michigan BarBenders, right?
Yes, sir.
There is an update, though, to your lifts, where your best squat is 1107.
Yep.
Bench is 804, deadlift 810.
Bench is now 810 as well.
Didn't get that one. So when did this? If you've been following the Table Talk podcast, you know that element is a staple in most strength athlete and coaches' repertoire when working with the athletes or as they're preparing for whatever endeavor they're preparing for. I personally use it every day. My favorite flavor is the grapefruit, which I'll mix in water during my training, post-training, or basically throughout the whole day. I'll also use half a pack on my oatmeal in the morning. And if I don't put it in my oatmeal, then I'll put half a pack in my coffee. There's a variety of different chocolate flavors that come into the chocolate pack. I'm using it throughout the entire day. I'm not front loading it before my training. And I find that it completely eliminates the brain fog, which I just had, so maybe I should have had my element. Table Talk listeners can receive a free sample pack with any order. To go to www.drinkelement.com/tabletalk. That again is www.drinkelement.com/tabletalk. Element also offers a no questions asked refund policy. So if you don't like it for any reason, give it to a salty friend and they'll give you a complete 100% money back. Today's episode is brought to you by First Detachment, founded by world-renowned coach Justin Harris, also a friend of mine that I've known for 20 years. So when it comes to integrity, brand, and product ingredients, there's nobody that I trust more. I don't have to worry about the supplements that you guys use, if it's a pre-workout, intra-workout, not being as labeled and what they're supposed to be. Check out their website today at firstdetachment.com. Use the code TABLETALK to save 10% off your first order. The website again is firstdetachment.com. Discount code TABLETALK, 10% off your first order. Visit sleepme/tabletalk to get your chili pad and save up to $315 with the code TABLETALK. This offer is available exclusively for Table Talk listeners and only for a limited time. Order it today with free shipping and try it out for 30 days. You can return it for free if you don't like it with their sleep trial. Visit www.sleep.me/tabletalk. Because you're not investing in better sleep, you're creating a better life. www.sleep.me/tabletalk. Happened.
This was 2 weeks ago.
And where was that?
That was in it was in Virginia, Bristol, Virginia. What the hell was the name of that gym? Awesome gym. I can't think of it. I'll figure it out though. But yeah, they had a issue with the spotting crew, and they threw 810 on my hand in the J hook, which felt pleasant. But yeah, on that PR bench, and then I
so when you racked it,
I locked it out, and they for some reason shifted it to the right, and then landed on my hand, and then I was like, that kind of hurt, but I got up, I was like, yeah, motherfucker, whatever, and then we popped my wrist strap off, and my hand started squirting.
Yeah.
So
how'd that work for the deadlift then?
It was very strange. I didn't think it was going to mess with the deadlift as much as it did, because I didn't realize that when I was hooking, I was doing a good job of kind of grabbing that ring and pinky, and then I had to just kind of do like a little teacup type of thing, and it fucked my deadlift big time. But I also had a back injury, and I had to go 3 cortisone shots just to make it to the meet, but that played into effect too. But the grip thing was horrible, because it was just kind of, when you're hook gripping, if your hook isn't set right, it feels like your power's gone.
Yeah.
So I ended up, I pulled 672 for an opener, and then I RPE 75 to 733 off the ground for my second attempt, and then I just had to be done. I had nothing left. And legitimately my 12 rep max is 725
Yeah.
in the deadlift. So that's how bad it zapped me. It was a combination of that stuff. Hamstring was feeling weird. They had the meet outdoors, and it was.
Wait, and now 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, it was outdoors, and it was like kind of almost like typical Midwest day where I showed up to the gym in a crop top and shorts and Crocs, and then I was like, oh, this ain't going to be bad. It was like mid 50s, and then some clouds came over, and it ended up being damn near 30 something degrees, and the crowd was just gone. It was freezing. And it was cold enough to where like it was like deadlift time. I was going nuts, and you can't feel shit. You're not aware of nothing. Like you're going nuts. And I was like, oh wow, I'm freezing.
So the whole thing was outside, like the warm up and everything too?
The warm up was inside, and then you went out to the platform. But it was cold enough to where like my hands were going numb during the bench. Mm-hmm. So I had to have one of my training partners, like wrap my wrist, which was good. It ended up helping me. But I wrapped my own wrist for my opener. And my hands were like basically numb, and I unracked, and I settled my lats, and the bar just goes, and I'm like, well, this is going to be a horrible rep.
Yeah.
And then I just barely moved the opener.
How many people were in your flight?
Oh, 15.
15.
We had adequate rest period.
All right, because that's when you're talking about warm up and cold and all that, something that I've always kind of wondered about, and I wonder about it even more now when I look back, is you warm up for the platform, right? And your squats, whatever it's going to be. Then you go on the platform, and then sometimes the time between your attempts is like 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Or 45 minutes. And now it's outside. So I sit there and I begin to ponder, like, how much did the warm-up really matter?
That was exactly how it felt. I was sitting there, I'm like, I could have literally just did this cold, or, well, attempted it cold. Well, the way they had it set up, too, was like, it was a storefront kind of a setup, like all these shops, and then there was a little jut in the building, and that was where the mono was. Mm-hmm. So once the wind picked up, it was like a fucking wind tunnel as well. Mm-hmm. And then...
Isn't it kind of like the football team that will go out and warm up 2 hours before the game, go back in the locker room and chill for an hour and a half?
Yep.
And you begin to wonder, like, what's the point of even warming up at all?
That was, yeah. we timed it pretty good. It was an awesome ran meet. They got this young kid named Matt Brooks down there that's heading up the IPA for Tennessee and Virginia. And it was all, we brought like 5 or 6 lifters down from RPG from Michigan down there. And then everybody traveled. We had a bunch of people come out, and we had plenty of handlers. And then there was a bunch of badass lifters there. It was one of those ones. I got done, and I'm like, man, that was the most fun I ever had at a meet. And then it kind of revamped and revitalize that sense of like, oh, this is what I'm doing this for. Like it was just drinking some whiskey before deadlifts with everybody, chatting about training, and some of their people. They had Bob Merck's his training partners were there. Stephen Slater and Chanel, they were there. But just a bunch of people. It was cool. And then it was the first meet that we have all got to do as a crew since like the classic Raw days, maybe 8-10 years ago, whenever the hell it was. I can't even track it now, but everybody was there. We got to go out that night and all have some beers. That's increasingly harder to do as everybody's getting kids, relationships. Mm-hmm. Everybody's busy. So it was cool. We made a little trip out of it. We got an Airbnb. We all got to stay together. It was cool.
When you say that it revitalized what you were doing, at what point do you think that started to decrease?
There was it was the last 2 meets I've gotten to the point where I felt like I was burned out and I wasn't having fun with it, where I was like, God damn it, I have to squat heavy today. And then, some sessions would go south and then some sessions would go good. And then I'm like, I'm good. Like, let's go do it. But I really have felt the last 3, maybe, I've had to rely pure on like execute as somebody that's done this for a while, not like, let's go have some fun and lift some weights. And then what was crazy about this one is I was in that same mode, and then everybody was so cool and just, you know how it is in multiply. Yeah. Everybody's cool as shit. Mm-hmm. So everybody was just fucking around having a good time in warm-ups, and I was like, dude, this is what I love about this.
Was it a full open meet to where you had all different types of lifters there, all different levels of lifters there?
There was all different levels of lifters. There was a lot of multiply people. I think it was almost primarily multiply, but I believe he was trying to market it as like an unlimited, like, let's get everybody here and just throw some big weights around.
Sometimes I think that's where lifters can begin to lose a little interest is they're only looking at the big meets, and they're only around lifters that are in the big meets.
Yeah.
And you get a little removed from that.
Yep.
And then when
that was exactly what happened.
Yeah, then when you go to a meet that has multiple categories of lifters there, or even if you just go to a local meet, because at a certain point you don't want to go to meets at all because they're boring as hell. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Right. But sometimes you may have to go help somebody, and then you sit back and you just notice that people are breaking PRs with 315 deadlifts.
They had a kid there, and it was his first 600-pound squat. And he squatted this thing and just went fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And I was just like, this is fucking badass, man. That pumped me up. And then he followed me online. I followed him. I congratulated him on his squat. It was cool. And now we're friends online because of that. That's one of the things I like about social media. But this was just, it was, I made a post about it after I was going through this weird thing, competitive mindset wise, where I kind of started to feel like I was missing something, or I was acting like a pussy because I didn't have that like outright like Chuck V, like go right at the guy competitiveness. And I never believed in that for powerlifting for me personally. But I was like, all right, am I missing that? Am I shying away from that? What's going on? So I'm like, I'm going to go right at that. And I'm like, so this was a meet where this is going to sound dumb because state records and things like that, but like, I have the biggest squat in Michigan history, and that had been unbroken for a long time. And we had a lot of badass dudes up in Michigan. So that was something that I wanted to get when I started. And I wanted to keep that for as long as I could and, not let anybody take it as long as I was competing or whatever. But at one point I was like, I don't care. I'll sacrifice the squat. I don't care about the numbers, the PRs, the totals. I'm going to win only against all these other guys, whatever. Mm-hmm. And I was like, fuck this guy, fuck that guy, whatever. I'm going to go beat all their asses. It doesn't matter what I have to do, to the point where I had some bulge disc act up and everything. And I'm like, fuck it, cortisone shot, let's go. And I was just going to go there. And I went, and then I was in that mindset, and I wasn't having fun. And then I hit the warm-up room, and then I started having that camaraderie that we had. Everybody's like, hey, man, what's up? Meeting everybody, saying hi. A bunch of guys that I knew from online that we never met in person. The main guy I was competing against, Stephen Slater, ended up bringing me some of his gym shirts for free, gave it to me and my wife. And for free, and then he ended up being super cool. And then we started chatting training after the meet, and I was telling him about a bunch of shit that was going on with his grip because of his neck issues. He ended up signing up with me for training. It was awesome.
Mm-hmm. I think sometimes you can lose sight of why you started.
Yeah, that was it. And it was, it didn't fulfill me in any sort of a way. And it also reiterated the fact that that's not how I competitively think about this sport. Mm-hmm. It's always been me versus me, like go to the next phase above where you're at. And that's gotten me, it's gotten me along just fine. I don't know why I changed it, but it was just, I don't know if I was reading stuff, but I kept seeing stuff online. I'm like, all right, like am I not outright competitive, like man-to-man competitive anymore? Because I used to love that. That was that was why I started fighting back in the day. I loved that. That was why I got out of football, because I had too many things that were not me directly competing against that guy and somebody not doing their job. So then I look like shit. I didn't like that. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to go right back at that. It didn't do anything for me. And then after I made a post and I made a rant about that, and it was one of my most popular ones ever. Everybody started hitting me up like, dude, I did the same thing. This is exactly how I feel about it, which was good. It made me feel good because if I would have known that like that was a common theme, not that I care what other people do, but I wouldn't have probably questioned it like I did.
Well, it's kind of misdirected too, because you have no control, over what somebody else does.
That was exactly what I put in the rant. I'm like, if there's a guy if you're benching against Jimmy Kolb, I put this in my post, like, you're not going to put on Eye of the Tiger in a PR song and then stare at him and will your way to a bigger bench press than him or even anywhere close. And your meet's already decided by how prepared you were, probably about 3 weeks out. Mm-hmm. You're not getting any stronger. So that just is what it is. So what are we doing here? Why are we, you know what I mean? I don't, like, I get where there was a time and a place where that had to have happened. But I think this happens a lot with lifters, is like they see the old West Side shit and they try to recreate it. Mm-hmm. And it's like, that was a special time and place and it's not going to be replicated again. That's authentic. You're not going to you're going to end up being a fucking poser and you're going to look like a clown if you try to recreate this stuff.
Well, even with that though, if we're doing max effort work, there might be one or two guys I might be able to chip, or beat what they're going to. Actually, we couldn't use 2.5, so it had to be like a 5 or a dime. But then there's other ones that I know I'm not going to beat. Yeah. I'm not going to outboard press Kenny Patterson.
Yeah, but those are the best days because that's when you like have to master your shit talking because you can't beat them with the weight, so you start fighting with them that way.
And that's a different type of thing.
Yeah, well, and that was what it was. I'm like, I love the competitive aspect in the group and being a part of that and then talking shit with the boys just like I would be if we were drinking beers in my garage. Yeah. That stuff's awesome, but I'm like, I want to go and I want to beat a guy, but that's not why I'm doing it. Like if I would have went there and hit, I had 785 would have gave me 2,700. I pulled 785 for fucking 6 reps. Mm-hmm. I'm like, if I would have hit that, I would have been way happier than an 1107 squat, which was a PR, a 810 bench, which was a PR, and then a total PR. And I hit a PR last meet, but it was like 5 pounds. So like technically, like I was stuck for like 2 years. Mm-hmm. All of that, like you think I'd be happy as pig and shit or something? Like, nope. I wanted the 2,700, and I think I would have got it if I would have had a better mindset with it.
Mm-hmm. If somebody wants to play that mental chess game, which is kind of still odd to me in powerlifting, the only way you're actually going to do that successfully is to destroy your own lifts. Yeah. Because you can say whatever you want to somebody, and maybe it has an impact, maybe it doesn't, but if you smoke your second attempt, that's all they need to see, especially if they're having a, fair day or not a good day. Yep. So it still comes back on what you do. That's it.
I had a perfect example of this that I already did and learned from in my career that I just somehow just didn't even reference. I was training under, have you ever heard of Art Little from Michigan? Mm-hmm. Powerlifting legend in Michigan. Mm-hmm. Awesome guy. He was the guy that got most of us started. And so he's like, hey man, you got a good deadlift. And that was like by local standards. I was pulling like 630 or something. Yeah. Not a big deal there, but just, I qualified for APF Nationals, and he's like, let's go do deadlift only. I'm like, okay. And then he's like, here's your guy. He knew the guy's name. I went on social media, and I'm watching this guy, and this guy's just ripping PRs. So then I start ramping my training up. I start maxing out too much and doing all this shit. I overtrained the fuck out of the meet, go in, bomb out on a deadlift only meet. It was the biggest asshole travesty. I was just like so embarrassed, bro. I spent like probably $2,500 in this round trip, just awful. And then I get home and I started looking. I'm like, I'm gonna go get him next year. And I'm looking, and I realized that the dude was using the squared bumper plates that look like iron 45s. Yeah. So he wasn't even lifting the weight that I thought he was lifting. That made me overtrain myself and fuck my own deadlift. And that was like, I already had learned that lesson, but that's a sport, man. Mm-hmm. It's a fickle bitch, but man.
What did you do different coming into this meet? Because it's kind of a loaded question because strength doesn't linearly increase indefinitely. There's peaks and valleys and stuff like that. But if you said your total was kind of flat, for a couple of years, but then this, forget the meet, you smashed your hand, right? So and that's the competition part. Did you do anything different with your training leading into this one?
Well, this one was crazy. So all that being said, it was like a beautiful symphony of everything I learned to be able to even make it to the meet in terms of like how to auto-regulate, how to Band-Aid a lift if something's feeling off. Like I had no business. I got stapled to the floor with 405 like 2 weeks out. Like it was bad. But all of that happened, and I used everything that I accumulated as a coach and an athlete to make it through this thing. I was maybe like 8 or 10 weeks out, and I'm like, okay, I went too far on the other side of let's be cautious and optimal. I'm like, I have to stop being a bitch, and it's time to squat heavy weights. And what I figured out during this prep was that when I was doing heavy, like reverse band overloads, it was killing me. But if I kept it right in that zone of right around 1,000, I could handle those all day, multiple singles. So I'm like, fuck, I'm just going to do some reps. And then I looked online and people were starting to kind of do some reps at 1,000. And I'm like, I can do that. So let's try it. So I just would pick a bar and I'd work up and go suit bottoms and in briefs, and then I'd go, I'd hit a triple. In my head, I'm like, I don't give a fuck. It's going to be over 1,000. Whatever the jump is, I'll make the call when I get close. And then it ended up just always being like, all right, if I can add a plate and a quarter, and then it's over 1,000, I don't care what's on there. We'll go. Started hitting triples. I ended up I just put myself in my old state. But I almost did it optimally, but I had to go back to that old state of like, you have to just fucking squat heavy. It wasn't like, this is the plan for max effort. We're going to peak like this. We're going to peak like this. I was running over 1,000-pound triples on my secondary day. And then I did one that Mike Skiba from Hellbent Barbell sent me. He kind of laid out how they do their Circumax. I'm like, that's cool. I wasn't anywhere near where they laid it out in his phase. I was like, you'd put band and chain on there. It's fucking horrible. Loaded that bitch up and just maxed it out. I just needed to max out heavy weights. I think I had optimal broed my way to not lifting heavy because I would work up and I'd be like, that's good enough today. And I did too much of that, like back down, leave one in the tank and not push a max weight. That was my first one. And then we had my baby girl, Abigail, was born September 18th. And holy shit, did I underestimate 2 kids versus 1 kid. I'm like, it was like a month in and I was just full zombie mode. Like people were like my kid's walking up with a bowl of cereal and I just got a coffee pot and I just poured it in there. I'm like, here you go. Mm-hmm. I don't even know what the fuck's going on. But my sleep was gone. So I used to sleep during the middle of the day in between my morning and evening. And that was just gone. So I looked at it and I'm like, okay, I was going to bed. I was going like 11 to 2:45 is when my alarm goes off. So I was like, all right, well, my whole training splits out the window. So I figured, I'm just going to accumulate 8 hours and then go train. So I ended up going. There'd be some weeks I'd get 2 sessions, some weeks 3. 1 or 2 weeks in there I got 4, like normal split, 2 uppers, 2 lowers. But I just had to use, and it was all based on auto regulation. Outside of that squat, it was good. And then my imbalances were eating me alive when I would pull sumo deadlifts. So I'm like, fuck it, that's out. And I'm just like, I just did a bunch of heavy reverse hypers, bunch of heavy lat work, and I did a bunch of GPP on my hamstrings. And I did like a hip thrust thing with, mm-hmm. I use the American Camber grip bar that you guys have. We filmed some good stuff with that. But we use that as a pivot point for your upper back and we turn it into a hip thruster. Throw a band across your hip. I started hammering 4, 6, 8 sets of 20 on those every day just to get my glutes firing. And that worked wonders. My bench has always been the same. It was still one of those piss you off meets. I benched 900 2 weeks out. Mm-hmm. And then I barely moved my opener at 733. And then I was going to jump to 810 and then 900. And we ended up audibling. We went 770 attempt 2 and then 810. And another one that I told you last time I learned how to use my lats on the platform. This one was I learned how to press in a straight line or straight-ish line in a shirt on the platform. So my second one, I settled that fucker, touched the highest point of my belly, and I just go, whoop, locked it out, perfectly straight line. I'm like, it stopped at the top, and I'm like, am I all the way up? What the fuck's going on? And then we reacted. I looked, I was like, that felt like nothing. And then I went to 810, and because it depressed me higher into an arch, I did the same thing, smoked it. I'm like, that felt like nothing. What the fuck have I been doing? So I learned how to bench, but the grip wasn't there for a 900. I didn't even want to try. So we made a good attempt selection there. But also I talked with Tinajero. We made, I had 3 or 4 contingency plans based on every scenario. But the squat was huge. And then like regulating away from the deadlift, I did a bunch of conventionals. I load up like 2 or 3 blues on a belt squat, and I was just doing like hip extensions, like hinges, like 20s, 30s. Sometimes I do a 1 minute AMRAP. Like I figured I'm like, I just got to prime my patterns and then allow myself to just do what I can do as healthy as I can be on the platform. And then I'm going to use my gear and dial up my tightness and straps. And that was a huge one that I did. And so when I was doing my 1,000-pound reps, I was like, what's the most disgusting shit I can do with a pair of straps on? I'm like Mars bar, spider bar. Don't ever fucking do that. I did spider bar. So I did 1,005 against doubled mini bands, full kit, cranked the straps 10 out of 10. I did a triple and I about fucking died. It was horrible. And I hit the hole on rep 2, or sorry, the third rep, hit the hole on rep 3, came up and I had my suit loaded and I just hit the switch too hard and the thing shook. can't tell in the video, but I go round my back over because you can't really do anything in a suit. And then I just RP 75 this thing to the top, and then I racked it. I'm like, okay, that's my squat's peak now. That's enough overload for 30 years. But yeah, it was. I was happy with it just in terms of like how I could navigate and actually make it to that meet. But then I also realized like, hey man, you're about to be 40 soon. Next 3 years here, we can't do these meets. We have to be healthy going into the meets. I would have, looking back at it, if I could have changed it, I would have just laid off and went in healthy and relied on my skill that I've learned over the years. And I think I would have did a little bit better across the board.
Because you have this, I don't want to say recovery, but you have this, instead of like a peaking phase, it's more or less, well, lack of a better word, like a recovery phase. But then whatever you were doing before that kind of beat you to shit, right? Then if we go back to whatever the phase was before that, it was too conservative, I suppose.
That was what it felt like, yep.
Whereas for the next meet, would you, instead of that too conservative phase, put in like a transition phase? That
was where I feel like I messed up. That transformation phase is where I messed up. And it was just, in general, I wasn't... why I started squatting heavy is I sat there and I'm like, I'm not going to pull out of this meet and I'm not going to be a little bitch. Like, this kid is a young, really nice kid, Matt Brooks, and I told him I was going to be there, and he was advertising that these big name lifters are going to be there. I'm not going to let some fucking kid down. My wife already took it off of work. I flew in Tinajero and his girl, and then we had the whole crew going down. All the boys were in one spot. I wasn't about to come sit in this fucking chair without a 1,100 pound squat. That was what I told myself. And it was time. And I also was thinking in my head, and I'm like, you can't be considered one of the best squatters out of the whole mix of everything without being north of 11 somewhere, especially in this day and age when everybody in their grandma's squatting 11. So I was just, I put the old pressure that I used to put, instead of like taking it off and being like, you're nice and prepared, everything's good, you should execute. It was like, no, you're going and you're going to fucking execute. My opener felt like dog shit. It moved fine. It felt like shit. I was like, what's the jump in my head optimally? Oh, probably under a PR, probably would have 1050. I was like, no, we came to squat 1107. That goes on the bar. And then I looked at my guys. One of my guys is a good high-level strongman. And these motherfuckers can crank the hell out of some straps when they do their deadlift. And I had my one guy that was wrapping my knees. He usually sets my straps. And I go, I'm like, I tell his name's Nate. I'm like, Nate, do my straps. And he cranked this fucker. I couldn't even breathe. And we got under it. And that's the hardest part about squatting these really heavy weights. When I say really heavy, it's relative, like over like 1,000, like 25. It feels like the challenge is not the weight anymore. It's controlling the bar. It whips no matter how good of a bar you have. So I had it at normal rack height, not thinking that I probably should have lowered it. But I unracked this fucker and it felt like I had a Yukon bar in my back. I'm like, what the hell's going on? It was just shaking all over. And then I hit it, and then I walked off. And I looked at the other guy that was taking it after me. And I was like, I got a tip for you, man. That's fucking heavy. And I just walked back into the warm-up room. But it was just, it was a good kind of all around 360 meet. Good learning. I had awesome fun, and it was like that boost in the right direction that got me back to like, because when I get burnt out, man, there's nowhere to go because I'm there every day and I'm a coach. And then you have to be up for your athletes, and then I have to program still. So there's no way to get around it. And that's my whole life now. So it's not like I could pull like what Hoff was saying they do, like get out, go to another commercial gym. Like I can't do that. You know, I don't have the time in my schedule. I'm not going to go pay a membership. We have everything I need there. And then, but it was one of those ones, like I was already looking forward to the off season. I'm like, oh, I get to not put 1,000 pounds on my back. What am I going to do? You know, that week after the meet, I get to do this, I get to bodybuild, I get to do whatever, you know. So it was just not in the good mindset. But then luckily I had that good interaction with those guys on the platform, and that little shit that they would never even know affected anybody, that was what got me through the meet. So it was cool.
With how did you approach that off season then? Because my assumption based upon what you're saying is you change things throughout the off season to be more optimal.
That was I kept going with optimal, and I just overdid it. It was it was like, oh, I need to do some balance work here instead of like something hurts or I'm shifting or I'm doing an assessment and some, you know, something doesn't check out. All right, well, let's take it easy today and mess with this. There's that fine line that we have to walk. We're walking between, like, you got to be lifting heavy shit to get strong, and that's just what you have to do sometimes. And then you also have to be optimal and train smart sometimes. And I went too optimal and didn't start banging heavy weights. And that was the best thing. So I was sitting there with one of my partners, and one of my gym partners, and we were just talking about, I'm like, dude, I haven't taken anything. It's what happened was like 2 or 3 times where I would go up like into the mid 8s, and then I would just jump to the whatever 1,000 something, and then I missed it, and I'm like, oh, it's a misgroove, and then I'm like, I'm not going to take it again, but I just didn't accumulate anything between that like 860 and 1050 range.
Yeah.
And so when I started back at it, I was like, okay, well, I went, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go like 875. And then I just did some singles. And then I was like, all right. And then within like 2 weeks, everything came right back. And then I was like, all right, we're putting $1,000 on, let's strap up. And then some of it too was like, I was trying to like layer some gear, like, oh, we'll go briefs here and then add a wrap. And then I was like, fuck that. We're going full kit. Like, I'm going to get used to, I already knew I was going to need full strap and all the equipment to get me the squat PR because I knew my legs weren't strong enough. So it was great in that regard because it forced me to rely on the gear, which I never had to do very much. Like when my legs were the strongest they've ever been, I did a prep where I was launching raw squats. I hit, it was a 785 or 800 sleeve squat. I hit 880 in wraps on a Yukon bar. And then I did 835 on a Mars bar for a set of 5 in knee reps, leading into my 1070 squat. And I used the equipment like shit, but my legs were strong enough to get me that squat. This one was the 100% opposite, which was a good learning curve for me because I started, well, thank you, by the way. The last one gave me a nice boost in business online, but I got a bunch of these multiply guys, and what is amazing is how much they get out of the gear that I just don't get, and I don't know how to get yet. But that told me, like, I have one guy that was struggling to rack pull 405. This fucker puts a suit on, goes sumo, 750 deadlift. I'm like, what kind of fucking black magic is this? What are we doing here? Just completely insane. So, and then same thing for the shirt. Like when I was healthy and I was pumping my raw benchers out, I would be destroying some of these guys looking at their videos versus mine, and they go to the meet and outbench me by 150 pounds. So I already knew like I needed more of that. And then this kind of almost forced me into a corner to have to use it because I hated, I would just kind of lay the strap over on all my attempts. And then this one was like, all right, we're cranking it. And I'm like, I used to be like, oh, it's going to pull me forward and I can't breathe. And then I was like, this is multiply. It's going to fucking suck. So we're going to strap it up and then you're just going to hold on for dear life and squat it. And or you're not.
No, but it's easy to get caught up in that. There's you can have, full kit on and everything tight. And then, as we would all try to do, you're just going to try to squat down body weight squat, right?
Yeah.
And you go like 3 inches and you're like, there's no way, any weight's going to get me down there.
Yep.
Right. But you got to trust that it will and that you need enough weight, and maybe sometimes it doesn't, but it sounds like from what you're saying is if you make those big jumps like that, I think a lot of people will do this. They make those big jumps. So essentially you're kind of going from like a high 70%-ish, maybe 80%-ish to, well, if you miss it, over 100%.
Yeah.
But you're not acquiring that skill of that 90%, which is going to be a grind and something you have to think your way through, which even when you're super conservative with the training, which there are times you have to do that. You have to. But if that's all you ever do, then you're never in that slow grind and you kind of lose a little bit of that skill.
That was what it felt like. It felt like I didn't have the skill and it just zapped my strength endurance because I wasn't taking multiple like me in a full kit at 865 is not even like that doesn't feel like it's like an RP, like a 7.5. Because if I just hit the groove right, I might lock it up an inch high, but I just blast it. It's just on the equipment, and then you go. You know how that is. And so it's like I don't have those. Like I need to have a 950 in there to grease the groove correctly. I can take that to depth, full depth, but I can feel the pressure. I can feel the bar bending a little bit. I feel that compression. I feel the exponentially better brace or heavier brace that you get with the heavy weights. And I had none of that going on in my training, and I was just like, just kind of like, oh, you idiot. So,
Well, the lighter weights they're also going to move faster. So your brain doesn't slow down. Like with a really heavy grind, it may only take, if we're timing it, 3-4 seconds maybe. But in your brain, it seems like it was a half an hour.
oh, that my 11:07 was, it was build, pick in my head. I talked to myself through the entire lift.
Yeah.
I rolled in. I'm build. What the fuck? Why is this not breaking off the rack? All right, we're going to try to shrug. I didn't shrug it, but I'm shrugging it. And then I'm like, oh, it's off. We're floating. And then all of a sudden it was, oh, that just compressed my spine 4 inches. All right, arch, sit back, open. Oh my God, this thing is shaking. What the fuck are we doing? Is this a bamboo bar? And then they're like up. And then I came up and it stalled. And then it was, all right, I was shifting to my left. Sorry, I shifted to my left. I'm like, oh, my back popped a little bit. And I'm like, shift back right. All right, we're stuck. Keep moving a little bit.
Yeah.
Put it in the rack. That all went through my head. It was literally like a 3-minute combo and then, the 4-second video.
Yeah, so that doesn't happen with those other weights.
No, I had no practice,
And it's, once you learn that skill, it's like riding a bike. It will come back.
Yep.
But you have to do it. And the trick as a coach is now we have to teach the younger lifters how to do that. Because when we're younger and lifting those heavy weights, all that's going through our mind is,
just yell,
whatever, rage,
Yep.
Whatever it is. But as the weights get heavier and you have to become a little more deliberate about the whole thing,
Yep.
you have to process it in real time, but it has to be automatic, because if you try to consciously do it, you're going to fuck the lift up.
Exactly.
Right? So it's an acquired skill, which is kind of a benefit of max effort work, which leans into my bias a little bit, because you learn how to do that with multiple bars and different,
Well,
places
this
of
was like
training.
subconscious, because as soon as it hit, I came out like off of like the ass of the suit, and then I felt like I was buried into my heels in a good way, not like too much on the heels, but I was in such a good stack that I could like spread the floor in my head. I was just infinitely spreading the floor, which was a cue that I learned years ago, learning how to get off a box. So it just reverted to like a primal pattern that's in my head now. And I would just spread the bar and reach with your head spread. And it was advancing so slow. And then I just got it. And I was like, okay. And then I got done and I went and kind of sat down for a minute and I was like, it was great because it allows you to reflect when you need to. Like in that headspace, I needed to reflect. I was like, I 10 out of 10 grinded a 410 squat my first meet in knee wraps at 220 while I was on TRT. I was that weak. And I was like, how the fuck am I ever going to be one of these guys? Like it was so far away. And then, I did a weight cut because again, I was in that mindset where I was like, I have to win at all costs. I do very well at cutting weight. I've been cutting weight for a long time. Going back to the fight days, I used to cut huge amounts of weight in strongman. It was a very good tool for me. I'm like, you know what? Let's just try it out. So I ended up cutting from 275, 253 scale weight, refed right back up. So I was like, all right, because I'm like, all right, let's give these motherfuckers a taste of this. Let's see if we can come down to the body weight and see what goes on there. So I was just kind of just in my head, just, talking to these guys, and they're never going to hear me. But yeah, so I did that. And so it was a pretty good squat for that body weight. I mean, it was an overall PR, but I mean, if we take into account the weight cut, which I don't give a shit about the coefficient, there's no weight classes in the jungle.
Yeah.
But,
then again, you're not going to survive very well being 310 pounds.
Well, yeah, there's not a lot of 310 fat powerlifters in the jungle either.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of Navy SEALs are.
Like, I didn't have my CPAP last night. Can you give me a minute before I start running? But no, so it was just, it was like, all right, well, that was a pretty good squat in general. And, it was I got stuck on the shitter with the nerves. It was lumbar nerves 3 and 4 pushed out into everything that innervated that side, and it caused my QL to lock up. So we had to go QL origin, insertion, and paraspinals. We did 3, and I was like, all right, well, I haven't had some cortisone shots in a few years, and we're not going inside of a joint. So I was like, whatever, that's fine. And at that point, I was like, I don't give a fuck. I'll go there with one fucking leg, but I'm gonna go take my loss like a man, is what I had in my head. And the only thing I was like, I'll just come out with a bench PR. That was what it felt like. I was going to have a monster bench day. And then this one was in my head. I'm seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm thinking, I'm like, okay, I could get out without being fucked up enough to embarrass my son when he's a high schooler and be super old and crutching around. I can get in and get out if I give it till about 43, 45. So this one was in my head. I was like, all right, can I wanted to have the 27 as the goal on the platform, and it would have been there 100%. Like, I know we can say it would have been there, but it was like, all right, everything got fucked up. But like, I deadlifted so catastrophically under that I'm like, okay, if I would have had just a decent deadlift, my old opener was 770. If I would have pulled 15 pounds more than that, I would have had my 27. I'm like, okay, this was just kind of launching pad for, can you survive the next quadrennial of this? And use all your knowledge and not be fucked up, and then still make steps to try to get up there with those top guys. Well, it's unlimited now, so it's going to be whatever. But just me, like, I'm looking at it like, can I compare my squat and deadlift to that? And then I've been rehabbing my pec enough to where I'm gonna get back in the poly. So I'm gonna, if I got an inverse grip bench, whatever, I'm gonna do that, because I never thought I would even be able to build my unlimited. I thought I would just have it. I'd be stuck at whatever it was. But now that I got everything figured out and I can bench a little different, I'm like, all right, well, I'll try to get back in that. But yeah, that was kind of the goal, was like, set up a launching pad and figure out like, what's the Mona Lisa painting that you're going to hang on the wall? Can you go and get that? Or is it going to be too much and I got to switch into doing some master strongman or whatever masters bullshit I was going to do. So it was good. It gave me that reassurance, like, hey, if you use all the knowledge and train smart and train optimally where it's appropriate, you can make it the rest of the time that you wanted to make it.
I think it just changes the time that you would consider the starting line when you start prepping for a meet.
Yeah.
You know, where, you know, I used to look at that as it was either 12 or 16 weeks based upon how weak I got in the off season. And that has to change for the more fucked up you get, right? Because, and it's not because it takes you longer to get stronger. It's because it takes you longer to get healthier.
Yeah.
And the longer it takes you to get healthier, the more that max strength is going to chip down.
Yep.
Right. So then,
and then you got to be healthy relative to the heavyweights too. Like, hey, can I, that was the only reason I even went through with this, because the deciding factor was, I'm like, all right, if I can't squat, if I'm like legitimately fucked up, like squatting, and I'm not even going to be able to get an opener in, like that would be above 900 pounds, then I'm just going to not do it. I'm going to have to take the loss there. And then, you know, luckily when we did the like the pain receptors are a hell of a thing. As soon as the cortisone hit, like within an hour, the pain trigger that was causing that repetitive QL crunch on my side and causing this massive tension on my left was gone. And then I could feel my left glute start to activate instantaneously. And then the next day my squats started flying, and then I could deadlift. I was just doing sub-maximal deadlifts, like just really, really light, but I could do the deadlift pattern. It was at a point where I was catching like a stabbing pain in my back all the way from the knees to the lockout. And then I there was a point where I couldn't put the bar down. I had to drop it. So I was like, dude, am I going to be able to set a bar on the ground after I pull it? So luckily I got all that squared and we were fine.
Yeah, well, I guess the point I'm trying to make with that starting line is you are strong enough to be able to ride the storm.
Yeah.
Right? To where if that starting line, if it was a little bit longer, you'd be in a better position because maybe you could avoid it. But the starting gate was good enough that you were able to build the strength necessary to be able to train around all that crap. Where had it still been like 8 weeks out and you haven't built that strength, you're not building strength as you're doing that,
I know
right?
exactly what you're saying.
All you're doing is finding the best way to display the strength you've already built.
That was kind of the whole theme to it. It was like, hey, how do I just get to where I can execute a heavy squat? It wasn't like, hey, we're going to hit these numbers. Like, I had the number I wanted and that I was going there for, but like the whole main thing behind the training is like, let's get to where, you know, it is in the multiply, especially with today's equipment. I'm like, if I can move 1,000 and then squat the exact same way on the next attempt with just a bunch more tightness and gear and crank the hips, then I could squat 11. That was kind of it. So I just gauged it off the 1,000 pounds, how I was moving. And there was a couple of kind of like little Hail Marys in there where I'm like, oh, I like my Mars bar trip. It's a Mars bar, so it's whatever. It's a better leverage. But like, I just absolutely dusted this fucker for a triple. Like I could have hit 5 with 1,005. And I'm like, okay, like, I'm like, my skill in the suit and loading and it wasn't because of leg strength, it was because I was using my suit better. I'm like, I can use the suit better than I ever have, so that I can ride that. So like, let's go there. So that was what I think was like kind of a veteran mindset of like, hey, I have multiple ways I can go about this now. And then with like training around stuff, there was like when this acted up one day, like my rib cage flared all weird. And I was like, all right, well, I just need to get my rib cage on. So I just fucking wrapped the shit out of my ribs and just depressed. And then I put my suit bottoms on over that, and then I cinched everything up. And it allowed me to squat for that day pain-free. And it's just little stuff like that, like adding in, tempering at the right time. When do I go get dry needled? I did like every week for like 9 weeks. I got dry needled by this awesome guy, PT Dr. Derek from Metro Performance Strength out of Royal Oak, Michigan. He took care of me, but he got me there. So we were needling the whole posterior chain. And then I was an asshole with that though, because I went in there. He's like, the most needles we've ever done on a stim was 15. And I was like, all right, bro, we're doing 16 today. So we did that, and he shocked me, and I was like crippled for fucking 3 days. But outside of that, all good. But yeah, it was cool. It was like a culmination of all the tools in my toolbox.
Yeah.
That I got to go through there. And then I'm like thinking in my head, I'm like, man, if I do one of these meets fucking where I'm not limping into the damn meet, and I can actually, do the race instead of crutch through the race, then I might be onto something good.
Yeah, I've always had this theory that, well, some of it's a theory, some of it's not. I've always had this theory that the healthiest person generally always wins, going into a big meet, but nobody's healthy.
Yep.
Right. But there seems to be, this is where the theory part comes in. There's like a 10% variance, of the ability to display the strength that you have. So in other words, if you want to total 2,600 pounds, then you should be capable of totaling 10% more than that.
Yeah, you got to have a bigger
the
gym
whole
total.
game of that peaking part, or even before that, the whole game of that 8 weeks out to the peaking part is how much can you close that gap?
Yep.
How much can you close that 10%? Because it's you go in 100% healthy and you hit every lift that is exact 100%. In other words, 5 more pounds, you're not getting it. This never happens with all of it. You might have what Ed Cohn say one time, maybe like twice in his entire life, he actually had a maximum lift.
Yeah, well, that was what is maddening about the sport is I'm like, I felt like dog shit and squats felt horrible, and I hit a monster squat PR at my phase in terms of like the gains shrinking. I'm like, I should be crutching for 5-pound PRs, and I hit a 7-pound PR. And I was like, okay, like, was that would I repeat that cycle? I don't fucking know, because I did suboptimal, and then I said, fuck it. And I just started doing triples in a full suit, which I was like, all right, am I supposed to do reps in a suit? I don't fucking know, but I just felt like what I needed to do. So I went with it, just winged it. And then I'm like, the bench was maddening too, because I'm like, okay, well, I technically hit a PR and I benched in a straight line. I was good to go, but I was way under my second and my third. Not that I need to shoot for the moon, but like I had to audible to that, like, this is a bad day plan, and still hit a PR and audible.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, I was happy that I could make that and navigate that decision and still come out on top. But also I left so much in the damn tank, which obviously we know is like a pipe dream. You're never going to hit them all. But then I also learned something really good about my deadlift. Like, I need a deadlift heavy in there. I can't completely let the deadlift go, because I did feel like it was detrained 100%. Like, yeah, there was some grip stuff, whatever, but that bar was fucking brand new. Like, I could have just done a monkey hook grip and just grabbed my own thumb and just held on for dear life with no setting it low or anything. And I should have been able to hold on to what I needed to pull my 2,700 total. So it had nothing to do with that. My back was acting up like crazy, which was one thing, but my back is strong enough. Like, I do a lot of reverse hypers. My back is fucking iron. I could have, like, I would 100% feel confident saying that if I fucked up a setup so bad that I had a stiff leg in a sumo stance, an 800-pound deadlift off the ground, and not hurt my back, I could do that in that scenario. So there, in my eyes, there was no excuse to not have a 2,700-pound total. So then I look back, well, all right, so take something out of it. Like, all right, now I know my training where I have to pull heavy, or at least, like, I do a lot of high reps in my pulls too. So I at least need my volume in there. I know that. So now it's good, because now looking at that next quadrennial, it's like, all right, now I have all of the pieces, and then I can just, it's going to give me a better scope to, hey, let's put this all in order here.
Yeah. I want to circle back to when you're talking about, taping your ribs up, and just so lifters who are listening to this understand that, there's a time and place for that, but you were already, going back to my 10% thing, you were already in that 10% range when you started the cortisone or taping, all those things. It was already there. So you're strong enough that you're going to be able to compensate and still get through. Now, if you weren't in that 10% range and you were still in this phase of trying to acquire strength, that's a shitty idea to do. Well, because it's going to wreck your 100%. So I don't want people, because people will see that and be like, oh man, that's hardcore. My ribs are a little bit out. I'm 12 weeks out. They're under where they should normally be at that period of time. Then they do that, and then they're crushed. Their meat's gone.
So that's what people don't understand, is that the more things that you have to battle, like we're only pulling stress out of one pot here.
Yeah.
So the more things you have to battle, they're just taking that away. That's why I think I also had a recovery issue too, is that I couldn't recover from any of my sessions because I was, wrapped, knee wraps like a mummy, and all of this stuff I was pieced together. And the whole time I was doing this stuff, the adult, mature lifter in my head was like, this is idiotic. You need to pull out of this meat. But then I needed, obviously it proved that I needed some of this, and I didn't want to let all these people down, and I didn't want to fucking come on here without a
the other thing with that too is you're still a fucking meathead, right? So when you have that one voice that's saying that, there's the counter voice.
Well, and we're getting, you know how this is when you're getting older as a lifter.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, motherfucker, do we still got this? Do you got that thing?
Yeah.
Do you still have the fire? Because all the other guys that I'm going against, they're not slowing down. So am I slowing down? Am I going to let them beat me in a war of attrition? Because that is my fucking game. That is where I made all my money the whole time. When I started out, everybody was stronger than me. Mine was, all right, I'm gonna bite your ankles, and I'm gonna work my way up, and then I consume you. Mm-hmm. That was how I lived. And I'm like, all right, is that gone now? Are you getting soft? You got kids. You can't sleep a lot. What would you tell the guy that said that he wants to be one of the best dudes to squat a squat bar in some gear? Are you gonna tell him, like, is that a legitimate excuse? Yeah, we could say physically it is. But does it fucking matter? Are we looking at guys that are in between top 50 and top 80 and saying, hey man, that guy could have been one of the guys, but he had kids. I respect him because he had kids and he could only sleep for 4 hours a day, so he's up there in my head. There are no participation rankings, right? This isn't. I tell my guys this all the time. This isn't Make-A-Wish Foundation. It doesn't fucking matter what you want. So this is probably one of the only times where I'm like, I'm going to get that squat, and I got that squat. But that was because, like you said, I was probably prepared for this squat way back when I hit my 1070. So how many years might I have been prepared for that? But it's not there.
Well, it's a mental game you got to play in your head, or that you do play in your head, which is a good mental game to play in your head, by the way, because that's going to resurface as a parent. It's going to resurface in business. It's going to resurface all over the place, because there's always adversity. There's always things that are going to pop up that are going to make you think, should I really be running this business? Am I smart enough to run this business? But you have to have that counter voice.
Yeah, am I ready to raise this kid? A lot of shit.
Yeah, the same one that comes up that says, no, you're being a fucking puss because you don't want to. Are you thinking you can't squat this?
That was it.
So that counter voice has to always be there to be able to say, what the hell are you talking about? Are you just avoiding working harder, or are you just avoiding? That
was what I felt like on the mental side of things. I'm like, am I avoiding the competition here? Is that what I'm doing? And then that ended up being a no for me. I saw,
well, it's bigger than that. It's are you avoiding yourself, right? Like, are you doubting yourself? And then that becomes that mental thing. Like, did I just doubt myself?
Yeah.
Like, am I giving myself permission for this to be okay? And it's a fucked up battle to be able to play.
Well, and it's one of those things too. And then when I got done and all the pressure of the meet was off, and I'm like, I get to go sit down across from Dave, and I get to tell him I hit a fucking PR, and it's smooth sailing. We got all this cool shit coming up in the summer. It's like, all right, we're good now. I can sail into the off season. And when I had that thought in my head, it was like, all right, this is a blessing, that pressure that you can put on yourself. How many regular motherfuckers have no pressure?
Well, that's
what are you going to have pressure from your fantasy football league, bro? Like, no. Like these regular people, I go on this rant all the time about these regular folks, and I don't mean to to talk down to anyone. That's not what the point is. I'm just saying is that when you find yourself stuck in this little swampy kind of an attitude that I had, is this is a fucking blessing to be able to walk amongst the monsters and to be able to lift weights and to be part of a crew and to be a guy that's on the inside in the know of something. It doesn't matter what that is. There's just not a lot of people that have the chance to look behind the curtain, no matter how horrible it is when you look back there. Like, that is a blessing. That pressure is a blessing. So if you have some of that in your life and you're feeling the pressure of being a dad or owning a business or lifting heavy ass weights, count your fucking blessings. Look in the mirror and say, I'm grateful for that. Because how many motherfuckers are just zombieing their way through fucking life with nothing to look forward to? They're going 9 to 5 and then we're going out and we're getting drunk all weekend.
Yeah, they have the pressure. They just succumb to it.
Yeah.
You know, to that. That's what I was talking about earlier, is that's that difference, is you got to embrace that pressure. Now, at some point in time, you won't have it through training and competing, but it's still there.
Yep.
You know, the pressure's still going to be there, but you got to be able to come out on the other side. Then when you come out on the other side, you need to understand there's another one waiting for you. Like, you come out on the other side and it's sunny for a fucking day, and then wow,
what's the next thing? Well, exactly. Like, you got done, and now you're like, oh, I don't have to deal with all this crazy West Side shit, and then they dump this on you, and then and now it's like, okay, all the stuff on the business is running good. We have all these avenues, but then it's like, you're the guy that is putting this out there for everybody to follow. So you have to be the head of that. You didn't want it. You just accepted it. That just is what it is. You know what I mean? If you miss a couple weeks on here, you bet your ass everybody, where's Dave at? Where's the podcast going? What's fucking happening here? You know what I mean? And that's pressure. And then you have to be able to, and the reason why you can take it in stride is because you've been there before. I look back at this and I was kind of having this thought. I'm sitting there, and I get weird before meets, man. I meditate a lot, so I'm sitting there on the Indian style on the floor of my shower, and I got the water running down. I saw what's his face?
No, wait a minute. Your Indian style in the shower. How big is the shower?
We just upgraded our house. I got a big old shower. I do fucking karate in this thing.
All right, so you can. So you don't have to, like. I'm just wondering how the hell you're going to get up.
My last.
Is there like a seat in there?
Oh no, I'm just right on the floor, man. Just raw dogging it, man. Right on the floor. I'm just sitting there, and because
how do you get up?
I do like a Turkish get up.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
In the show.
It'd help if there was like a seat there.
I want to get one of those old people seats and just not to do anything weird, man, just to sit there with hot water on my body because I love it.
Yeah. So anyhow, you're in the shower.
But I'm in there, and I remembered, like, back in the day, they had Lyoto Machida, that fucking karate badass guy, and they would meditate under a waterfall, and I was like, that's fucking crazy. What's that like? So I get the water running down my head, you know, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, water form fits to all scenarios, and I'm just talking all this weird shit in my head.
Book of 5 rings.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, all the weird stuff, like typical. I'm like, why am I thinking of this? Corny as fuck, you know. But then I visualize stuff, and then I meditate on. My grandma was a gypsy, man, like crazy tarot card reading stuff. So I was always into that, and I feel like I got a little bit of that from her. But like, I tap in and I go to my meditative space, and I have this little plane that I get on, and I reach out and I seek answers from what I believe are the powerlifting gods or somebody that gives me information. And it's going to sound completely fucking nuts, but this has helped me my whole career. And this has helped me navigate twists and turns. And it's been like, hey, it is something, or it's myself telling myself where to go. Hey, you need to go through with this meet. And I knew I was going to squat the 11 from a meditation session because I told myself I was going to squat it. I knew exactly what it would feel like, and then I just repeated that on the platform. So I don't know if that was from me practicing meditation over the last decade or if it was something weird.
No, I think it is. I mean, I just had a conversation with Laura Stackhouse Phelps about the same type of thing, you know, the meditation and visualization and the importance of it, and also how a lot of people screw it up because they think it needs to be perfect, you know, every time they close their eyes and try to picture something, and it's not. And when I was first exposed to this was my senior year of high school. Over the period of after you graduate, I was part of a study at the University of Toledo on flotation tanks. And I'd already found, you know, Dr. Judd Biasotto's book, like 2000, whatever, Sports Odyssey, which kind of taught you how to visualize.
Yes.
And So in this study that I don't know how I ended up being a part of that, I'm in a float tank, which isn't like what they are now. It was like a coffin, and so I'm in there, they're playing whatever dumb music that they're playing. And then I think at a certain point in time, there was auto suggestions, that were being recorded, but it was in preparation for, I think it was 1986, a meet in Toledo, like the Glass City Open or whatever it was. And it got to a point where, it was frustrating beforehand because when I'd visualize, I like stare at the candle flame and you just focus in the center part of the flame and just until everything else kind of dissipates and goes away. And that was kind of hard, when I first started, so the only real goal at that point was just to keep my eyes on the flame, to not look someplace else.
Exactly.
Just to stare there.
It's just learning how to focus one thing. Yeah.
And then after going through all these sessions in that float tank and going through the whole meet over and over and over and over and over. And then the night before the meet, staying in the hotel in the room with the fucking candle and the, flame and all that shit, visualizing all that. I went into the meet and I think I expected like a 520 squat, or my best at that point might have been 500. I killed 600. I had like a 50-pound bench PR, deadlift PR. The total was over 200 pounds more. And this was in a 6-month period of time. No other variables changed.
Yes.
And then afterward, that's the only meet that I think back on and say, that was the craziest meet experience I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, you're like, oh, is this what peaking really is? Like, it's flying now. Yeah,
that took my love of the sport to a whole other level. And I had a lot of other meets before that one. Yep. But that one was like, holy shit, I can do anything in this sport if I just see it.
Was this you practicing this over and over and getting good like anything else?
Yeah.
That was what it was for me.
Yeah, over and over and over and over. And the tank helped because it was deprivation. Yeah. And but I'd already been trying to figure it out beforehand.
That's why I like doing mine in my shower, because the heat, like I crank it up super high heat, and then it helps take the joint pain away. And then I'm calm, and then I have like the fan on and stuff. So it's like, it's that noise, but it drowns out all of the other noises. And then I had to practice it segmentally, step by step. So it would be, close your eyes and then shut off this one sound. I'll always have like a song in my head from whatever I listen to from on the way back from the gym or something. And then it's like, all right, turn that off. Or can we go to a blank white space? Can I go there and there's nothing else there? All right. If I can't, then I have to get to the point where I can, shut that music off. Okay, that's good for this session. And then it was, all right, shut that music off. These thoughts are going off. Or I used to do a challenge. I'm like, can I think my way through a 3rd attempt squat, bench, or a deadlift without elevating my heart rate and getting anxiety or adrenaline from it? You know what I mean? So like, can I not allow that adrenaline to ruin my thought process with my squat cues? And then cut to, I would literally be able to, in my mind, put myself in a scene, and then I could cruise there, and then I could also, like, to the point where I could feel the knurling on the bar on my back and bend the bar in. I could have all of those. And where I feel like that benefited me was that I had done that squat 100 times in my head. And there was nothing that was weird about it on the meet, because it's like training your weak points. I would think of the worst. I heard you say this about your pec before, right? I would train, or in my head, I would visualize the worst possible squat attempt. That way it was, I was like, unrack, oh shit, the bar's rolling on me. My T-spine's collapsed. I have to get my arch back halfway down. All right, sit back. Oh, you're in your knees. You got to sail back further. Oh, it's shaking. This feels like shit. You're not loaded in the suit. And then it's like, in my head, I'm like, okay, so if that's all the scenario, what's it going to feel like on the way up? It's going to move like dog shit, so you have to just keep moving. And you're probably going to shift, because that's what happens when you misgroove a fucking squat. So when I shifted under the squat bar, it's like, we've been here before. Shift it back and keep fucking moving, even if it's inch by inch, inch by inch. So I had already been there a million times.
That was the way that I was able to finally get over, because when I tore my pec, it was in a meet, and it was on the concentric. It was almost locked out, and it popped off then, which it's still weird to think about, like how that would happen. Yep. And then, smashed down on me. But anytime I would get back up at a certain level, I don't want to say you question it, because I don't want to sit there and say I was scared of it. But it's there. It was always there, like, oh shit, is this going to blow?
Well, I think some of like the fear from that stuff is not like you're physically scared of even the injury happening again. It's like, okay, what if this goes again? What's going to happen to my whatever my legacy as a lifter or my career as a lifter.
I was
where's
more
it going to
yeah,
go from here?
I didn't even go that far. I was more concerned with not letting my elbow turn. Right, because if the elbow turns,
just concerned with the technique.
so
Okay.
I'm so afraid that the elbow is going to turn,
And then load the
right, then it's going to pop, or I'm going to miss the lift. And after dealing with that for a year or whatever, and there was a lot of tearing of scar tissue too. So after it was reattached,
that's a mind fucking a half.
then it's like boom, fuck, I just tore it again. Then you go see the doctor, like, no, it's just scar tissue or whatever the hell happened, and it's fine. Shoot it with saline and fucking keep going. Take a week off. And so I had a year and a half of all that. And then one meet, the opener was just shit, and I knew it was shit, and it shouldn't have been shit. And I'm like, and I tried to like, I used to do this thing in the bench to where if it was, it didn't matter, 480, 550, whatever it was going to be, I'd take it out and I'd convince myself it's only 365. And it was just a mental fuck, and that wasn't working. And so after the first attempt, I just visualized, going up to there, taking it out, bringing it down, getting it halfway up, pec blowing, bar falling on my face. Paramedics have to come. My skull's fucking crashed. There's blood all over the place. Everybody's screaming, and I would get myself into this so frightful.
Scared. The whole scenario was laid out.
Yeah. And then when I went to do the next attempt, it went up in like half a second. And I'm like, holy shit, all I need to do is to picture greater than the worst case scenario, because what I was picturing has never happened to anybody.
Well, that was I was like envisioning. I'm like, okay, what's the conversation going to be like at the bar after I bomb out of this meet? And I just had my coach fly in. I had my wife she works in retail, so like taking time off is a nightmare because she has to schedule out like a year in advance. And then I'm like, all the boys drove down. I lost my squat record to whoever took it there, and then I am stuck at my same total, and I'm already in the unlimited category, which is a crutch in my opinion, like for my overall whatever performance as an athlete, like the whole thing. So I'm just playing through hypothetical scenarios, and my disdain from that was like, I can't not let that happen. Like what? Never is that going to happen? Because then I'm like, oh, then this other guy that I'm close to is going to think that he can out total me, and I know that he can't. Like, what is all this? So
after a while for me though, I quit working. And it was like a bummer. It was like, oh man, I'm not scared about this anymore.
Yeah.
I got to figure.
Yeah, you overcome it.
Yeah, like now I got to figure something else out.
Yep.
And, but that was one of those tricks to kind of navigate and work through. Going back to the straining and learning the skill acquisition for straining, you work with younger lifters. That becomes a weird thing, because if their skill even on max effort work or secondary exercises isn't that good, then even them straining isn't going to be that good, because they're just going to fall out of their groove and miss the lift. They're really not going to strain. Do you think that having them do slower tempo or pause reps would be able to help? Do you use that for them to teach them that?
So I like slow. Some of this isn't even like where I'm not doing like a triphasic, slow concentric, eccentric, iso, whatever, but we'll just run through some squats slow. So they're thinking about every space. And then I'm like, okay, they need some time to strain, but they don't have the skill to max. So I'm like, all right, we'll do some rep maxes. That way it's sub max enough where I know it's not going to kill them. But then when they get to the last 2-3 near failure reps, they're going to be fatigued enough to strain. And then I'm going to teach them how to strain in optimal position. And then we'll kind of combine the two. So it's like, all right, we'll do some tempo, slow stuff, think through it. And then we're like, all right, we'll work up to a top set of 5. And then they think the workout's done. I'm like, the next one we're going to failure.
Yeah.
And then we just have them go through that. And then when they have the skill enough, then it's like, all right, let's put a max weight on there and then have them actually strain under the max load.
Yeah, that's one of the problems I've always had with intermediates and beginners doing max effort work sometimes, because they're really not straining. Yeah. Anybody that's listening to this knows what we're talking about. I mean, if they're doing a low box squat or whatever, maybe they get 3 inches and boom, and they just crumple forward.
Yep.
And there's no strain through there, where if you use a slower rep speed or just pause, like go down, pause. Yeah. Because the one thing that is very interesting, and what I love with you guys when I have you out, when I have you guys walk through kind of like you did your squat, like what goes through your brain in a meet with a max lift from the time you pick till the time you go down, when time slows, right? Yes. And it's amazing the connections and the things that you're thinking through from pick doesn't feel right, feet aren't in the right spot. Okay, I need to arch more, or on the way down, there's, whoa, shit, too much tension in my quads. I need to, flare more, push hips back, whatever. You're always making these adjustments, raw or gear, based upon the tactical feedback that you feel throughout that entire lift.
I think that's the biggest skill that people develop as we get into heavier and heavier weights, is that space to be able to think. I bet you Dave Hoff, if we could take a snippet out of his brain, he's probably having a 30-minute fucking podcast in his head during a heavy squat.
There's no doubt.
Because he can think through that, and he's been there so many times, he knows exactly what it's going to feel like. And I'm sure he's gotten into some visualization. I don't know how you wouldn't visualize stuff like that. I think that more people probably do it, because some people are just not going to talk about it because it's weird.
Well, I think they do it indirectly. Like you said that with your squat, you visualized it 100 times. I would probably argue and say it was well more than 100 times, because as you're driving to the gym on squat day, you're thinking about it. You're not visualizing it, but you're kind of daydreaming about it.
Exactly, yeah.
So it's on your mind. You're thinking about it.
So it's almost that low level of meditation that you haven't practiced yet, but referencing it even like that is going to help. I think that's just part of sports. You're going to have to do that somewhere playing sports.
Where with getting back to those younger lifters, that's the faster that we can hack that, to get them to that point, the better it's going to be, for sure, because then they're going to have I always butcher this, kinesthetic awareness, to be able to know.
Well, sometimes we'll put in stuff like, okay, if anybody's ever done heavy rack pulls, they know you just need to get the fucker off the pins, and then you're going to get it probably. Yeah. Like very rarely are you breaking something off a pin pull and then you're missing it at lockout. You're going to get stuck on the pins. So I'll put stuff like that in. If we do we use like Elite FTS short bands on our block pull, or on our rack pulls, it sucks off the pin, and then they're running into a pile of shit with the band. So that is good to teach them how to strain. And then sometimes I've done stuff where it's like band tension only, because they have to drive the entirety of that rep. And then there's certain skill, but like there's some stuff, dude. If we taking an SSB angle this way, doing a Xerxer squat, like that's going to pull you into a damn near perfect stack. So guys that are relatively light skilled, I'm like, hey, the pad's here, you have to move your knees out of the way, so they open their hips. Yeah. And this is stacked, and then just to be able to perform the squat, because the pad's in front of you, you have to push your ass back. So you just make it dummy proof, and then we can load that up all day with the greenest person in the world, and they can strain under that maximal load. And then they understand, hey, I have to force my body into these positions because the weight's going to take me out of them. And then they learn that skill. So you can set up for success or for failure. And then some of that on the coaching end is you have to be confident enough in your skills of, coaching, and also, having kids spot the right way and stuff like that, to be like, okay, this guy doesn't have that much skill, but we need to put him in the deep water. Sometimes you just got to sink or swim. Some of these kids, you can't baby them the whole time. Yeah. Sometimes you just got to be like, all right, listen, when you squat, your knees go here. We need them to go here. Are you stupid? And they say no. And they say, then fucking squat right. And then they do it.
Well, that exercise is an example of, there are a lot of exercises out there that these lifters can do that are almost impossible to screw up. Yes. And those should be incorporated more so than what a lot do, because of that. What are some for the bench that you would put out there that's almost impossible for them to screw it up? So
we'll do minis around the back side of the J hook, and then hook it on the bar. Not just, this isn't a max effort, but impossible for them to fuck up using their lats. Unrack it, and they have to pull the bar, and then I tell them bench normal, but bench in a straight line. If they get loose, pulls them back. And then I'll be like, all right, sit there from the 4 sets of 20. And then I'm like, then they put straight weight on. I'll put my hands in front of the bar, and I give them a little tension. And I'm like, pull the bar out till I tell you. And they pull with their lats. And then I add a little bit more weight so they have feedback to pull into. And then magic, boom. First session, they're using their lats correctly.
What about the start of a deadlift, say conventional and sumo both?
So conventional and sumo both, I'll start them with a no setup deadlift. So they start from the bottom position. They get down there. It's always too squatty. I say, pick your hips up. All right, good there. Pull your scaps back towards your belt. Stand up slow. I tempo it so they feel out that position. And then we reverse engineer the wedge to fit that and slowly increase that.
What do you mean reverse engineer?
So like, okay, so what I'll do is we'll have them do, let's say they're like a 400-pound deadlifter. We'll have them do 185 or 225. We'll have them do that dead pull, and we'll have them do a set of like 5 touch and go.
Okay.
And I film it from the side, and I freeze it right when the plates are just about to leave the ground on rep 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, what this is your body seeking its best leverage. And then our job now is, how do we engineer a setup to fit that technique or to fit that leverage? So then now we go through and say, all right, we wedge into here. What are you doing? Are you sitting behind the bar, or are we driving our hips like a wedge between our feet and our shoulders? Well, I'm sitting back. Okay, don't sit behind the bar. Drive your hips forward into the bar and pull your chest up. And then boom, slacks out, hips are high, and then we start pulling.
Yeah, something that I've done to help with the start of a deadlift is like a tsunami bar, or I suppose a PVC pipe, under a low enough pin.
Yes, sir.
So it's basically an isometric, right? But it bends enough because they're not strong enough to pull any whip out of the bar. Mm-hmm. And even with that, you still need 500-600 pounds to get any whip out of the bar anyhow. But they're able to put enough tension on it that all of a sudden now everything's stacked where it should be, and they're in that position. Transferring it becomes a little more difficult, but at least they know what that position's supposed to feel like.
They know how to counterbalance their own weight against the barbell. So I'll do it where we'll pull. I'm like, hey, you hear that click, 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 click?
Yeah.
I'm like, pull the click out, and then when the bar leaves the ground and it's silent and we don't hear anything, we know we're good. And so I'm like, all right, pull the click out, and then I'll have them. I'm like, all right, set your lats. And then I'll have them use a light enough weight to where they can float the bar off with their lats. And then I'm like, all right, float the bar with your lats and then pull your chest to the sky and pin the bar to just under your kneecaps. Mm-hmm. And then they go, oh, and I'm like, okay, this is a teeter-totter, okay? We're putting our weight here and the bar comes up here. That's how we add our body weight leverage-wise into the deadlift. And then we'll kind of just break it down like that. And if that's a whole session and they learn how to pull, slack, and leverage, that's a great session. They don't need to be limping out of the gym like that. They learned a bunch, and then we just slowly add them up.
How do you navigate the mindset stuff that we were talking about earlier with them, right? Because they're still trying to learn all these different things, so they have to have some degree of consciousness per se, to be able to do everything. But at the same time, you have to be able to teach them, force production, which is a very polite way to say, to be more aggressive with weight.
Hit the switch.
Without screwing everything up.
Yep. So like this is going to be just acquiring the skill. And then I kind of use them. We'll put it in like tempos. So I break it down for them. This is where I feel like it's important to have lifted weights, at least in a capacity, but lifting heavy weights and teaching people how to lift heavy weights is a very good benefit. Contrary to kinesiology kids from the University of Phoenix nowadays that coach people. But so like I tell these kids, I'm like, hey, pull the click out. And I'm like, all right, on the heavy weights, that first inch of this pull should be slow because that phase of the lift is we're keeping position there. We're not jumping off the floor with it, right? We're building like a rocket ship. So I'm like, all right, the first inch is position. Once you know the weight's off the floor and our back is flat and our knees are out, let's say we're doing a sumo, then jailbreak, go as fast as you can. And then so I start dialing that up. I'm like, so once they understand the tempo of how the lift is going to feel, which is a very good thing to have perspective on when you're telling somebody that. When I first started pulling sumo, I'm like, I need to yank it off the floor as fast as I can. If I would have known, hey, build into it, and the first half is going to be 3 times as long as the second half, then I probably would have had a little bit better technique early on. But being able to put yourself in the mindset of how that feels to the new lifter, and then articulating that to them, and then having them tempo relative to that is the most beneficial thing, I think, for that. And then once they know the tempo and how that feels, then I say, hey, get aggressive. So like when I say like a deadlift, I'm like, you have to wedge in fast, then go slow, then go fast. If they understand the technique in its entirety, then that's easier for them to grasp. I remember last one we talked about, right? When we were talking about the sumo on the last podcast we did, it was like, yeah, that's a hard thing to understand when you're pulling sumo, but you don't learn it until you pull high-level sumo. And now that we know this and we can explain it to somebody, they're going to be able to wrap their head around it more when they understand that first inch is supposed to be technically based, not aggression-based and speed-based. Then they get it up, then they move. Now I'm like, put the aggression in when it's appropriate. Hit the switch when you need the speed on the top half of the movement.
The way that I've been trying to explain that recently so I don't know if it's successful or not because it's not been that long, is everybody understands like on the descent of a squat, it's going to be slower and a little bit more controlled. The descent of a bench is going to be slower, a little bit more controlled, because that's going to determine where you're going to touch, what position you're going to be in coming out. So I'll tell them now with the deadlift, there is no eccentric, but let's act like there kind of is in your brain.
Yes.
Like that first pull has to be slow and like how you would lower the bench, slow and controlled. And then that second part is that explosive where you burst into it.
Yes.
Where I think I'm screwing it up when I'm explaining all that is I'm using the word eccentric, and there isn't one.
Yeah.
But that's the correlation that I'm trying to make, is they all understand, they're not going to dive bomb a squat, and they're not going to dive bomb a bench. Past a certain point.
But that eccentric is gold. Like when I explain to my my people, I'm like, we need, with the absence of an eccentric, we need to try to hack that system and create one as much as we can. So when we're going down, we are spreading the floor like a squat on the way down eccentrically. And we're trying to create as much tension. If our hips are high and we grab our slack out of the bar and we're pulling into that wedge with our hamstrings and our glutes, all we're doing is ramping up closer to full force production. If we go from 0 to a dead pull, yank off the floor, we don't give our body chance to even reach near maximal force production. If we're ramping up from the breath and then the setup drop down to grab the bar, and we're ramping up tension, all of a sudden we're at maximal quad tension, your quads are on fire, you're shaking by the time that bar leaves the floor. Do you think we're going to be a lot closer to force production in its entirety, full force production? You bet your ass we're going to be a lot closer. So we need to use our eccentric cueing on the way down, similar to a squat, but obviously we don't want to squat it, but just tell them, hey, because that's a huge one that made a breakthrough for my gear lifters. In the squat, these people were free falling and pushing their ass into the suit instead of, I'm like, pick, and then as soon as you break your hips, boom, we're out into the side. We are spreading the floor on the eccentric phase. That way, when it's time to reverse that weight, we don't have to go from eccentric to concentric in any longer of a period of time than we need to. We're already ramped up, and we already know eccentrically we're 20% stronger basically, right, in an eccentric. It's like if we can tap into that as much as possible, and we have the assistance of the gear, now we're going to tap into that speed squat, that dynamic effort trainability that we've developed, and we can fire faster force production in closer to optimal or closer to maximal force production on the way up in that squat. And I've had some of these people that's giant breakthrough once they start spreading the floor eccentrically and are activating their quads. They're like, I got videos on my Instagram about this, about like pre-tension the quads or driving the slack out, where so like that teeter-totter analogy is kind of a lower level cue just to figure out where you're at in space and how to leverage a bar. When they start to get over the 650 realm where it's really going to matter with the fine tunes, I teach them how to drive the slack out with your quads, because the rate limiting factor of that deadlift at a certain point is going to become your own body weight. If you're completely counter levering your body weight to pull your slack, once it gets X amount of times above your body weight, you can't pull as much slack. And if you're used to pulling that bar when you're driving an inch of slack out and now it's not coming out, now you're pulling a deficit deadlift relative to your technique. So now it's like, okay, so how do we get that slack back to where we want it? All right, we drive it out with our quads, and then it's a whole new learning curve, because now we have to learn how to drive our hips and then re-wedge the second wedge that happens on a high-level sumo deadlift. There's one wedge to the bar, and then there's another wedge into position, and then we deadlift.
Yeah, so
you look at a guy like Dan Griggs, like that's like a, that fucker wedges like crazy,
Well, it's in Olympic lifts, you can kind of look at many of the movements of having, segments.
Yeah,
right?
like that second pull in an Olympic lift is identical to that, or not identical exactly, but like.
But there is a second pull though. There's a first pull, then there's a second pull.
Yep.
And I would even probably argue with the kabuki bar and enough weight, there's a third pull.
Oh yes, there is. And if we add gear into the mix, how many times have you loaded your suit correctly in a deadlift, it just floats up, and you look at it and you're like, oh, I got into position, wedged into the bar, and then loaded my suit, and then it just blasts right up.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you could argue that there's like a 4-tier fucking, like if you're doing kabuki bar sumo deadlift in a suit, I mean, this thing we could layer this onion pretty good here. So, yeah, it's and then the guys that master it, that's why we were talking about this off camera last time about that deadlift we were talking about, how I started to mechanically analyze it, and the Russians, of course, had their eye on this for years, and they were teaching some of their guys, Yuri Belkin, all these guys, where in the States, we teach it as hinge back pattern, leg extension for the leg drive up, and then it's a hip extension to finish the lift. The way that we see high-level deadlifters perfect. How many of these badass conventional pullers do you see anchor that bar with their upper back and then they round and tuck their pelvis under and then they break the floor and smoke that fucker, right? Same thing in the sumo deadlift. We're doing the cues almost in reverse. We are opening our knees, but they're not pushing their knees out to the side. They're squeezing their glutes into extension into the bar, and they're actually in a slight flexion, and they're rounded in the upper back. They're using their extension to pull themselves into position, and then they leg press it up by spreading the floor and locking their knees out, and then they lock out with a hyper extension. Well, if you're in a flexion, it'd be just a normal extension, or a hyper extension if your back can handle it, whatever. But the way that we are taught to teach, and a lot of people deadlift and understand the deadlift in the States, is by keeping that super exaggerated lumbar and upper back arch. We're pushing our hips further away.
Yeah.
The way that they teach it there, the way that those high-level sumo deadlifters have it, is if you look at them from the side, they're pulling their hips as close to the bar as possible from that side view, and their knees are out of the way, but the weight of the bar is compounding their brace by dropping their rib cage and creating this wild amount of intra-abdominal pressure. I would love to study this and see how much more they're creating that brace, because in some of these really high 1,000-pound deadlifters, I bet that is crazy off the charts relative to somebody else. Mm-hmm. And then when they get in here, now you're in a wide stance leg press. How much weight can you handle? Everybody's like, oh my God, how is the sumo blowing up like this? It's like, okay, well, we have the bar technology, but now people are deadlifting properly for heavy weights. We just didn't understand the mechanics back in the day because nobody had done that.
Mm-hmm. I would say the same thing has kind of happened with the squat as well, yep. To where the spines, the hips are, it used to be arch more, yep. right, to where now it's more stacked. It becomes a little bit of a tricky conversation because a lot of people will start with the posterior pelvic tilt almost.
Yes.
So it's too far forward.
Well, you have people that they really aggressively squeeze their hip into the bar to pick.
Yeah, and then ends up going the back way. So with those people, I got to tell them arch, just to get them back to neutral, and that's where it becomes a little nuanced.
That's the coaching cue thing where if you put that online, you throw a coaching cue out there, all the internet nerds, oh my God, what is going on? And it's like, I understand all of this. Yeah. I'm trying to get him to move a certain fucking way.
And what you were talking about just with your squat kind of plays into the deadlift as well. You're kind of pulling that slack out. But at a certain bar weight on the squat, you're also going to be pushing the slack out as well. That was
exactly what I was talking about on this 1107. Now that I'm in the 11s, I'm like, wow, I'm learning to pull slack out of a deadlift bar again relative to the squat. Mm-hmm. So now I know third attempt, once that bar gets north of 1100, we're lowering that rack height down one. I'm going to wedge in, and I'm going to drive, and then I'm going to pull my head back, and that way I can get everything. I'm going to push through a couple inches of what seems like a max effort pick before I actually pick it.
Yeah, see,
and that's going to be a whole different skill.
Yeah, that's something that I'm surprised by those that don't walk out but are using the monolift. I'm surprised by the number of people that don't test their test before they pick.
Yeah, like a check.
Yeah, I mean, because your hips are back, you're going to get your air, you're going to come underneath. And then they'll just pick. And I'm like, you need to apply 100 pounds of pressure, not a lot.
Yeah, just pressure to feel your feet.
To feel if your feet are actually where they're supposed to be.
Yep.
Because you don't want to correct that shit after you stand up.
No. Or at that amount of weight, no matter how strong you are, if you're behind the bar and you pick 1100, you could be a 500-pound single-arm crock roller, and your back's not strong enough to keep that fucker.
Well, you end up in a sissy squat and you blow your quads off,
exactly.
right?
Yeah.
So but it doesn't take that much. Like if you come underneath it, you test it, it's not right. It doesn't take that much to kick your hips back, move your feet, and then bring them back in again.
If you're not in shape enough to do that, then you got something fucking wrong.
Oh, there's a big problem.
Yeah,
and it's to me, it's one of those things that I took for granted for so long. Yeah. Because you just always did it. And
when you're around seasoned guys, I was there, Dan was at my meet, and he's He's helping out guys. Like, that's just part of what he does when people squat. He's helping out random people. Feet forward. All right, you're good. Lining up like mid-foot with the bar. And that's just the way. So if you're from a crew like where you came from, it's just, that's the shit you take for take for granted, where you go and, like my main training partner was doing the meet with me. And so I didn't have that eye in the sky that I normally have. I had my other guy who is kind of our whole gym as a crew, our little protege. And this fucker is going to be a monster. His name's Matt Onesco. He wraps my knees. He's young, natty, I think he weighs about 195 pounds, just pulled 700 sumo deadlift. But he's going to have that picture perfect, crazy sumo. But he has eyes, and he's amazing at calling the depth right where the judges wanted that day, and he was great at wrapping knees and stuff. But it's just not the normal eye that sees every little fuck up that I have and tells me exactly how to correct it. Yeah,
you got to kind of watch when you flip the switch, though, too, because some of them I think are getting so wound up before they get under the bar, that basically they're not thinking about anything.
Yeah.
And they still have to get wound up, obviously, but they need to leave like 20%.
Yeah.
Just to be able to check. And then when it's all right, then.
Well, how can you check a giant checklist when you're just,
we're
on the platform, we're going to fucking do this, headbutt and shit.
You can't.
Like I used to, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I used to do it as well. And hopefully, I mean, sometimes it worked.
Yeah.
Other times it didn't. But after a while.
Kind of reward,
yeah, and that's what I see with seasoned lifters as well, and it kind of coincides with the same time period where, shit, now this feels like a job.
Yep.
And the training's not fun, because every little thing matters so much that you become so conscientious of every single thing that part of you is like, man, I just want to hit the chalk box, go fucking crazy and lift weight.
Well, that was it. It was like when you first start out, it's like throw the briefs on, start at 400 pounds if you want, and then just go fucking nuts. You're not like, oh, I need to activate my paraspinals today and all this bullshit. That was what I got sick of. I was like, what the fuck is all this optimal shit? I can't do it no more. Mm-hmm. I'm like, and I told you, I reached out Rick Boogs Boogs, that fucking podcast was amazing. It reawoken the inner meathead in a lot of us. Mm-hmm. But I was watching it and I'm like, this is what I fucking miss. Mm-hmm. I'm like, I miss just like dry scooping pre-workout, and I'm just in there like a psycho, and I got my headphones in, I'm talking way too loud to people. I'm like, how many sets you got left, buddy? Cool. Just being a nut job. And then just what I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going to do max 5 for back rows 10 days in a row. Just random stupid shit. I wasn't having fun like that.
Yeah. Well, I think you have to learn how to periodize your stupidity.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how I look at it. It still has to be there.
Yeah, you have to have it.
Or it's not fun.
You got to feed it a little bit. That's what I'm doing now. I'm doing like, I haven't done biceps regularly, like in a bodybuilding sense. Like mine, like, okay, I'm going to supinate my arm and make sure my distal bicep tendon is healthy. Now it's like, all right, I'm doing fucking partials and get the max vein pump I can get, like, stuff like that.
Well, now that the meet's over, how is your training laid out for, say, the next 4 months?
I am going to do as close as I can get to doing of like a hypertrophy wave. I'm going to add in some cardio. I'm going to do some kickboxing just for some cardio. I want to get in good shape over the summer, bring the body fat down, get in really good health, and then I'm going to ramp it back up to that 300-pound mark, and I'm going to need to be there to do what I'm going to do for the last 4 years.
What will this hypertrophy phase look like in regards to your main lifts?
So this is going to be like, I'm not doing anything crazy heavy. I'm going to deload with no barbells as much as possible, or at least if I have a barbell, I'm going to be in a belt squat, so I'm going to have most of the weight on the hips. I just did my first hypertrophy workout in so many years in terms of like, this was like pure hypertrophy as the workout plan in my head. I'm sold on the whole thing. It was like 200 and something pounds, nothing. Mars bar front squat thing with doubled minis. And I worked up, hit a set of 8. I had 25s on there, did a strip set. 2.5 minutes of 8s. 8s, take a break, strip. All the way down where I did 8 with the band. My quads are fucking destroyed. I don't even know what I'm going to put up tomorrow when we're squatting, but it's going to be fucking horrible. But it was awesome because I haven't been sore for a whole week in years. It's been forever, but I'm like walking around and I can feel all of my quads, and I can almost, like, I'm getting a pump from walking up the stairs because I'm so sore. And then same thing, I did that with my bench. and I'm just doing really light maintenance benching pattern, and then it's all bodybuilding stuff. I did arms like 4 days last week, just and like I don't do well with pre-workouts, but I'm like, fuck that, dude. I'm gonna drink a bunch of pre-workout and get yoinked out of my fucking skull and just be a meathead. And that is very fun for me right now. So that's gonna be the main part of it, and then just the kickboxing to get back to, that was my first love, was the fighting, you know. So I want to put some of that in just in cardio, and I got all my guys that I'm training now, my combat sports athletes. One of my guys, Ben, has a fight in a couple of weeks, and they're getting close. They do their Shark Tank, which is like their Circumax. They're getting close, and I can see that look in their eye, and I'm like, motherfucker, I missed this. And so it's awesome. It's giving me like a nice reinvigoration to be able to put the foot on the gas, and just weird stuff. We do a big horseshoe tournament, family vacation in August, and there's like 30 families. It's like family and friends of family. And I just like showing up there, just like scary, where like everybody, like they'll have like their kids will pop out for the first time. And
y'all wear the same shirts and be weirdos like that?
No, they have one crew that is like, they make a bunch of moonshine. So they have like, they're called the Blue Bottle Crew, and they make their moonshine. But like the thing is, like if it touches your hand, you have to drink it, and this shit's potent. And so yeah, it's fun, but I just like going there, just being just like a spectacle. Like these people are looking like, what the fuck is that? And then I just get hammered drunk and start talking shit to everybody in a good way. They're all friends.
Now, during this hypertrophy phase, will you change the movements every time you go in, or are you going to stay with a movement for a longer period?
No, I'm gonna do my best to listen to the educated people in that space, like a Dr. Mike.
Yeah.
And I just listened to his on the way here, and I'm like, you know what? These front squats smoked me for so long, I could probably ride this for 6 months.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna ride them dry. I've been changing leverages every other damn day for a decade. I don't need to change leverages, and just me being able to think about contracting things and squeezing. If I need a variant, I'll add an ISO or I'll add a tempo. I don't need a lot of mix up right now. I just need to hypertrophy muscle and like work hard. And you know, it's going to be like, I'm setting up some reps, but I'm really messing with a lot of like, I'm just going to do 45-second rounds and just keeping 45 seconds of time under tension and running that. And I love it now because the bodybuilding stuff is awesome. I don't have to go in and do my Thomas test assessment and do all this other shit and whatever. I literally walk in and I'm like, okay, I need blood into my arms. And so I just grab, hey, the weight stack's on 30 pounds. And I just go for 3 minutes and then pump my arms up. And then I just pick a circuit and then I do that.
Well, that's
in
kind of
and out in 30 minutes, done.
That's kind of the beauty of that phase is because you haven't done these movements for so long, or these rep ranges even for so long, the runway is very long.
Super long. Like, why would I need to change a leverage there?
Well, where some people I think will screw up, and this is what I used to do, is say it's a dumbbell press, and you could probably easily start with the 120s for sets of 10.
Yeah.
You don't need to. You could start with the 60s, you know, for sets of 10 or 15.
That was what I did on the upper body hypertrophy. It was like, I was like, oh man, I peaked my bench, so my strength's up there, and I'm working my way up, and I literally cold grabbed like the 80s, and I just ripped a set of 20. I'm like, this is awesome. I'm gonna get back up and start ripping the 140s, which is a horrible idea with a half a pack.
No, but if you think about it, and if you logically think this out, Dr. Mike's right.
Yeah.
This 80, then 85, then 90, then 95. How many sessions is that of that progressive overload to run that runway to get back to the 140s? The trick is to not let the meathead take over and then jump to the 140s in 4 weeks.
That was exactly what I did, right? So I go, how about I just get a good range of motion in the pecs, throw a Bozu under my back, started getting out here, wrenching up into it, stretching, squeezing, pausing halfway, squeezing again, tempo down, and I did the 40s or something. I sat there for 20 minutes doing a half hybrid pec fly kind of thing with a press, and my pecs were smoked.
See, I can make an argument that things like that they're only going to help your bench, not just because of the muscular development, but when you're doing that, you're also teaching you to expand your ribs as you're bringing it down, which is what you should be doing when you have the shirt on, right? And
I'm developing confidence in using this pec.
Yes.
That was why I couldn't bench press dumbbells before, was because I had half this pec, and oh my God, if that goes, I'm screwed. Because what are they going to do? They're going to reattach half a pec, and then I'm going to be fucked because I'm not going to be able to get much back. So I'm like, all right, I can. If I start loading the 140s again eventually, correctly, smart, then I'm like, okay, that was as strong as I've ever been on the dumbbells. What can I do with my bench? Fuck it, let's go. We'll get in the
exactly.
We'll go. We'll get do a raw meet, whatever we're going to do.
Now, where I used to screw that up is kind of what I said, is getting back to the PR reps as soon as you can, but then that next week you have to do something else, right? Because you're not going to do that. And then every time you go in, and I used to, it may be true. I don't think there's science one way or another on this one. The muscle doesn't really know that much difference, right? But the adaptations are going to take place just through the progressive overload of more weight, each time. Your muscles also don't know that either. So it's going to grow from the 80s to the 85s, from the 85s to the 90s, from the 90s to the 95s, just as effectively if it was from the 80s to 120s.
Well, we talked about this the last time, talking about how you were saying how you would put in activation for somebody for like 3 or 4 days, and then it would fix what they thought was a technical thing. This is what's great. Like I did my lower body hypertrophy day, so I was kind of trying to sprinkle it in. I'm like, all right, I got a quad dominant one. Now I'm going to have a hinge glute dominant one. And I went nuts on these like sumo RDLs from the blocks against some light bands. And my glutes were completely fucking destroyed. But what was crazy about it is my glute tightened up in a good way, and all of my SI joint pain from the meat and from that nerve issue that I had was gone, and my SI wasn't clicking, and my back felt amazing all week. It felt like I didn't even, I'm like, well, did I even need to do the cortisone shot? But I also wasn't training my glutes like that.
Yeah.
So it's going to be, it's a great thing for people in my scenario, because it's a different stimulus, but like maybe some of the shit that's going on with my back is a lack of glute activation. I know for a 100% fact it is. So now it's like, okay, if I can actually put together a cycle where I focus and use my glutes, what if I go and squat with 2 fucking glutes? What's going to happen to the squat? It's probably going to go up.
With the way I've kind of built an analogy around this is when you compete, that's kind of like the race car going full maximum, velocity, right? With some duct tape and shit on it to keep it together.
For us,
so it's not a fresh one. So the best thing is to have the freshest car you can, but it's not. But then when the season's over, you pull the car into the shop and they pull every part out.
Yes.
And then they clean every part.
I know this intimately. My dad was a performance mechanic.
Sure. So they pull it all apart, they clean it, they fix everything. Then when they put it all back together, the timing's not going to be right. There's going to be shit that's not going to be right.
Yeah.
Right. But that's a transition phase. Right now you pull it all apart and you clean it all up. Those are called body parts. That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
So then you work all those body parts so you're not maximally doing a squat, bench, or a deadlift, because that's kind of taking the car and running it without having the parts timed right. So you take them all out, you clean them all up, and then when you put them back, that becomes that transition phase, where now you got to remember how to squat again, remember how to strain
some
again.
Of the stuff, when you've been doing this for 10 years, you're not going to, and you're in gear, like for instance, for me, like you're only squatting really one way. You can't fuck it up too bad. So like I used to be afraid to get away from it. And oh my God, I'm going to lose the groove of my squat. Even my sumo. I looked at some of the horrible ones that I did, and my wedge was great. My lockout looked, on what my last deadlift at that meet was horrible, but my lockout looked technically better than my other lockouts did when I was healthy. So I'm like, I'm not losing my form. Like I was just detrained in that regard. So like if I take time off to fix everything, it's not going to go anywhere.
Well, some of that form could also be broke down because of compensation patterns or weak muscle groups and all these other things that haven't been trained for 5 years.
Exactly.
And now they're trained, then you put it back in.
Well, that was why I had to stop deadlifting, because that deadlift, for whatever, that wedge, I was wedging in and firing on a cross pattern, and I could not get away from it. The only way that I can fix it is to identify it and then not do my sumo for a little bit, because I'm so dialed up with creating max force off the ground that your body I don't have time to develop proper leverage in that competition style sumo. I might be able to scale it back to some really light touch and go reps or something, but like I have to give myself a chance to relearn the movement properly again. And then that's probably going to come with activating the right stuff in the first place.
Yeah. And forgetting how to do it.
You have to get away from it and forget it. That's why the West Side leave it alone method for the deadlift works wonders for a lot of people. I have one girl that's doing the pro-am in a couple weeks, or next week. We didn't. She came in and she's like in nursing school, so she has very spotty training, and she loves competing. She's strong as a fucking ox. She works her ass off, but she just can't train that much. So I'm like, all right, when you come in, we're gonna max squat, and the squat is gonna be all of your total mostly, especially in multiply. So we don't need to add the wear and tear on the deadlift. Like we'll put in some hinge pattern stuff a little bit, but that's for maintenance. Let's build the bench and build the squat. Sure enough, we left it alone. I'm like, work up to an opener. We don't know what it is. We'll figure it out. We'll start sending me weights. This girl hits 2 fucking PRs at the same time she hasn't pulled in damn near a year. And she just got stronger. And she's like, but I think part of it too was like, you're in the suit. So you're like, just get to the bar and pull. You're not overthinking it. Like, hey, do I need a root here? Do I need to do this? Do I need to art? Like, I'm not loading my suit. Is my strap too tight? All that shit. It's just gone. You just grip and rip and go. Old primal movements, man. But yeah, she's set up for a great squat, bench, and a deadlift, and is very minimalist training. And just stick to the basics. If we have to squat heavy at the meet, we're squatting heavy in training. And we do every couple weeks, we throw a rep day in. Outside of that, she's in the shirt.
Have you found with your squat, when it got over $1,000, your frequency had to decrease?
Yes.
As far as how heavy?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was just normal wear and tear. Like I tried to hold on to it, and I couldn't. You know, it has to go down. There's some stuff like just adrenaline moving that much weight. You can't be in that aroused state all the time and train week in and week out. Or if I did, I bet I could probably physically get away with doing it, but then my other lifts would have tanked. I would have had nothing left. Like I've had days where I would max out for the squat Monday, and then I would come in Tuesday or Wednesday for my rep upper, and I go to grab the bar, and I just know my CNS is Friday. I have no grip strength, and I'm like, well, I can't do my planned heavy reps like in my slingshot or something. There's no way I would have got to it.
So where did it come down to? Like once a month, once every 3 weeks?
It ended up being about every third week I could go really balls to the wall. That little blip that I had in this training was just me forcing it 100%.
Yeah.
I would say like legitimately, optimally, it's about 3 to 4 weeks, and then I could send a big one.
So when you lay that out, because it's what we're talking about, it's basically systemic fatigue. Does that Wednesday change? You know, if the squat's on Monday, then the Wednesday.
That big one. So it would be like, it would lead into a deload. I'd roll it up, and then it'd be, all right, I'm going to squat, and then I would do like an inverse grip against some hanging kettlebells.
Yeah.
For 20. You know, like that body build that day, secondary accessory only on the next lower, and then I would do like a raw max instead of a shirt max, and then it's a deload for a week. And then I start ramping back up. So that's, but you have to auto-regulate like that and plan in advance in the long term, because I used to kind of almost do them independent waves. I'd be like, all right, I'm going to lay out my bench. I'm going to lay out my squat, lay out my deadlift. And now it's like, no, we have to lay all this out, because that deadlift might ruin your back. Upper back might be fucked for your next bench day.
All right, guys, if you're looking for an intra-workout, Field Rations by First Detachment would be my first choice. Each serving is packed with a precise amount of carbohydrates, amino acids, and a sodium complex for optimal performance, and it doesn't taste like crap. So if you're looking to increase the intensity of your training and to recover better from your training sessions, First Detachment Field Rations. Get Field Rations today at firstdetachment.com. Code Table Talk, 10% off your first order. All right, guys, this is how I use my element packs. I got a few different ways that I use it. So currently just got done training. So post training, I will mix one of the chocolate. This is the chocolate caramel and my oatmeal. I'm more of a half packet guy. So I put about a half a packet in there and then stir it around. Then it adds that salty chocolate taste to it. If for some reason I'm using chocolate protein in my oatmeal, then I won't put that in there. I'll put a half pack in my coffee, which I'm not going to do now, but the chocolate mocha is really good in the coffee. And then for training, when I trained earlier today, it's simply, my favorite is the grapefruit salt. Pretty much just a half pack in there, and then kind of reseal the packs and then put them in. And then, so for training, I'll have a half a pack and then half a pack in the oatmeal. So it's about a pack a day. If I'm sweating really bad during training, then I might use a full pack in there. But the go-to for me is the oatmeal, because it's an everyday thing. The way I was introduced to Chili Pad a few years ago was, a friend of mine when we're talking and we're kind of joking around, the whole premise of the conversation was how hot we sleep. And then he noted that he was using, this chili pad mattress cover, and it took me less than a day to go order the one that I was using. Worked phenomenally well. So what it helped me with was falling asleep faster because I'm not sweating all night long, and then staying asleep, it helped with that as well. So overall sleep hygiene, it made a substantial difference with me, which is why I'm excited that Chili Pad is partnering with us, because it's a product that I've used for so long. Visit sleepme/Table Talk to get your Chili Pad and save up to $315 with the code Table Talk. This offer is available exclusively for Table Talk listeners and only for a limited time. Order it today with free shipping and try it out for 30 days. You can return it for free if you don't like it with their sleep trial. Visit www.sleep.me/Table Talk. Because you're not investing in better sleep, you're creating a better life. www.sleep.me/Table Talk.
I narrowed my search down to 3 different companies, all made nice equipment, all had nice accessories, but by far and away, Elite FTS had the best customer service. And honestly, the best prices too. So there were a few things that I wanted for this facility that weren't already being done by Elite FTS. And when I asked Matt, I said, would you be able to do this? He said, not a problem. I will make any piece you want, any dimension you want, any color we want, even if it's not already in your catalog. So once he said that, was able to follow through on that and give us a very high quality product on time at a price that was better than any of their competitors. It was a no-brainer for me.
Yeah, well, that leads into another thing I see a lot of lifters screw up is they do what you're talking about. They'll lay out the squat, they'll lay out the bench,
Yeah.
and then they don't see that systemic fatigue, how it plays into all that.
Yeah.
And if they don't know how to auto-regulate extremely well, they're screwed. It should be laid out first.
Well, I had one guy, a real strong lifter. I'm not going to name him, but he was one of my guys, no longer with me now. But we had a conversation, and I thought that he had a better ability to auto-regulate, or he at least understood the assignment I was giving him to auto-regulate. So he had a really hardcore work schedule. So I gave him more insight into the programming than I normally do, but I'm like, hey, if you're on no sleep and you can only train this day per the people watching your kids or whatever, then we're going to do a top set of 5 at RPE 7, and then we're going to add 5 pounds week 2, add 5 pounds week 3, and then we're going to run up to an RPE, cap it at 9 on week 4, and that's the peak of the block. But he knew that my other guys had done 3x5s and 5x5s on those days, and he didn't want to be a bitch. So he got into the meat and bones, and I thought he was auto-regulating where he wasn't. Mm-hmm. And then come time to peak, he can't put together a bench press because his elbows are completely fucked, and he was using a straight bar when he should have been regulating to a Duffalo or a Buffalo bar, and then like a SSB, whatever. But that was a learning thing for me where I'm like, okay, some people you have to really know when they're ready to auto-regulate on their own. Where I thought I was doing enough of the hand-holding, and I wasn't. So cut to, he ends up dropping me as a coach. Mm-hmm. And I look back, and I'm not going to sit here and bitch about it. It's always going to be my fault because I didn't communicate that right. Yeah. But I thought I did, and then that ended up costing me a really good lifter that I had. But he was, telling me, reporting like, hey, your peak beat me up too much. And I'm like, well, what do you mean it beat you up too much? You're supposed to make the decisions based on how you felt, specifically so it didn't beat you up. That's what auto-regulating is. Yeah. And he just didn't understand that, or I wouldn't say that. I didn't teach him that good enough.
Well, it's the highest level of that. It happens throughout, just laying the programming out, but it happens throughout set to set and exercise to exercise. Yeah. So if your first exercise, let's say you're working up heavy on the squat and it goes well, you hit what you want to hit, but maybe you could do another 50 pounds. In your brain or the lifter's brain, you should be thinking, okay, now if I do that, what impact is it going to have on my next training session Wednesday or that next week? Is it worth the cost? And if I do that,
Yes.
I'm going to have to mitigate that. And then once that movement's over, no matter what that decision was, it's how fucked up am I now from the first one? Should I do a heavy supplemental, or am I just on to accessories, or am I just done?
Well, so I made I'm trying to dabble into the long format video. I made a video on this that I love, but I'm not good at YouTube, so I just put it on there, and there's like 5 nerds that are like, "This is awesome." Man. But I made this thing. I was trying to articulate. Me and you had a conversation off camera about this, and I'm like, we need to be able to explain this to people better. So I came up with this thing called the Pillars of Auto Regulation. It's injury recovery, micro programming considerations, and macro programming considerations. Those are the 4 pillars. So every decision you make, you just run the gambit. It can be any which of the 4. I made a design that ended up looking like shit. It looked like a weird pantheon with like a snake on it. I don't know. I just used a graphic, and I'm like, okay, here's the 4 words. But I wanted like a pillar with like some sort of a dragon on top or something cool.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
But so it's how do I regulate this? So and then what I'm attempting to do, and when I made the video, I was like, it just didn't get enough traction because it was a super in-depth nerd. Like if I would have been at like Swiss and talked about it, then people would be like, okay, we could have a conversation, but it's not. So but it's every programming decision you want to make. Are you recovered? Is there an injury? Is this decision how is it going to affect the microcycle this week, tomorrow? And then where are we at relative to the entire macrocycle, the meat peak or transition phase or hypertrophy phase or peaking phase?
I'd add one more pillar in there, and that would be mental, right?
Yes.
Because it's now you're at the epitome of that decision of, am I just being a puss about this, or am I not?
Well, exactly. I think too, like that was kind of where I was at. That's why I was like, there's going to be a lot of good feedback based on people, because I kind of had that grouped in the recovery thinking in my head, you could have that conversation better with yourself if you piggyback it off recovery, because mentally, if you've got 3 hours of sleep, you know that you're not going to be mentally aroused enough to really hit a legit PR on some rack pull that you suck at, that you've been doing 5-pounders for the last decade on.
Yeah, I get it. So it is kind of built in there. It's communicating. It's hard.
I think it's necessary to add that in though as its own thing, just because of the amount of thought you need to put into that.
Yeah, and it changes, right? Because you may not want to train. Like there's a lot of times all of us don't want to train.
Yes.
Right. But you still go in. Right? Because once you get in there, maybe it's going to be one of the best first exercises you've ever done. That's a different conversation with yourself than after the first movement.
Exactly.
Or even as you're working up in that first movement, then that conversation has to be a little more civilized. Like the first one can be, just get the hell in there. You're being...
We can start looking at it, right? If you start to use these pillars to talk to yourself through it, use them as a tool. So, okay, this is how you can figure out if you're being a bitch. Am I recovered? Slept 8 hours. Am I injured? No, I haven't had a tweak in a few weeks. Feeling good. Joints feel great. I've been eating clean. My joint inflammation's down. I feel great. Okay. Micro programming considerations. Okay, I just came off a deload. Okay. What's on the agenda? Heavy squat. What do I have tomorrow? I have an RPE 7 top set of 5 on a 2-board bench. You could probably do that in your goddamn sleep.
Yeah.
So okay, all of these check out to where the scenario is about a 95% perfect storm for you to squat that day. Yes, you're being a bitch, so you need to go through that and then take your licks, however good or bad that might be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's why I wanted to make that. I wanted to make that into a long format video because it was very complex. I laid out there's a million ways we can auto-regulate around anything scenario-wise, but I just kind of laid it out like, hey, you signed up for a meet, you're going to do it, it's travel's paid for, or your sponsor's sending you there, whatever. And then we tweaked our back on our last set of whatever going into this hypertrophy off season. So, I kind of laid it out like, hey, we had SSB squats planned and we had them close stance and you're a wide stance squatter. How do I regulate around that? Am I injured? Yes, I have a tweak in my back. Am I recovered? Recovery would be compromised a little bit with an injury. So we call it, micro programming consideration. I have to do 5s on squats today. All right, well, how do we perform the pattern of squatting and not aggravate an injury. So in the video, I said, all right, we're going to jump on a belt squat. And we're going to do 5x5 there, heavy. It's not going to be exactly specific to what you had, but it's going to allow us to build in our strength rep range during this transformation phase or this hypertrophy phase, wherever we're at. So if it's a hypertrophy, we build some volume. And if it's a strength phase, we build some fives in because we're trying to transform our strength from hypertrophy into the peak, right?
I think that right there might be where we're all making this too complicated for people, is because when we think this through, we're thinking of the modalities that will be after that regulation decision.
Yes.
I think to better communicate that, we need to remove that from the conversation and just say, this needs to change. You know what I'm saying? And then,
if we're,
because then it becomes endless on what those things can be.
Yes.
Right? Because if it is an injury or whatever, and it's going to be the belt squat or whatever, that's a rabbit hole that can go in multitudes of different directions.
Exactly. This is why I want to have this conversation, because it's going to be, every person is going to have, that's a little nugget that we can add into this. And then once we kind of get the hive mind as a whole around it, then we can start to make a clear and kind of articulate and concise kind of thing here. So I'm not trying to, invent the damn thing. I'm like, let's just put it out there so we can figure it out.
No, I think it's that. Clarity just kind of hit my brain when you were kind of explaining all that, because all they need to really understand is something needs to change.
Well, exactly.
Or not.
And I'm trying to lay it out so it's like, okay, we have to start squatting for strength. That's the goal. We have a little bit of a back tweak. Okay, let's just take that into consideration and then make an educated decision based on that. If you know that that's a weak leverage and you got SSB squats and it's probably going to round you somewhere and aggravate that back, you're going to kick your can further down the road, and that's probably not going to be a very good programming decision on the micro or macro.
It never is.
Exactly, right? So then we hopefully, if we lay it out, we can get these people to make better educated programming decisions. And then so some of it is it's very nuanced, right? So we have to educate them in some sense to kind of how do we stack this and layer this out? Yeah,
well, your pillars at least lead to the question of, does this need to be auto-regulated, yes or no? And then after that, then if it's a client of yours or a client of anybody's, now that client can ask a better question.
Yes.
Right? Because now it's like, here's the situation. This is a yes, right? And then the coach who knows the client, or the client, that's a bigger tackle, is teaching the client what to do in those situations. And I think that's where we're getting lost when we try to explain this, is we're trying to answer what all those situations are. Yeah. And they're so dependent upon X number of factors. It's ridiculous.
Well, so then there was in my head, I'm thinking there's two approaches. Simplify it like that, but then also hyper educate to the point where you can see trends, right? So if I'm laying out scenarios, my whole thought was on that video is, if I lay out a trend of, hey, we're making good programming decisions. Hey, if I'm transforming linear from 5s to 3s, have I squatted with the intensities that are relative to a good working weight for 3s in my hypertrophy phase? Probably not. Is it going to be good for me to jump into an RPE 9 top set on week 1? Probably not. We're not acclimated to that yet. So that can help you. So, okay, I'm making a decision based on what's the goal of the cycle and the overall picture relative to these other little factors like injury recovery and micro programming right there. And then we can start to say, we're making decisions to set up future training instead of on the day. And then it also helps guys like us that got that fucking switch. So it's like, all right, am I being a bitch today? And then you kind of look at it like, okay, recovered, injury free. Or you'd say, all right, micro program's good. What's my next phase look like? When I hit this variation last time, I was fucked for 2 weeks. So per the macro programming decision, that's going to be bad. I don't need to max that out today. Yeah. Or I don't need to add a reverse band to this.
Or you could still make that bad decision, but then you're going to make changes down the road. And
you have to learn from the bad decision once.
Yeah, it's like sometimes it's worth it. I'm going to do that. Yeah. But these things have to adjust. I mean, some bad decisions you're not going to be able to adjust out of it.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm like, okay, exactly where I was at. It was like, okay, your back's fucked up. Okay, injury there, recovery's fucked. Okay, micro programming. I was 6 weeks out. Okay, we need to start squatting competition style weights here. Macro programming decision. All right, is there going to be 1,100 pound squat there? Not if we don't start squatting heavy. So it doesn't matter all this other shit. You have to start squatting heavy if you want to do that at the meet. So we're squatting heavy. That is what it is. I made the decision based on those pillars, but sometimes you're going to have to be a veteran and figure out which ones you can redline or which ones you can discount a little more than the other one.
But when you're doing that and you're redlining that, I'm going to assume other things in your training were radically changing.
Oh, no deadlifts.
It may have just been a squat that day. That's it.
Oh, that was, I mean, yeah. Especially when you start getting up there, you can only, I mean, who has time to be in there for 5 hours?
Yeah.
Or is it smart? Are we in our test window? You know, whatever. But like, it was also, all right, macro programming decision. Well, my back's too jacked up to deadlift, so we can redline the squat because we don't have anything else in for the lower half. Am I going to have time to go crazy on the accessories? No, so that lays out the rest of my week because I'm only squatting today, and then I'll just do accessories the next day, and then I have a nice, well-rounded lower half week. And because my recovery is compromised, that's probably enough dose-dependent-wise for me to get a good training stimulus. You know, so yeah, that would be a good conversation to get some of the high-level brains. You know, you get a Dr. Mike on that. You know, you get some of the Mike Teixeira's that's really good with all of that. What was that? That stress index stuff.
Yeah.
All of that. Put that into that model, and then all of a sudden we have something that's laid out on paper, and they can walk us through it like a baby.
Yes.
Auto regulation 101, and then we get guys that are graduating from high school with a 500 level college understanding of auto regulation. Where are we going to see the athletes go? They're going to go way up.
It's going to be ridiculous.
Why are all these guys? Oh my! Why is this TikTok kid on TikTok pulling 900 pounds? I'm like, okay, he's extending his hip into the bar. He knows how to do mobility. He knows how to pull his slack. He has a training split. I mean, how many articles did we have to sift through and trial and error here, you guys especially, and that's what drives me nuts. Like, these kids are listing their fucking age and like, oh my God, this kid's deadlifting this at 17 years old. I'm like, you have every piece of information how to build an awesome sumo deadlift, and you're 17 years old sitting at mom and dad's house getting spoon-fed like a little fucking house cat. I'm like, try having some kids and sleeping fucking 4 hours a day and worrying about a mortgage and bills and all this other shit. I'm like, we should be doing this in reverse. This motherfucker hit that at 42 years old. That dude's a bad motherfucker. He's not in the biggest testosterone surge of his life where the dude could ride a bike and max out 4 days a week and still be perfectly fine and make gains.
Well, that becomes the biggest caveat because the younger athletes are going to be able to recover from anything.
Exactly.
You know, they don't have the accumulated trauma, I suppose, you know, from the training. And
if they learn a technique right, they don't have any imbalances to worry about. Some of these kids, the damn picture perfect sumo technique. Now, okay, yes, you're stronger. You're moving the barbell A to B, stronger. Is it easier for you to execute that technique? Yes, it is, because you have better leverage. You're doing a 1/4-8 squat up with a sumo deadlift. That's great. I'm very happy for you. But a lot of these meatheads are selling themselves short. You think that fucking kid can come in there and hammer his hamstrings and quads like you? Never. You think that kid's going to come in there and kick your ass? Never. The kid's not as strong as you. He has better leverage than you, and he had a better understanding from an earlier age than you did. And it's piggybacking off of you guys, which we piggybacked off of, and the next generation is going to piggyback off of it. And if we're living it, learning it, and passing it on the right way, the way that we're supposed to do it, then yes, they're going to be stronger than you. Why are you hating that? That means you did your job.
Oh, yeah,
We passed it down to the kid. You know what I mean?
They are stronger. Every generation's been stronger than the next that comes up through. The tricky conversations to navigate are they can almost get away with anything the same way that we could when we were younger. And their mindset's probably the same as what ours was when we were younger, like, fuck you, shut up. You know, I'm making progress. Yeah. You know, and we'll also tell them, hey man, as long as you're making progress, don't change anything.
Exactly.
You know, so there's kind of diluted messages with that. But the longer they stay in, you know, they run into the inevitable sticking points or whatever we want to call those, mini max, what Louis would call it, or whatever we want to call that. And that's when the education really begins. Maybe wisdom really begins. Yep. And now with they have access to that.
Well, yeah, I mean, the information they have access to is crazy. I mean, what do you got like 30 years of shit on your site for free that they could have access to. What's crazy is these people aren't going back and accessing it. I literally just read the shit on there, and then I went and did this. That was it. Just, okay, what am I supposed to do? Okay, it was like, oh, okay, yes.
Well, they have, they have that. They have online coaches. There's so much, that's available.
Yeah.
That.
So how are they not stronger? It makes perfect sense.
No, they should be way stronger. They are.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yes, you should be that strong. You have all the information. I was fucking Yankee doodling bars up until whatever. I was like 34 years old or something. Like it was like, okay, you're starting at 17. And then it's like, it's hilarious because like they're all cocky about it. And then the old guys are like, what the fuck's going on? And I'm like, this is all part of the plan here, dude. I don't know. This is all going according to...
No, and they're not going to make a lot of the same mistakes that we all did. They're going to make new ones. You know what I'm saying? They're going to make unique ones that have never been made before, taking trend too young, so stuff like that. They're going to make those mistakes, but those are different mistakes. But the net's going to always be higher, and those that come behind them are going to be even better.
Well, what's real weird, kind of segue off that same topic, was this is one that I wanted to talk about with you. I figured you think this was cool or have some good insight, but not cool, but just you understand. I'm getting an influx of guys that are coming into the gym, but they didn't have the like 5 to 10 year random meathead exploring the gym base phase that I thought that everybody had. Like these kids are coming in and that's their introduction to weights is powerlifting and squat, bench, and deadlift because they're on the high frequency stuff now.
Yeah.
And they don't I'm like, I have to teach you how to do a back row. Like they're arched up like this and they're doing an arm row. And I'm like, no, you need to move your shoulder blade and like, let's stretch muscle bellies. And how do I figure out my working weights? I don't have an RPE. And I'm like, it's about bodybuilding. You're supposed to go to failure. Like, what are we doing here? Like, I thought everybody knew this.
Yeah.
And that's been like when we started our vast coaching library at coachingrevolution.net, before we even launched the beta, after I figured all this out, I'm like, I have to have a 600 to start exercise.
No, man, that's
completely insane. And it was like, oh, this is going to take long. And then 1 3/4 years later, I'm like, they were yelling at me because I'm like, we're not ready. And they're like, we got to fucking go beta. We're going to go beta. Let's do it. Like, we just shit or get off the pot. So we did. It was good. Like, we're just rolling it out slow. It was good. Successful the first year. Thank God. It was awesome in the green. All good. But we're slow rolling it. But like a lot of that stuff that we're learning is awesome because we're understanding the demographic better, but it's just really weird trends of shit like kids didn't play sports, never messed around in the weight room. Like you never just went in there for like 8 hours and like fucked around on every single machine.
Yeah, no, it almost makes me think that they need to limit their exercises. Just 8 movements. Like barbell rows, chins,
that's what it is.
Basic compound movements, and then master those, the same way, because they know they need to master the squat, bench, and deadlift. There's no mystery behind that, right? So they know that technique matters with those things, probably more so than any other generation.
Yeah. They have awesome, I don't know if I want to call it awesome. I don't know how I want to word this. Very good, precise execution in the deadlift and in the bench. The squat is fucking atrocious. What are we doing with the wrists like this and the bar at the bottom of your scaps and our feet like this and our knees are caving in and all this shit? One fucking PT guy online was arguing that valgus knees, bringing the knee in to access internal rotation, was a better pattern for the squat because some athletes use that pattern to access hip extension in sports, which is completely wildly off base. Now, yes, it's true.
Yeah.
But sports are different than lifting maximal weights. And we know we want to have an open hip capsule and we want to access the glutes and the quads at the same time. And when we externally rotate, we're going to stack the lumbar spine a lot better off to handle heavy weights. And then also, this camp of human beings have the worst squat patterns in fucking history. We have these little female USAPL lifters. They're fucking badass. They work their ass off. They're in the gym. They're like little fucking meatheads. It's awesome. But they're squatting with the bar at the bottom of the middle of their triceps on the bottom of their scaps. They're kicking forward, good morning, and they literally will not. None of their coaches are like, this looks good to me. Like, what are we fucking doing?
Well, it makes me wonder how they hit depth.
It's very hard for them to hit depth, and everything suffers. Their ankle mobility is trash by 6 months in. Their backs are around, you physically can't have a tight upper back. I talked about this in a lot of videos. I think we touched on it before. Having your hands in here and feeling tightness is not tightening your back. They don't understand that analogy of like, we have a cell phone tower and things pull tight to the ground. That's our muscles in our spine. We have to flare and we have to extend our T-spine in order to do all this stuff. And it's just, they don't have, it makes no sense to me. With the way the hip structure is built in a female, off to the side, wider birthing hips, knees are already going to be valgus. Why are we squatting close stance? Why are we squatting with our toes straight? We're not talking about rooting. I put out a video about like doming the foot and learning how to root the foot in, like as a precursor to actual rooting, because same thing, we had to translate it for the people that are like, rooting is a pretty high level awareness thing. So I'm like, okay, let's dummy proof this. I had 20 of these girls like, oh my God, that revolutionized my squat. And I'm like, okay, like, has your coach not talked about your feet or your ankles, your ankle mobility? No. What are we fucking doing? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
You didn't teach the ground up thing. We're building a fucking house on top of a sand foundation.
It could be weakness as well, because to go back to and kind of connecting some of the dots here, if chins, overhand grip chins were actually part of their program, then they would know how that their lats are supposed to activate, to press, and put that in there. But those movements aren't in there.
If they had a single joint exercise of any kind, or if they tried to bodybuild anything or did accessories at all, then yes, it might help. Exactly.
Yeah, because a lot of those, I think they need to spend as much time trying to perfect technique of those basic movements as they do the main three.
Well, that was kind of where I was going to go. It was like, hey, if we take this we would have some world-class bodybuilders if these people were taking this precision and dedication to doing the same thing over and over again. Then they'd start running like what Dr. Mike said, 6 months, the same thing. We're trying to roast them quads, some hypertrophy movement. But they're not doing it because I don't know. It's this Instagram or whatever, TikTok now, influencer culture where, your prone hamstring curls with a tempo single leg are not sexy to put online. Your high frequency, but they have no issue with posting their RPE 5 13 singles at the gym where they're wearing the microphone and talking to who the fuck are you talking to? I don't know. But it drives me fucking crazy. We had one of these things, man. One of these fucking influencers, like a little gargoyle sitting in the back talking to herself in her microphone. She's like, RPE 5, no cap, whatever. And I saw this and I about lost my goddamn mind.
What the fuck is an RPE 5?
I don't even know, but they're talking into, like, we already know that no one gives a shit about powerlifting.
I mean, wouldn't that relate to like 50%?
Yeah.
I mean, if we're to dial it back,
that was what I'm saying.
Like 5 reps in reserve.
Like full, commentary on this thing. And like, so I was like, all right, man, I got to get this fucking little gargoyle the fuck out of my gym. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, how do I get super weird? So I started just kind of peering off in the back, just like pushing my belly out and looking super awkward and creepy. And then I just kept kind of panning in and out, and then finally she just left. It was great, man. So, I didn't have to say anything. I just stood in the back I'm going to be super like Jeffrey Dahmer weird about this shit and just creep the fuck out of this person, so they just leave.
So you could be on a video somewhere.
Oh, I was trying to get in the video in the back.
The person in the background.
I wanted to be like that person they're complaining about, like, look at this, guy was staring at me in the back, and then I'd be there with like my fucking umbilical hernia sticking out, just creeping these fucking kids out, but I'm just trying to get them out because I can't do it, man. If we start having like rows of tripods, I'm just gonna be in there snapping stuff, and then I'm gonna go sweet chin music on the first kid with a fucking perm I ever fucking see.
I'm still in that camp where I'm more optimistic than pessimistic, and think that type of lifter is the minority of all that are training. With that, it's just they're more seen.
We had this. I don't want to dishonor the podcast by calling people out, but we had like this influencer gym kind of pop up by our. Well, none of them are ever gonna fucking listen to this because they don't care about anything else. But so, they had an influencer gym pop up, and I have these little moles. I'm like, all right, bro.
What is an influencer gym?
They designed the gym specifically with lighting that looked like a Ring camera or a Ring lighting.
I get it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But it's like track lighting, so it looks a certain way. Like, that's how you design your gym. Go fucking kill yourself. Anyway.
Yeah.
I have my guys, I send out little rats. This is how fucking weird I get. I'm like, all right, you got to deload. I want you to go over to this gym and see what the fuck's going on over here. And then he starts sending me videos. He's like, look at this shit. What the hell is this? Blah, blah, blah. And my guys are just doing deloads and reporting back to me. And it's the whole thing. It's all influencers, like everybody. There was like, he kind of did like a side, you know, showing me a guy over here. And this dude's just like ripping it up in the mirror, doing his, you know, fucking thing. And this dude's like 32% body fat. And he's like 165 pounds. He's like 5'6". And I'm like, you need to be traveling to Morador. You know, I don't know what this guy's doing. But he was just like, but they're just trying to do this thing that I just hate. And it's like turning this beautiful gang of misfit hardcore thing that I love about our sport. And I know I sound like an old man telling someone to get off my lawn, but I'm fine with that. If I'm an old man and people don't like me, they can stay away from me. They don't got to talk to me. But like, they're taking it, and now it's like this cool kid. We're sitting with the cool kids at the lunch table, and I'm trying to eat the weird fucking cheeseburger with the craters in it. And I got reduced lunch, and I'm the fucking outsider that stinks like BO, and I carry all my books to class. I don't want to be part of that. I don't think any of us wanted to be a part of that. This was not for you.
Yeah.
But now I feel like I'm hypocritical because it's not for you. And I don't mean that. I just mean that when you're turning this thing that's about hard work and dedication and learning and expanding yourself over a long time, the reason it takes a long time to do this, because you have to be a savvy motherfucker that will go through that war of attrition to make it out on the other side.
Yes, I still think that the majority are that, because if you look at the numbers, you know, so go to Open Powerlifting and look at the number of people who have competed in last year, right? And I haven't done this for a while, so I can't give accurate numbers, but it's probably a couple 100,000 lifters. You know, if you go through each weight class, or just go through like the DOTS ranking or whatever compiles most for each category, you're dealing with a couple 100,000 lifters. There's no way are there 50,000 people or even 20,000 people doing what you're saying, which means, you see what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. I'm thinking this is what we need to do, Dave.
It's what you see and it's in front of you, but it's not real.
I'm thinking we wait till Halloween, because this is a fucking horror movie, you know what I mean? We'll wait till Halloween. I'll have you come up to Michigan, and we'll go to these classic raw meets, and we're going to have these bros with their fucking gold chain in their mouth and their dangly earrings that Christian Slater used to wear back in the damn 80s, and then they got their perm, and they got fucking cologne on, dude. These guys smell like an Abercrombie and Fitch model. Under the bar, everything's fucking brand new, and they're doing the real aggressive fucking T-spine brace, and then they're doing their raw squats, and everybody's dapping each other up, and these guys aren't drinking any beer.
Dapping each other up.
Like they're doing this, like fist pounding.
Okay, all right.
I think that's what it's called, dapping. But these, I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah.
I can't understand people under 30 years old anymore. The lingo is gone. I don't even know what you're talking about. My lifters listen. They're talking to me, and I'm like, was that fucking English? What do we? And I literally just yell out, I'm like, no English, and then they finally just give me an English sentence. But it's so crazy, man. Like I literally like walked into the warm-up room at this one meet, and I smelled like way too much cologne, like a dude that should be at like a nightclub. And I was just in disgust. I was walking around. I was like, oh God, I hate all these people. It was bad. So I mean, yes, I feel like I'm a huge hater, and that's fine.
Yeah. That's all right. It's I don't go to enough meets to be able to know that.
I'm in there on the ground level, man.
I still I don't believe they will be competing in 5 years.
No.
The ones that will be competing are the ones that are not but they're still in that meet.
Yeah, there's some bad, like some of these guys, we're getting bad at, now on the other side of that, that's not everybody, like you said, we're getting some kids that could have played high level, college, whatever, that are powerlifting. You have these Russ Swole kids from USAPL. There's like, we got a bunch of really high level national collegiate guys, big old deadlifts, man. If any of these kids decide to get on, they're going to completely cook everybody. And they're dedicated. Some of these guys have been there for years, and they're kind of a little bit before this stuff started to happen. It's just some of the stuff now is just so horrendous. Like I used to look like I thought part of powerlifting was like we used to come down here, we come down to Ohio, we go to these RPS meets and shit. It was like we're cracking beers after bench.
Yeah.
And everybody's drinking, everybody's having a good time, and then we're chatting with the local powerlifters like, hey, where's the bar that we go out to? And they're like, don't go to this one, go to this one. They got $2 drinks, fucking hole in the wall. And then we'd go and see some wild shit in Ohio, and then we'd leave, and everybody was super cool. And now there's like, nobody's, like I was at my one meet, and I like cracked open the Jameson, I'm taking a swig, and I'm just trying to get warmed up. I go to give it to my one guy who's a younger lifter. He's like, oh God, no, I can't do that. And I was like, you fucking pussy. I didn't say that, but I was thinking that. I'm like, man, it used to be sweet. I just feel like it was like, you got your job done. Like you're going to be able to deadlift with a nice little buzz. You'll be fine. Like, let's all have some fun. We did it. We made it through the training cycle, and we got to display an animal that we worked very hard for. So let's have some fun, man.
Mm-hmm. Why can you have one without the other? You know what I'm saying? It's the bigger
fun without alcohol.
No. I mean, the bigger the base, the more great lifters will come from. You know what I'm saying? So if that base is bigger, then the base is going to be made up of, the people that you're talking about.
Yeah.
But 3 or 4 years later, out of that base becomes that new crop, of lifters that the bigger the base.
I think part of it is like where they're going to phase out guys like me is that they're treating themselves more as an athlete, and the coaches are treating them more as a high level athlete, which that's very good. Like some of my lifters that I know are there with that mindset, and they're all the way in a good way, the good all in, like very, like they're regulating sleep, they're regulating sunlight, they're regulating hydration, the whole 9 meals. Then I am all in there. I'm not doing nothing. I'm not drinking beers at their meet, whatever. Like I'm waiting till after, like, cause they, expect a certain level of professionalism out of me. That's fine.
Yeah. See, that's one thing I kind of go back and forth on, where half of me will think that's a really good thing.
Yeah.
But
that's exactly what I meant.
the other half of me will think you're pulling too many triggers too soon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what happens when we're all out?
Yeah, and especially when you don't need them. Like if this is going to sound fucked up, but if you're younger and you really don't have to sleep as much as others do, and you're going to make progress doing everything.
Yeah.
Part of me says, well, just eat whatever the fuck you want.
I know exactly where you're going with this.
And just build that love and that aggression for the sport. And then as time catches up, then pull that trigger. Pull that trigger.
Give yourself a card to play. And then what are we going to do here? Like if you have a mobility coach and your nutrition's dialed in, and
it's a lot, man.
Yeah, you have your program exact. All your builders and all your testers and all your everything. And all your indicators, everything. It's like, what happens when you don't make progress?
Well, how fast will you burn out? Because I look at, myself when I was a younger lifter, and granted, I always thought I was all in for everything, but you don't realize that you really weren't until you get older. You're only all in for the things you wanted to be all in for. But as you mature as a lifter, then all of a sudden it's like, fuck, I got to sleep. I got to take my shit at the right time. I have to have supplements. My diet has to be on point. All these things have to be on point. I have to try to not get in a fight with my wife because it's going to fuck my squat up. All these other things all kind of come into play. And then shortly after that, you're like, fuck, is this shit even worth it anymore? Because it's my entire life. And now if you start that way, then 3 years in, it's like, what the fuck? You're burned out. And it's
that's one of my lines now, man. If I'm not being disciplined and then somebody calls me on it, I'm like, I'm just saving a card to play at the end, man, being smart.
Yeah.
I know I'm just being an asshole and not being disciplined.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's something I keep going back and forth on with that because longevity matters in a strength world.
Oh, it is. Well, that's all of it. Louis said it best, right? Strength measured in time.
It takes time to get really fucking strong. No matter if they're the outlier or not. It still takes a decade, maybe more.
Well, we talked about my guy last time, my NFL player, won a ring with Jerome Bettis, my guy Sean McHugh. The 1% of genetics that humans have to offer, and he hasn't even scratched the surface of where he's going to be at. So
that's and PEDs kind of fall in there as well. That's why I don't like that to be played too soon. The conversation I had with Mike was great on that one because we went deep into the weeds with that.
I listened to the whole thing on my way here, and that was great about like you said, about that 27, 28-year-old mark. And that is where all my best guys have started to ramp it up at the right time, and those are the guys that do the best. I got lucky and I just didn't. I wasn't in this space, and at the time that wasn't even talked about in MMA. And when I got done with that, I ended up being about 27 or 28. And I got fucked up just because I pushed the training. But like, I waited until I was rock bottomed out.
Yeah.
Like, I had every low T symptom imaginable. Like, nothing was working. I ate bodybuilder robot clean for about a year and a half, and I got fatter. My insulin sensitivity was fucked up. My body was in survival mode. It was just any food I get, I ate. Like, so I sucked it in, or my body would store it. I blew my hamstring out multiple times trying to pull 405 on a deadlift. And I'm like, I'm looking around kind of like at my athletic ability. I'm like, there's something wrong here. Went and got my blood work done. This was when they had that, I don't even know if it's like this anymore. They had like the 150 to like 1500 scale.
Yeah.
It was like some crazy thing. But the guy was like, he's like, you hit the bottom of the scale at 150. He's like, so that'll be official, what we'll give you. But he's like, with what I'm seeing, all these other markers wise, it's probably like an 80. You're fucked. Like, everything's fucked. And then I was like, all right, so how do we do this like TRT thing? And I'm like, oh, we'll get you into like the 300 range and stuff. And I was talking to a couple other guys that were savvy, some people that knew some higher level bodybuilding coaches in Michigan. And they're like, yeah, you're going to need to be way higher than that to do what you want to do and what we know that you can do, because they knew me from, the other sports. Like you should have a certain amount of strength to display if you were an athlete of whatever caliber.
Sure.
You know what I mean? There's a little correlation there.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, I was weak as like the girls, so like there's something wrong. But that was when I made the choice. Like, okay, I can't get where I want to go to do this legally, so I'm going to go black market. That was how that decision happened for me. But it was 27, 28, 29 years old, and I had already done 2 separate careers and 2 separate sports. Mm-hmm. And that was before I even knew, like, oh shit, something's weird. Yeah,
those conversations are always weird for me, because I feel like the ultimate hypocrite, because I started young. But I've seen so many people over the years that waited, and pulled the trigger.
Oh yeah.
And all of them smoked what I ever did.
Every fucking one of them. I have one of the guys that just started, and this total is we're gonna, in 3 meets we're knocking on the greatest total of all time. This category. I don't want to give too much away because then everybody will track who it is. But just skyrocketed past. We're talking like, and these guys are doing like 200. My one guy, first meet on 275 pound meet total after already having a good total, and stayed healthy the whole time. And I'm like, people are like, what's this guy running? I'm like, we got this dude on 250 test and 100 master on, and then if his joints hurt, we take 2 IUs of growth every other day, and he usually dumps that after he feels good. So this guy is straight on. This is 100% truth. 250 test, 100 master on, and he just cruises there. We stay there. He's good to go. Doesn't need to go any further. Monster.
Well, the point I was trying to make with Mike as well is that eventually they're still going to have to learn how to pull the nutrition, the rest, all the other pillars. They need to learn how to pull those triggers. So it's better to learn how to pull those before the PEDs. Yeah. Because even after the PEDs, you're still going to have to learn how to pull those, because they're only going to take you so far.
Yeah.
Right. So why not milk those, push yourself into an age to when you start, it will work better.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what Mike was saying.
Well, and if you wait longer and you're in the sport and you're going to end up being somewhat health conscious. I mean, how many guys that have been super high level power lifters that were natural didn't somewhere stumble across, hey, I need to sleep and I need to eat right and I need to maximize my natural potential. So you're going to learn all of those lessons and how to be disciplined and all that stuff.
Oh, they all do.
Right? If you talk to these natty guys that are high level lifters, they are fucking dialed in, man. They have everything dialed in.
Yes.
They're like, I peak my on the crescent moon. I do all my overload squats. It's like, what the fuck? Everything's crazy, crazy dialed in.
Yeah.
And then now they add fuel to that fire.
Well, and we've seen people that have gone from the drug tested side to the open side, and normally those are always the all-time best.
No shit, yeah. It's plain as day.
Which is funny to me, right? Because while they're dominating or doing very well on the drug-tested side, everybody says they're taking shit.
Yeah.
Across the board, they're all taking shit. But then 2 years later, when they actually decide to, they kind of have to eat their words because, well, if that was true, but usually the pushback on that is, well, now they're just taking way more. Like, dude, it doesn't work like that.
Was, anybody that's like, no, you don't know this. Like,
many people can tell you it does not work like that from personal experience.
Okay, so this was one of my gripes with the conversation, respectfully, for you and Dr. Mike. I love Dr. Mike, represent Michigan. You've had a lot of Michigan guys on here, man. And it's good to be in the driver's seat now that Michigan's whooping some Ohio State ass. It's very nice. I just wanted to put that out there.
I got a weird relationship with that one. I root for both teams until they play each other. Then it's Ohio State. It wasn't always that way.
Yeah, well, I mean, we got bullied for a long time, so I can't say shit. But my gripe with it, and this is going to be a little bit, on the realer side of things, is that, you have guys that have a very a high IQ and they're very witty, or they're, they do well in school and they have friends and all this stuff. And
they have friends like the other group doesn't have friends.
No, I mean, just like they're popular with people. You know what I mean? Like they could fit in with the in crowd. Right?
I get it.
Some of these people, when they make their choice to step on to or get onto PEDs, they have already been in the depths of hell for a long time, and this seems like a viable option to get them out. If somebody's life is all sunshine and rainbows, they're not going to be contemplating this thing. Now, some guys like me, this compounded my physical and mental health tenfold. I was a goddamn mess of a human being before I started to do this thing. And I would go back and do more of it and sooner. Not that I recommend that at all, but if I would have known the impact that it had, and I look back at how deep in the well I was and how dark that shit got, it's a very easy decision to make when you can have things like confidence for the first time. You can be good at something for the first time. You can maybe get an attaboy from that guy at the gym that's been holding you under his wing and just watching you fuck your life up for a long period of time. Some of these people are not just blind meatheads that are juicing the fuck out for no damn blind reason at all. It's better than the alternative of hanging in your fucking closet because shit has gotten so bad that you just want to be good at something. And if somebody can give you a little rocket boost or an advantage to get there, then you're going to take anything you want because you're grasping at straws either fucking way.
No, that's a good point, because I would put myself in that category.
That's a lot of people. And I think that right now that's getting demonized kind of in a way, not directly, but indirectly.
I get it. Yeah.
And it's just, I'm like, this isn't all sunshine and rainbows for everybody, man. Like, no, like some of these people aren't getting scholarships. They don't have a good job at a high school. They don't have a good family life. So their family, in part, indirectly becomes their gym guys. And if you want to juice out with the bros, and then you're one of the motherfuckers that people are looking at and asking you what you do and how much you bench and what do you got to eat to look like that, or what's your workout regimen, or hey, big guy, that little shit to people that don't have a good support system or a healthy way of coping with their inadequacies, that is a lifesaver for some of these people.
Oh, I would 100% agree with that. And when I had Micah out on the podcast, that's an extreme example of that, right? Because his path was one of the worst that I've heard before that.
Yep.
Right? And for a lot of people, the alternative is way worse.
Way worse, yeah.
Way worse, to where you're talking drug overdose, death, prison, jail, things like that, to where...
Some of these people are addicts.
Yes.
And when we give them this stuff, they get addicted into something that will make your life healthy, or healthy, right?
Well, for them, healthy, right? Because the mental health will increase, their health will increase. They're going to stop doing a lot of the shit they were doing before.
Well, because they're going to get addicted to something else, because the amount of reward, right? They have a quick reward from the stuff. If you jump on and start lifting weights and eating clean, you're going to get bigger, stronger, and leaner. And then if you don't stink like shit, somebody's probably going to like it. That was a quote by Ray Lewis. He said his grandma used to say, stay clean and somebody's going to like you, right? So you get some of this stuff where this is a way out of literally everything in this person's life. And then we already talked about this on the last one about the microcosm that the weight room teaches you for the rest of your life. These people, and myself included, and like you said yourself, we learn how to navigate the entire rest of our life from doing this stuff. And then we have these other people that want to demonize it or call you a fucking juice head. And then they're sitting there and they have nothing going on in their life. They're a regular motherfucker, like we talked about those guys before.
Well, their social groups also change too. Right. So they go from hanging around, other people that will lead them down that other path into people who are training to get strong. The only pushback I would say on that is, given that case, not immediately, but over a period of time, they should come to the realization of what that really is doing.
Well, exactly.
So they can work on their life if it's not there.
Well, exactly. But then you're starting to like stuff like that misconception that they gave all you guys, like it was a bunch of prison guys and thugs at Westside, and then all of a sudden you guys were sitting down, everybody's like, no, we had a very stable home. So when you get involved in there, chances are that there's going to be a good, solid role model of a man, younger, older, the same age than you, as you in that group is going to be pretty high, and they're going to teach you some lessons, and then one of them's going to have kids, and he's going to have a nice home life, and you're probably going to go, hey, that's better than all this fucking trash that I'm dealing with in my end, so I should probably strive to do that. Hey, what do you do? Oh, hey, I went and worked for the union, or I'm an operator, I did this trade, or hey, I went to school, whatever. You're going to start to pick up these lessons that maybe your father didn't teach or something that happened. You're going to pick that up in the weight room, and then you're going to be part of that crew. You have a family. Some of these people finally have a family for the first fucking time ever. They're part of something where they've never been part of anything because they've been a misfit. At least now they're a misfit in another group of misfits, and somebody can, when they tweak out and get really pissed off and throw a weight because they feel like a little pussy and they don't want to ever go back to being that weak little bitch, somebody in that group is going to understand why they're having a freak out, and they're not going to be like, hey, relax, man, it's just weights. Like, what's going on? It's going to be like, no, I understand exactly where you're going because we're running from the same fucking animal. That's it.
The one interesting thing with the younger kids taking the PEDs is, and how it's becoming more and more popular, or seems to be. I'm very hesitant on saying things in absolutes because I don't believe social media. It's just.
It was that's my thing. Like that's why I didn't mean to categorize all.
No, I get it. But out of everybody that I've known that's ever taken shit, I don't know a single person that's ever gone to like a 15-year-old or a 14-year-old and said, hey, you should be taking shit. Not one.
Never. It's never happened.
So whoever's selling it to them's fucking dirtbag in the first place.
The people that have mental episodes when they're running stuff have mental episodes when they were natural as well. This exacerbates it. Now, that is up to people. Like we talked about my lifter last time that Louis got a hold of, and then he shot him up to 380, and the kid's fucking gone. He's gone off the deep end now. And so that's a very rare case. We don't hear that a lot. That doesn't happen normally because they have guys like us that give a fuck about people. And if it's a random kid that walks in off the street, you're going to give a fuck about him and you're going to help them out, and we're going to advise them on, hey, that's probably a dumb fucking idea. And so most people are going to even Joe bodybuilder at the local gym that isn't as into it as we are, that took kind of probably most of us under their wing, even those guys, that guy at my gym, his name was Steve Scharnweber. He's one of my best friends and he's a mentor to me for my whole life. He changed everything for me because he took me under his wing and he said, you can do something. Go to college. You are smart. You don't have to be like the rest of your shitbag family that sits in this town and gets kicked out of bars and causes all this shit and gets arrested. You can go do something. And then he told me what to do. So I went to the same college as him. I followed the same path. He went and played Olivet College football. That's where I did. I did this. And he said, get your degree. And he's like, don't wait around and don't fuck around and do this. He's like, go into something with your degree. Do this, do this, do this. And then I followed what he told me. And he was there in a very limited capacity. It was like a text every 6 months. And I would be, I'm doing this. Thank you for helping me. And they said, I'm proud of you. You're doing great right now. Go to the next thing. Go to the next thing. Go to the next thing. That little thing, looking back now after I got into therapy and I figured out that I hated myself, that's why I had a lack of discipline, right? So we're talking, we laid this out and I figured out that discipline is the highest form of self-love. The reason why I was not disciplined before is because I didn't love myself. I fucking hated myself. And so when I have...
What do you mean by not disciplined?
I wasn't disciplined in anything. Nothing. Zero aspects of anything. Literally nothing. I can't even think of something that I had discipline with outside of probably drinking. I would be disciplined that I would get fucked up with the boys as many times as I could. That would probably be it.
Yeah.
But we started working through this stuff, and I realized, like, oh, wow, I didn't have, that was why I was not disciplined. I had no self-love. I wasn't worthy of the discipline. Why would I go be disciplined if I'm a piece of shit? So then I started to chip away, become more disciplined, take on more responsibility. Oh, you can handle this responsibility. People can rely on you for things. You're not as much of a piece of shit. Okay, I'm a little more disciplined. And then all of a sudden, you start, educating yourself on the mental health side of things. And then you realize that, hey, man, I was just a human being. I made a fucking mistake. You forgive yourself. And then you go a little further. You get a little bit older. You learn more. And then, hey, what caused me to make those mistakes? Oh, it's probably a little bit of trauma from my parents. And then you get a little bit more mature. And then you realize your parents are just fucking people. So I forgave them too. And then all that weight's gone off my shoulders. And then wouldn't you know it, okay, started getting that in line. Okay, and then I started having successful relationships. I met my wife. I have a family. I have kids. Financial side of things go up. And now I have a beautiful house. It's not rocket science. You have to get the fuck out of your way, but you have to go talk to these people, or you have to have a guy like I had in the weight room that took me under his wing and said, hey, man, I care about you. Like, you can go do something. Stay in here with me. We're doing fucking shoulders every Saturday. We're cranking on the Judas Priest, and we're gonna drink a bunch of fucking whatever. That's probably, I think it was like a Surge energy drink at that time, pure sugar. But he was like, he made it okay to be a fucking meathead and want to do that. And I saw that. Hey man, it's cool to be an alpha male, because he was very smart. He's an engineer at Ford. And it was like, this guy's successful. He's a fucking meathead. He played sports. He did all this stuff. Like, this is cool. I'm going to go do that. Let's go.
Well, meanwhile, you're seeing progress in the gym too,
Exactly.
which is showing you that the discipline actually has rewards. Right?
That's why you have to take these young kids under your wing. It is a fucking duty. If you are a successful human being in any right, even if you think that you don't have good advice, your station, if you've made it past your 20s and you have kind of your life together, like, you're going to have a lesson to offer some other young kid. Help the fucking kids out. And they're not that hard to help out. These kids, like, okay, if you lend a young guy $100, that's a lot of fucking money. $100 to us, like, okay, well, my kid shits 9 times a day. That's going to be some diapers. Like, okay, what the fuck, you know what I mean? So, like, you can help these guys out, or just, hey, an attaboy, hey, you did good. I saw that you posted that you aced that test. That's good. How did you do that? Oh, did you study? Okay, look at that. How do we put that in the rest of life? You're going to get out what you put into it, okay? So they have a reinforcement of some kind, because some of these kids don't have it. Some of these kids act like they have it and they don't. That's the shit that people got to be doing, man. But it's wildly it's just weird. Nobody wants to talk about this shit, man. Or well, it's getting better now, because now we're seeing a little bit of an online.
Yeah. So why not help the broccoli heads?
Oh, I know. I will. After I kind of taper down from my little
Well, there's a difference though, because there's kind of like unsolicited advice.
Oh yeah.
And then it's still unsolicited, but you can tell the kids that need help and the ones that don't.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Especially if you were one. You can see it a mile away.
You can see, well, I was going to say, that's like, they might as well be wearing a fucking sign on their head.
Yeah.
But, it's like some of these guys, like, I don't want to come across as offering unsolicited advice, like from some pedestal, because I don't put myself on a pedestal like that. And I also don't want to, step on their toes and offend them like they're doing something wrong, because they're probably just going to tell me to fuck off. And I just don't like, I don't know. I want to help a lot of people, but I feel like there's a very specific group that I'm here to help. And that's these kids, these misfit kids that are getting into powerlifting that aren't going to be Mr. Johnny fucking signing autographs with people.
Well, they'll be more open to it as well, because you can't help everybody. And if you try to help everybody, you're going to help nobody.
You're not going to help anybody.
Yes.
That was why I'm kind of like, I'm honing in on my demographic little by little. And then it's easier to spot the kids that need some fucking help. And then it's easy to spot the kids that don't need help. It's like, hey, they just need a little bit of a nudge, or they just need somebody to say, hey, do this. Some people need the whole shebang. You gotta be a friend to some of these people, and that's okay. You don't gotta be a therapist. Don't try to be a therapist. That's not your job. But it's okay to be a friend with your athletes, instead of just, hey man, that looks solid. That's it. That's the end of the communication. You can get these people involved in your life. It's better for business, okay? So for the people that are all about the money, that's fine. It's better for business. They're going to stay with you for a long time. If you really like real rewards, human rewards, then you get to help this person. And then when they're 5 years down the road, they have their first kid. They said, I would have never made that there if it wasn't for you guiding me through those years and the lessons I learned in the weight room. That's the reward. You don't need any money for that.
Yeah. And that will get passed on to their kids.
That's why I say they got to pay you back. I go, you help the next guy when you can. That's your duty. Mm-hmm. I don't need the $100 that I gave you 6 months ago so you could get some fucking food and some gas. I don't care about that. I'm like, pass it to the next guy when you can. And then if we all do this, we'll get lifted up as men. What we're going to see right now this is going to get weird. I'm not trying to get off topic on the lifting, but what we're seeing now, especially after Corona, everything is so easily accessible to allow yourself to live a fully secluded life. Your groceries can get delivered. Your job's online. You pay your bills online. You don't have to go anywhere. People are making really good money now for doing nothing but sitting on their computer. What is going to happen if we don't help these men is we're going to have people with no friends, no skills, no self-worth, no self-love, which means no discipline. They're going to be sitting in their basement. And what happens when you sit in your basement by yourself? There's no one to talk to, so all you do is blame the rest of the people. That's going to stew, and it's going to stew. And then when it comes time to court a female, they're not going to have the skills, so they're going to stew, they're going to stew, they're going to stew. And then it's going to become a pressure cooker because all you're doing is sitting there alone with your own thoughts. So people think that things are bad now. Keep treating these young men the way that you're treating them and telling them that they're evil and that they're toxic men and all of this stuff. And I'll bet your ass in the next 10 years that things are going to get exponentially worse. We need to have alpha males and we need to have strong men at the helm of this shit. That has to happen. That is a biological primitive thing. That happens. Hierarchies are going to manifest themselves. We've seen it again over again and again in nature, and we see it in everything. We see it in weight rooms, right? So we see it is sometimes it's the strongest dude who's the head of the crew, but eventually that guy gets hurt because he's just brawn. The guy that's strong and smart that has the mix, or the guy that's too smart that doesn't have enough brawn. It's the mix of the two. You have to be an educated bad motherfucker. And then we need more of those to teach the next generation of kids that they have some self-worth. They're not evil. It's okay to be a man. All right, that's it.
With those, right? So it's because I'll think back, like I'll hear things like that, then I'll think back to, gyms that I grew up in, right? And out of the gyms I grew up in, the majority of them were people that didn't really give a shit about the training anyhow. Yeah. So they still fit the demographic that you're kind of talking about. But so the strong men or the people that you're defining have never been like the 100%. Yeah. Right. It's always, I don't want to say the minority, because I'm sure there's less now than there were in the past, yeah. But they were never the majority either. Right. So I flip that message around a lot of times if I'm speaking to younger men, and we'll put it as, say, when you were younger coming up, or when I was younger coming up, there's other men we have to compete against for education, sport, whatever. You got to earn your spot, or place in a meet or whatever it's going to be.
Competition's part of life.
So it's, competition's part of life. And so they were there, and it was that smaller percentage, right, of total, right, that were there. And so the message I'll put out to those younger people is, and I do believe this is so, if there's less people, men that are fitting that stereotype, then you as a young man have less competition than what you had or what I had, right? Which should motivate you to be even more disciplined, because if there is this hierarchy, then you're going to be higher in that hierarchy with less competition than anybody's ever had before.
Exactly.
So in one regard, socially it's not great, but individually, if you're in that demographic, it's actually not too bad.
No, it's not at all.
Right? Because then you can do basically whatever you want. Anybody can do whatever they want if they set their mind to it to a certain degree.
And you're a rare breed that is extinct right now, or endangered. We'll call them, or they're endangered species right now. Like human beings that are useful. Remove the computer from most of these guys. They are useless. They don't have skill. They can't protect anything physically. They don't know how to use a weapon. They don't know how to fight. They don't know how to do anything. They can't move anything heavy. They can do nothing. When the bad man's at the door, they can curl up in the corner and call the police. They can't do anything to protect anybody. There are still women out there. My wife likes being a woman, biologically, emotionally, everything. I like her being a woman. She likes me being a man. Unison. It's very primal. It's very normal. We can have these things. They're teaching these kids that they can't be manly. It is completely insane. Like, it's okay to be good at stuff and to lift heavy objects for people and to help the old lady across the street and also study and also go to a therapist and see, and have all of this stuff. You can be a useful human being. It's also okay to go help the other generation and go out there and try to help more and more people. All of this stuff makes you a very useful human being. And then, to your point, that's gonna set you light years ahead of everybody else.
Well, yeah, but it's going back. I think it's a bad idea to rely on our educators to raise our children.
Oh, yeah.
That should be the parents in the community and the gyms that you train in. It takes a village to raise a child. I've never included the educators as being part of that village.
Never. I never thought of that once. Yep.
I think that a lot of criticism is being misplaced to where it needs to be placed on the village that's actually raising that kid, or should be
exactly
raising that kid.
Well, that's when we're in this computer age and this post-coronavirus age. Then it's what village? They don't have a village because they don't allow themselves access to the village, and their parents are just not making them get off their video games or whatever the hell is happening. But this is a fucking recipe for disaster. They can't meet guys like us that want to help them, or they can't meet the alpha male, or they can't develop a useful skill if they won't leave their goddamn computer. So what's going to happen when you get to the age where you realize that you have to be a useful human being in society, but you're fucking terrified because you have no skills of any kind, socially, physically, mentally, or other? What's going to happen? You're going to probably resent everybody, and you're going to hate everybody, and you're going to blame society. Then you're going to see some real evil shit. That's what's going to happen. And it's fucking scary, man. I don't like thinking about it because it's just, the more I let myself go down that rabbit hole, I'm like, dude, this is bad. It
is, but and I go down the same type of rabbit holes, but I try to look at different scenarios to where, it took you until you were 27 to figure it out.
Yes.
Right. So against odds, right?
I wasn't raised by social media and the internet though.
Yeah.
So that's a little different. That's my fear is that the village is now being replaced by the internet, and we all know how awful the internet is.
Well, the village can be bad too.
Village can be bad. I don't know if we can compare anything to as bad as social media and the internet is.
Oh, I don't know. If somebody's raised in a cult and it's all fucked up.
Oh, well, yeah. Okay. Yes. I guess in that scenario, yes.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, psyche wise, right? Imagine just growing up, right? Like, if you're buying into the message, or you just, you don't have the complexity or the ability to cope with and understand them throwing, this toxic stuff at you. You're a man, you're toxic, you're violent, all this stuff. They're throwing that at you. And then on the other side of that, all you're doing is seeing hyper successful men online with like 10 girls on a boat. And they're like, I made $3 million in a day because I did, I did advertising or some crazy, whatever, online marketing or social media marketing, whatever it is. And then all you're doing is seeing really polarized things. You're seeing the horrible part of society that's blaming you for everything, or telling you that you're horrible, or telling you that you have no skills, or like everything, you need to fear everything. And then you see hyper successful men, and then you don't know how to bridge the gap. Like that's a very hard thing to reconcile. And it would be probably exponentially harder to reconcile if you have no skills, and then just cut to one day and your parents are about to pass away and you're in your mid 30s and you've been living at their house the whole time in seclusion and darkness, and your mental health is completely fucked. The reason why we know it's going to be fucked is because you don't get any sunlight. And that for a long period of time has a direct effect on your mental health. Testosterone's down the fucking dumpster. So not only do you not have the social skills to court the women, but you don't even have the physical ability to do anything with the women anyway. This whole thing is going to spiral, man. It's going to be bad. I need to stop talking about this because I go down this rabbit hole with my guys too. I'm like, I tell them, they're like, Coach, we're not talking about training anymore. I'm like, God damn it, sorry.
Well, I like to flip it back, right, and say that how's that really that much different than Teen Beat and all the magazines that, you know, we grew up with and all that, you know, so is it all just kind of the same shit, but it's a different medium that's being pushed through, or is it not? I don't know.
I don't know either. What's scary is the ease of access and the reach.
Yeah.
You have these kids like post on a TikTok. It's like 3 billion likes or something. I don't know how many people are on the planet. I don't know. 3 million likes, something like that. But they're just reaching so many kids. And I saw when I started, it was already there. It was like, oh my God, all of these coaches are so hyper successful. Oh my God, they all have 30 world record holders that they coach. Oh my God, they have so many, they have so many good PT and rehab exercises. Their programming is amazing. You know what I mean? I don't know. I would see that and I was like, dude, is everybody like?
Yeah, but I think I think there's a certain time where you realize perception's not reality, you know, because as I was growing up, you'd flip through Muscle and Fitness Flex magazine or whatever, and you see these pro bodybuilders and they have these fucking sport cars and, you know, a walk-in closet of fucking Jordans. Then you find out years later they're broke as fuck. They were always broke as fuck. You know, it was just,
we had to make it to that spot where we could peer behind that curtain and be like, oh, okay, this is not at all what I thought it was.
Yeah. And that's where, and today it's easier to peer behind the curtain because of social media.
Oh, exactly.
Right?
Well, yeah, they're gonna show
it. It's just reframing the perception, you know, with the kids that we communicate with is, you know, you understand, say with powerlifting, like you understand they're not posting the shitty reps.
No, well, exactly. They're never posting a failure.
Yes.
They're never posting a bad workout. Like, hey, I had to shut it down today. This or like, you know, whatever. They're never posting life stuff. This just reminded me of a story. I have to word this right because I don't want to give away who this is, but there was a really big squatter in Michigan, and this is what made me realize that I didn't want to be all in the way that I thought all in was with like, hey, I'll do whatever it takes to do this. And this guy was a really high level lifter, and I thought this was a badass human being, one of these types that I was talking about that society needs. And then cut to years down the road, I ended up meeting his son, and his son told me how horrible of a parent he was. And it was because by listening to it, there was a lot of trauma there. There was a lot of mental health issues. There was some abuse and some neglect and all that stuff. And I was like, I already dealt with my share of that, and that's never going to be passed down to fucking anybody. That generational shit is going to stop with me right dead in its tracks. And that scared the fuck out of me. Like I was like, oh, is this how out of control this can get to where you can not be a good person even if you're a good person in your soul? Like that was when I was like, okay, can this be like a drug addict, like a real drug, like, you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, of course.
What we would think of as a real drug addict. And then from the conversations I had with this kid, it was 100% seemed like it was like that. Now we're never gonna know, you know, psychologically, situationally, whatever. But like that scared the fuck out of me. And this guy that was telling me this was, you could tell that he was traumatized by it, and that was really, and he was a grown man too at this time. And that was very sad to see, and I felt for him. I empathized with him very, very much because it was very sad at the time. He was telling me, I was tearing up and shit. I was like, wow, that's fucking not the way anyone saw that. And, you know, here I was thinking, oh, you got this badass role model dad, like he was a lifter, you're going to be a lifter, you can follow in his footsteps. And then it was like, no, it wasn't like that at all. It was fucking trend D-ball fucking test, and then we're going to chase something here, and then your kids don't matter. You're not part of that. You're in the way.
Oh yeah, no, I've known many people like that. You know, that's again where the perception's not the reality. You know, pick your role models, select, you know, very selectively, or don't have role models and pick characteristics of people that you would like to emulate.
I think that ends up being what it boils down to anyway.
Yes. And now, before we started the podcast, we were talking about band shit. So you were talking about, because I was laying out what my last squat cycle was, which was a little whacked, but I thought it, as I was saying, I thought it was going to be like a deload cycle, and it ended up being one of the hardest cycles I ever went through my entire life because of suspended chains and bands and all this other kind of shit. And it's interesting because I don't train for really anything. So my ability to pivot's a little bit easier. But after that third week, it's like, okay, that was enough. If I look at this from the macro cycle level, it's time for a hypertrophy phase because it fucked me I'm still fucked. And it was a week ago. And you were saying something about, because we were talking about suspending kettlebells from bands on the squat.
Yeah, we were talking about like the Rhino bars and the earthquake bars. And I was telling Dave about how it's a really great option for coaches, and I found this out with younger demographics, and it like cuts the learning time in half. Like some of this stuff, okay, like yes, like we have to preface everything now because we're online. But yes, I would love all of my people to be able to take a 2-hour seminar on how to press overhead with perfect scapular position, T-spine mobility, and lat mobility, right? That doesn't happen in real life. Well, even if it does, are they going to remember it once they go home? Well, exactly. And so like these guys, I have a group of wrestlers that I was talking about in this conversation, but I was telling them about how I can put a bamboo bar with hanging weights in their hand and it's going to look shaky because that's the point of the bar. But when I analyze it from the backside and we're looking, their shoulder blades are moving nice. Their shoulders don't hurt. They internally rotate, punch through, and they get a good pressing pattern. And it's relatively lightweight, but it's very challenging for them. And they're a regular sport athlete, not a strength sport athlete. So I don't need to build the absolute strength of their overhead press. So it's a very, very good option. It's challenging. And what I believe it does is that it makes all of the stability components, the local stabilizers, we could think of it as, in the shoulder instead of the big, large global stabilizers, or the global movers, but it allows them to fire in the right way, just like when we start to kind of centrate joints or do corrective work and then things move better. Or like you might have had this happen where like you'll move a better way and you'll have increased mobility. Like I know when I stack right, like when I use an SSB, because I'm hyperextended like a motherfucker, my rib cage is always flared, and that's what I always work on. When I stack with an SSB down in here, boom, I can open up my hips like fucking crazy because everything's stacked right. So we see this a lot with these. I see a lot with the bamboo bars, and we do it like Xerxer squatting, overhead pressing, and that hanging weight. It's a lot different than trying to train, obviously, on the horrible, like unstable surface training. Yeah. We're stable on the surface, or we're rooted into the ground stable enough, and then we can start to press or squat or hinge with an unstable surface. It works wonders for the strongman. I used to have my strongmen when they were peaking for their circus dumbbell. We would just do normal linear reps, 8s, 5s, 3s, 1, roll back. And then their secondary day, we would just do bamboo bar overhead, hang some kettlebells from some minis or some light bands, and they would just walk 180 feet down and back, switch arms, go. The more stability they had in that shoulder, the better their overhead press would be with a single arm. The reason being is that we all know about the traction control mechanism of the body. If you are more stable, your body will allow you to produce more force because you're safer. And you're you can drive more neurological output to that implement or that dumbbell or whatever it is, among a bunch of other things. We can get really nuanced with that. But just in general, if you're more stable, then you're pressing more weight, and that's a really great tool. What's awesome about it is that you can get really good work, and I was telling Dave about how I built my entire secondary day. I was doing inverse grip, Rhino bar, and I just draped the chains over, so very unstable. And I got to the point where I could rep 400 pounds in hanging weight. So the bar is like 8 pounds or something. It's like 408. And this still makes no sense to me because I rep that for like 12 to like a one board. And then straight weight, 275, inverse grip on a barbell still was causing a fuck ton of pain in my shoulders. So it was that significant to allow me to train on that secondary day, and then that kind of ties everything that we talked about in, like auto-regulating and stuff. Very good option if you're feeling beat up and you still want to get some good work in. And then we started to throw it in for the wrestlers as well. We would do Xerxer carries with the SSB, use some short light bands and hang some chains, or we do a regular light band and hang some 25s or 45s off of it. And that SSB with the angle this way forces that rib cage down, but you learn how to actually brace and then move your lower limbs. So we just do carries with that, 180 feet down, 180 feet back. We're going to get into some really badass stuff this summer, but that's a demographic that I'm dipping into now. Is I'm getting a lot more fighters and grapplers, and I fucking love those guys. They're just, you can't make them tired. They're freaks.
See, as I process that, I wonder, and it's definitely not all, but when you're talking about the overhead without the static, without the walking, is some of that partially because the rep speed is so much slower?
I would assume so, right?
Right, but that kind of gets contradicted though when you talk about walking with it overhead, because there's no rep speed. So then the question would be, is it more the isometric contraction for that period of, in other words, could the same thing be accomplished with just the isometric contraction or the static contraction?
My theory on it is that when we're doing that long of a duration of time under tension with an unstable object, that somewhere across that time under tension, the main muscles, even if you're fucked up in your pattern, the global stabilizer or the global movers that are stabilizing where they shouldn't in an improper pattern, like we're not deep in the scap with the scap depressed, and to really provide a good stable shoulder girdle. I think though, like even if you're tricep and delting it, that'll fry out, and then you're going to revert eventually to the secondary mechanism. And that's part of what I saw exactly in the training. That was my hypothesis. And then the training supported that, because the longer I did time under tension, the more that progressed linear. That was like adding 5 pounds a week. So I would just add time, or I would add more instability for the same time.
How do you add more instability?
You add multiple bells.
I got you. Okay,
right?
Yeah,
so you add multiple bells, or you can start to get into multiple levels of things. You could do 2 hanging bells and then 1 swinging chain. Or you could do a kettlebell and then hang another kettlebell from that, so there's a 2-point exit.
Yeah, okay.
I did that with a log walking overhead. Holy fucking hell, that was horrible.
Well, I was going to say, in some cases, when you add more weight, it becomes more stable.
Well, that exactly, right? So that was what the trade-off was. I noticed that, right? So we start to get to where we have a 70-pound kettlebell, it would just bend the bar and it would depress you so much that you're just locked out. It felt like you were carrying just a barbell overhead. So that's when we started to figure out, we need to add more instability with lighter. So that was what we started to eat up. I don't know if they designed it like this, but it would make sense. They had those 3 slots on the bamboo bar. And so we would add 3 kettlebells. Yeah. And then that lightweight was carrying over better to the performance stability with the circus dumbbell than adding heavier weight. So that was good.
That makes sense, because it's going to want to throw away around.
Well, exactly, right? More. So then that was like, okay, well then we actually are, because some stuff, like some stuff gimmicky. It's like, okay, if we're standing on this weirdly shaped thing and we're working our balance, are we training balance and getting that adaptation? Not really in that scenario. In this scenario, it's like, okay, this thing's really unstable. We're working our stabilizers. That correlation seemed a little bit rudimentary to me, but then it checked out, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, and well, with all that, I think it's using it enough to see if it checks out.
Yeah, and that was why you have to have the trial and error. You got to have time in your program to do that, because I would have never known. Yeah,
because sometimes you don't know the exact mechanism as to why it did work.
And I'm still, like, I understand the dots are connected. Yeah. There's a little bit of a deep science thing that I still want to grasp and maybe make it better. But as of now, we know hold stable thing overhead and move, and then your press is going to get better. Hypothetically, because you're just more stable, you can produce more force.
Yeah. I want to make sure to cover some of the topics that you wanted to talk about. So you had some notes?
Oh, I got a lot of notes. Started making this like a year and a half ago. It's like an ancient sea scroll by this time. Sorry, these goddamn phones. I don't know how to use this thing yet. All right, where are we at? Dave Pod Topics. There's a lot of weird ranting that I have to read through and then figure out, what did I mean by that? One good one that I didn't even see yet, but I'm doing. But I wanted to talk, one good one that transformed the way that I laid out accessory work was thinking about junk volume in terms of like accessory, right? So.
Well, what is junk volume would be my first question.
So junk volume, to lay out an example, would be unneeded volume on a body part that already got adequate volume, right? So if we're in a shirt and we do a max effort bench that's like a 12 out of 10 grinder, and then we're trying to do an 8 rep max football bar skull crusher, our tries are probably significantly roasted for that day. Is that a good programming choice, or is that junk volume? I would say it's probably junk volume. Now, there is a weird line between what we would consider like SPP, GPP, and junk volume, right? Because something like my guys, I thought tricep extensions, high rep, 200 with a mini, or a light band for some of the strong guys, would be kind of falling. I was kind of like, that's kind of junk volume. I don't know if I like that after we do heavy benches. But we take it out and then we see a drop, or we take it out and we see some elbow issues. So that goes in. I believe that kind of would be more of like just a general, like we're pumping blood into there as almost an instantaneous active recovery type of a weird thing.
Yeah.
I don't question it. I just know that if we take it out, it gets worse, so I keep it in.
Well, for single joint stuff, I would say it's more that, probably recovery, blood flow. For multi-joint things, I would tend to think we're talking more work capacity.
Yeah.
Now I push down probably how much is that going to build work capacity?
Well, yeah, well, exactly, right. And then so I kind of I started to go down this rabbit hole of thinking, and it started to really revolutionize the way I kind of touched on it with my bicep stuff. So I stopped just programming in, hey, we're doing biceps here. So for the strongman, they pick up stones, or for a mixed grip deadlifter, they need to have this supination and this full extension, and they need to have this external rotation at the shoulder, and they need to have full mobility and strength of this distal bicep tendon. So I started to look at it as in, are we programming efficiently to actually, this segues perfect. Okay, so this whole overall concept was, why are cookie cutter programs a good thing? Holy shit, let's bar the doors, people, because everybody's going to freak the fuck out when they hear that. Cookie cutters are very good because you can run science experiments when you have everybody running similar programming, okay? And we're power lifters, and most of the postural correctives that you see, or the postural issues you see, are the same things that kind of cause issues in powerlifting, right? So if we have horrible T-spine, we're flexed all the time, we have a really tight upper back and tight pecs and everything, that's the same as sitting at a computer all day, and we can kind of correct it the same way. It's a very simplistic example, but the whole thing being, well, I'll get back to the accessory before we get that far. So my whole thing was, when I was thinking about the accessory, I was like, okay, tricep accessory for a strongman. What is needed here? Do we need this type of, are we doing this? Okay, well, how are their triceps required to be used in an overhead press? Well, we're going to be stretched overhead. The long head of the tricep connects to the scap. So we need to have full mobility there. Can they reach back and do a behind the head tricep extension? No. Can we use that as a loaded mobility exercise / tendon health? We're going through full range of motion and still smoke the triceps. Yes. So I start, that's a very efficient exercise. Okay. So now overhead pressers are doing a lot of behind the head tricep extension, because we're forced to control the scap and then also bend at the elbow, creating a scenario, if you're pulling your scap down in the right way, we're going to be at about maximum length functionally of our long head of our tricep. And then once you know it, we threw that in, and now we're a lot more functional with our program, or we're more efficient with our program design by choosing a efficient accessory. Same thing with the bicep. Instead of we're just going to blindly do hammer curls, okay, well, we know that we need all the stuff I laid out on the bicep. So, okay, we have wide grip barbell curls. I don't give a fuck about how your biceps look as a strength athlete. I care about the health of the distal bicep tendon. I care about the supination at the forearm. I care about the external rotation at the shoulder. So if you're doing a wide grip barbell curl and I'm watching you cave in like this and then cut it short, I know that we don't have the requisite mobility there to prevent an injury at the bicep. So then we make them pack the scaps, and then we're going full range. We're locking the elbows out. We're squeezing. We're locking the elbows out. And then wouldn't you know it, wrist pain, elbow pain went away, shoulder pain went away, bicep injuries went down. Then on the other day, I wanted to just throw a variation in there. So then they do incline bench dumbbell, supinated dumbbell curls, right? Because it's the same thing. Once every 3-4 weeks, I'll throw them in something. Let's do some concentration curls or some hammer curls, whatever. Let's just pump it up a little bit. That's fine. But there is another layer, and this is where we need to be specializing. We don't need to have some crazy custom programmed thing in for like a power lifter that's doing a classic raw meet we're going to be doing squats and benches and deadlifts. Okay, so why do we need to have some drastic overhaul? Now, yeah, there is going to be a time for a pause or whatever, but guess what we started to do? We started to cut those cookies and fucking send them out. The reason being is everybody was getting strong as fuck, so why not? And then also, I can run experiments. All right, so all the strongmen, they start doing behind the head tricep extension, full range of motion, stretch that fucker out, open the rib, or drop the rib cage, open up this lat, open up this T-spine, and stretch out that long head. Wouldn't you know? All right, we started hammering those. Rack positions started to get right here. We started launching weights overhead. Everybody's elbows felt good. Their shoulders felt good. Oh, well, part of the shoulder, right? Bicep tendonitis, right? Well, that's all gone because we started selecting better exercises, right? So the main program to the naked eye looks like a cookie cutter program, but some of the guys were opening up the bicep more. Some guy had general bicep. They had good mobility. All right, we're pumping the biceps. That's fine. Some guys that had, like my one guy that has awesome T-spine mobility and lat mobility, I go pick triceps. Go do triceps. You're good. He doesn't need that in his program. That's where we specialize. He does the same max effort overhead press. He does the same reps and the same sets on the other day. So yeah, that's a cookie cutter program, but what it allows me to do is run real world experiments. If you are running experiments scientifically, right? Well, we'll call it scientifically in air quotes because, you know, it's not double blind controlled study, but if you come across something that works across this demographic of people that are natural, kids, single, blah, 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 every life scenario, just fought with his girlfriend. This guy's in the honeymoon phase, everything. If that fucking thing works for all of those people, then you hit something good. Mm-hmm. You're onto some gold there, okay? You're never going to be able to find that if we're customizing every single thing every single time for every single little problem. We can't notice the trends, right? So it's almost anti-science in a certain way if we go too far the other way.
Well, when I take what you just said and I apply it to a power lifter, and this is one of the things I cover when I have the train your ass off thing and I have people out that I'm helping, is what you try to do as a power lifter is to maximize 3 lifts in the shortest range of motion you possibly can because you can lift more weight.
Yes.
Right? So at what point in time in any specialized powerlifting program are you taking your tricep through a full range of motion?
Yep.
Right. Or at what point in time, even with your hips, your knees, are you ever going into an ass to grass bottom end squat? You know, or your pecs, at what point in time are you ever getting to end range of the pecs? Now that doesn't need to be trained heavy, but it can simply just be, you know, one of the last movements that you do of the day and slow tempo, loaded stretch at the end of the set.
That's all it is.
Right. So it just builds that joint integrity. And I've found the same thing, that over a period of time, pec issues are gone, biceps tendon issues are gone, and it's not much.
I get, why are these strongman guys doing all these cable flies for sets of 50? I'm like, I don't give a fuck about their pecs.
As long as they're getting the end range, right?
I'm like, I care about the pec tendon, because if the pecs are opened up, the rib cage can open up and then we can press overhead, and we don't have a limited range of motion in the T-spine because of the reciprocal side of the body is holding it hostage, okay? So that's...
Well, what they got to watch, though, is to make sure they are getting in the stretch position, because they'll start hacking it for more weight.
Look at this, man. We're tying all this shit in together. It's like we planned it. We didn't plan it, but that was how I started to notice, hey, these guys don't know how to do a fucking cable fly. These guys are like doing like this, and I'm like, when you externally rotate, you might get into your serratus. The pec internally rotates. We have to squeeze in here, and then these guys are just flailing. I'm like, no, we're bodybuilding here. Stretch muscle belly, squeeze muscle belly, stretch muscle belly, squeeze muscle belly. We should be pumping here. I would have these guys do fucking 4 sets of 50 on a cable fly, and I'm like, what's pumping? And they're like, my delt. I'm like, okay, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. What are we doing? So then it was like, okay, now we're gearing up. I'm gonna do an in-house athlete only, me and the athletes. I have to do a bodybuilding seminar to educate these people on how to bodybuild. Same thing with the rows. I put in the rows, we're like doing this, doing that. So I started to, it made me way more efficient as a coach, because then I had to it forced me to program and design programs that were even more idiot-proof. Not calling you guys idiots, I just mean that in a general sense. But I'm like, all right, if we're doing a half kneeling single arm lat pull down, and I tell you to lock your elbow out and reach for the sky and then pull your elbow to your hip, you can't really fuck that up. And then I'll watch them, and then of course some people do fuck it up. But then it was good, because I think I had got stagnant on, oh, these guys will be able to handle it. And this kind of piggybacked off of that auto-regulation thing that I ran into. I'm like, okay, like, just when I thought I had it figured out and I could go hands off, sit in my chair and say, hey, that looked like shit, redo it. And then, nope, now it's time we got to coach again. We got to start coaching more. We have to explain nuances of things that aren't even powerlifting or strongman related. We have to talk about scapular position in a row. I watch these guys row. They'd be on a hammer strength machine. Shrug, roll their elbow to here. Shrug, roll their elbow to here. I'm like, you have to stretch. We have to keep the scap down. We have to retract and depress the scap. When you start pulling on angle, they just, I don't understand how to like find the angle to hit the muscle. You know, that little stuff, how you're like, some days you're going fucking all the way down your lat pull. Some days we're squeezing in tight here because you can feel it better. I'm like, I don't care what it is as long as we're hitting the right area. But they don't understand how to do that. They're not getting into that corner and hitting that lat the right way. They're not rolling back and in. None of that stuff. They don't know how to do that.
The one thing I do a little bit differently, or that I teach, if they do it, I don't know, but I definitely do for myself, is on that last movement with that, the last rep will be a loaded stretch, and not just a loaded stretch, but while I'm in the stretch position, it's kind of a little P and F in a way. You know, I'll contract for a 4 count, not hard, but just a little bit, and then relax. Then I get more range.
Yeah.
And I can do that 3 or 4 times, and I get, you know, another couple inches out of it. Then I'll hold that fucker for 30 or 60 seconds, you know, from there. And just to get that extra range of motion that I don't have, you know, from the start.
And all that stuff that's doing great because it's teaching you to feel that muscle out in a stretch or in a contraction, or just when it's near failure, or, you know, stretch mediated hypertrophy type of a thing where like we're just feeling that muscle. And then the more you feel it, the more you can control it. And then we can hypertrophy with lighter weights, which equals longevity in the long term, which means you have more time to do your thing.
Yeah. Now with the squat, that was a tricky one for me, because just holding onto a rack and going into a deep squat position, I can do it. Getting out of it sucks, you know, but I can do it and then hold that. That one took I had to start with reverse bands and shit just to be able, because it sucks to hold the position, but my problem was getting out of it hurt like a bitch.
I have one of the greatest benchers in the world, and a 1,000-pound squatter, and he's got the little bench chode arms, and his name is Tony, and he's real strong, and he can squat over 1,000, but he can't do a fucking lunge. And I don't mean to call you out. I'm just using it as an example, and he's a good sport. And but I'm like, do you see what the problem is here? We have to use a reverse blue band to do a body weight lunge, but you can squat over 1,000. This equals recipe for disaster if we get out of the groove, because there is no stability. So we're going to blow something out, right? So it's very cool, and it kind of lends credence to like what you guys put out there years ago. We have to kind of be on the verge of a renaissance with our training and constant evolution of our knowledge the whole time. And it's been a fucking amazing 2 years for this stuff at my gym. We got into the FRC thing, and we started using that, and then that revolutionized the way we go about our mobility. And then we started transforming programming because we were thinking macro style more, and then we got too macro, and then we reverted back. And every time we're just learning more, and then we just keep going back, learning more, and now we got. It's awesome because every time somebody comes in, we can offer them the best program.
Well, the macro is a weird one, because I think everybody would agree, you know, if you could build out a quadrennial for anybody, at least template, it's great. But you don't know if you're going to have that person as a client for 4 years.
Yes.
So then it becomes wasted energy. And, you know, Mike Toucher kind of uses an in-out approach. Like, let's work from today and just build on each day moving forward.
Exactly, right? So that's how we were building it out from that day, but we're thinking long-term.
Yeah.
And then we're not even... You'll start to talk to the people that you can start to figure out the trends of like, hey, they're going to be here for 4 years. If it's a guy that's just like randomly showing up and maxing out, and then he doesn't really give a shit and whatever, he's not asking questions, whatever, he just wants to kind of do, you know, a heavy meathead session, I'm not going to talk to him about a quadrennial, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, some of these guys have been there they're there early, they're stretching, they're asking questions, they're asking for books. I'm like, all right, like, hey, we're trending, you know, this many pounds of meat, like theoretically 4 years, we're going to be here. This will be your ranking. Theoretically, maybe 2 of those quadrennials, we might have a world record here. So that's going to take 8 years. If that's what you want to do, just start to wrap your head around that now and let me know. And if it's not, then that's fine too. I'm just letting you know. I'm going to educate them a little bit better. You know, so a lot of just an awesome like knowledge renaissance that's been going on, and then it kind of transformed. What was great is I had a lot of access to a lot of coaches. I started reaching out to more coaches and getting to that point as a coach where you're confident enough to tell them about your problems. Like, hey, what are you doing for your guys when they do this? Like, it sucks. And, you know, everybody's real good about on here with you. And I think we have you to thank for that, because you're like, hey, I fucked this up a lot. And that's a very honest thing. And then that makes people more comfortable. Like, hey, we can talk about this without having to try to sound like we never make a mistake.
Yeah.
Or I had one guy, I brought him in and he taught stones to my guys because he had a better technique and a heavier stone than me. And not once did I worry about him coming in to steal my guys. I was like, these guys are with me, and I had no confidence issue with that. I'm like, he's coming to do a stone seminar, and I'm going to learn with you so I can coach you better, and then we're all going to do stones better, and we're going to be better strongmen, and we're going to go get some pro cards, and then we're going to ride off into the sun. It's going to be great. And that's what we did. And he came, he revolutionized the whole way that we did stones. I have a very good relationship with him now. And then we took a lot of, same thing. He taught the seminar. I'm like, why do you do the stone this way? He's like, oh, you know, we shoot the hips up to load the hip in extension, and then we extend into the stone instead of front squat the stone up. So we're using more of a deadlift leverage, not a front squat leverage. And I'm like, oh, that's genius. What is that like? Oh, that's like the second pull in an Olympic lift. Oh, we can do that's a universal concept that I was telling you last time that we were here. And then I looked at it, I'm like, oh, wait, I froze the position. I'm like, oh, this is where these guys are at in these high-level sumo deadlifts. And I'm like, oh, that's like a second pull in Olympic lifting. We're getting into the power zone. We can generate more power. All right, oh, we can do sandbag to shoulder like that. And I started teaching this stuff to like guys that were already good, and it was skyrocketing their stuff up. We just had Marcus Waugh, W-A-U-G-H. I don't know how to say his last name, but he just won the Arnold, America's Strongest Firefighter. I was right on the tail end of learning all this shit that was going to revolutionize everything, and he was my first guinea pig. Went in, fucking destroyed it, killed it. 400-pound sandbag to shoulder, which is very good for the general open and super heavyweight, like world's strongest man. That's pretty good. And he did it at like a 35 event firefighter show that they do at the Arnold, but it was all going back to mechanics, and it was just a revolution just from having one guy come in and do a seminar that I paid attention to and thought, hey, we could peel something out of this.
Well, the difference with the coaches today as opposed to when I was learning all this shit is if they're committed, they can learn what used to take me 10 years to learn in a year.
Yeah.
And then, so if they stay committed to the educating and trying different shit, and it's going to keep getting better and better and better and better because their starting point after the first year is so much higher. You know, it's...
Yeah, and so we're not going to sit here and be
so the learning curve's shorter.
Shorter learning curve, and then they also have just more tools to put in their box sooner. Oh,
yeah.
And then, but like, we're not...
Well, until they learn the basics, you can't play with the tools.
Oh, exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So that's kind of my point, is to get to that point where you kind of understand things.
Yeah.
You know, is such a small window now if they're committed, right? Because some aren't, and they're just going to latch on to whatever methodology it is, and then never leave that. Yep. That's the wrong answer.
Yeah, they're a detriment to their people.
Yeah. But they can get a really, really good understanding really soon and really fast. They still got to learn it and work. I mean, I'm underplaying it a little bit.
Well, yeah, but
it still takes time to get.
It's the same thing with the big lifters too. It's like these kids should be better coaches because, fuck, when you started, there was no strength and conditioning.
No, we had PLUSA came out once a month.
Exactly. Right. So I was like, we should be better coaches, athletes, people than the last generation. Then it should compound. We don't need to sit here and be like, oh my God, that kid's 21 with a world record holder. I'm going to hate him because we set it up that way. Like I've done seminars and coached just coaches. The whole point of that, if I'm doing my job at least kind of well, then they should be a better coach at this stage in their life than I was.
Yeah, well, that kid may have started getting really passionate about this at 13 or 14.
Yeah.
You know, so then at 21, you know, they've got the tools in their box that used to take somebody 30 years to acquire.
Yeah, and we don't have to, like that guy, like you don't have to worry about them continuing their education. That's just part of their ethos. They're just going to do that. They're devouring everything. I never had to worry about that about myself because I'm just devouring every single piece that came across. So it's like, all right, like that's not something that I look back, I'm like, oh, I need to really do that. That just was already in, you know, and there's going to be kids like that. And then if you come across that perfect storm, then you're going to have really good coach. You're going to have the next Louis, you know, so.
Or multiple.
Yeah. No,
what other things did you have?
Oh, geez, let's pick carefully here. I don't want to get canceled. Oh, geez. Okay, here we go. We got some.
Looks like you're flipping through TikTok.
Nope, I got like a 3,000 pound junk volume. Ooh, we're going to get into some nitty gritty here. Okay. Oh, and this will help segue into the complete fuckery of reporting going on in Unlimited versus Poly, which you've probably seen a little bit of. If not, I'll educate you. But we have this thing going on, and our gym was experienced this where everybody right now is talking about integrity of the lifting in Poly versus Unlimited, because there is a couple of assholes that are taking the liberty of bottlenecking the entire sport based on their interpretation of what is gear that's legal in Poly versus what is gear that's legal in Unlimited. And none of the sport is agreeing with these people, but they're just deciding that we're going to put that in our rules and all the gear is going to be the same. And because the dude that runs open powerlifting, I'm not trying to talk shit, but he's like a mysterious fucking Wizard of Oz guy. No one can get a hold of him because there's a whole bunch of us that are willing to pay money in the form of a subscription fee. What started this out is me and Anthony Oliveira, I don't know, but me and him are tight. And Travis McKinney, we're all kind of chatting online, and we're like, what the fuck is going on? And this is me as an Unlimited guy. So, you know, theoretically, I should be all for this, and I'm not, because I respect the fuck out of a Poly bench shirt. Hence, the profile picture I sent to you guys that I wanted to use for the podcast today was me in my last Poly meet with my bench coach, who was an all-time world record holder, and this fucking dude started at like 20 years old in a single ply, and it took him till he was damn near 40 or above 40 to hit a world record. So I respect the hell out of that, and he's a dear friend of mine. His name's Tim Hensley. Bench 804 at like 198, I think it was. But we were chatting about how horrible this was because my world record holder, Jenna Odziana, got her record taken because a girl broke the squat and the total record wearing a band shirt, and they reported it as just all the equipment was the same. So she technically broke her Poly record. And then, you know, they posted it up, and I'm not trying to throw shade or anything at this person. You are a badass. You squatted the weight, and even be in that conversation of all-time world record. You're awesome. I have an issue with the reporting. It's not the individual. This individual just happened to be there at the time this storm was brewing. So then, you know, people were asking the Fed, like, why don't you just change this? And then this person at the head of this Fed took it upon himself to just make an interpretation of the rule. He said, well, back in the day, you guys had denims, and then you switched to a Poly and an SDP, and that was a jump in technology, so there was a jump in numbers. And it was like, okay, I understand what you're saying, but the entirety of the sport agrees now and for a long time that we're going to have Poly shirts or canvas shirts or denim shirts are going to be in the Poly category. And then we're going to have a Poly or a canvas suit as the deadlift and the squat suit. And then we've been done with that conversation for a long time. When did that conversation end with you guys? Or did it end with you guys and start with us? Whenever that was, but we all agreed on it. I mean, I think we could agree on that, right?
Yeah.
You can church up the plies and add seams, and you have a 75-inch thick collar, all you want. But it's not the same. The reason being is that the band shirts are easier to use and they give you more carryover. So it's unfair to the people that spent their life becoming a bench specialist or just a Poly specialist in general. If you have some nerd that can jump in an Unlimited shirt and then just increase his total by 400 pounds and then take somebody's record. Now, this is where it's becoming an issue, is that some of these federations are reporting the raw side that way because one of these equally assholes decided that the Inzer knee Ergo Pro knee sleeves, the ones that everybody's calling a cheater sleeve, they're basically wraps. So We're not going to categorize them as reps anymore because they give you as much carryover as a rep. So we're just going to put raw as raw. So now, eventually, we're going to have it go the other way. So some rat bastard is going to go in a raw meet and take somebody's sleeve record that they worked their whole goddamn life for in a pair of knee reps. Mm-hmm. And we're having a big goddamn issue with that. And so what our goal was that kind of has gotten thwarted by just open powerlifting not answering us, or maybe I'm just not cool enough. I'm not saying this guy's being an asshole. I don't know who this guy is. He's never contacted me. I just emailed them. But they just take forever to get back to us. And there's a very easy solution. It's very strange to me that we have never had a professional in charge of taking care of the entire stats of all of powerlifting. This guy is a volunteer. And I guess they have like some sort of a small subscription base, but like with the amount of technology we have and social media platforms taking off like they are, and powerlifters willing to pay someone to keep track of the stats, and then our collective kind of thought, we were just talking about we need to make a change here. Like we need to, like, let's stop bitching about it and let's try to figure it out. So our goal was to get it all laid out and then approach open powerlifting and say, hey, why don't we do it like Powerlifting Watch used to, that style, and then we'll do a subscription fee, and then the money from that can pay a professional to keep all the stats, and then also we could double that into having you guys be a quality standard and accept X set of rules, which includes the gear, and we could get into whatever, depth standards, whatever the hell we wanted to do. But you guys offer a quality standard, and then if you know the federation meets your quality standard, then they are allowed to report numbers on your site. And then everybody knows that that's where the legit records are. If there's records somebody else, that's fine. You can have those. They don't count. Nobody gives a shit. That was kind of what the goal was, but it all stemmed from the issue of people just randomly having the audacity and taking the reins on this and just deciding that their interpretation of what they believe equipped lifting is what everybody believes, and no one believes that. Not even the unlimited people and the unlimited guys believe any of that. And the poly people don't want to get their totals taken, which who wants to have all their hard work just erased down the drain? Because whether you want to believe it or not, those numbers are all that matters in the sport. Your name on that list relative to the top of it is what matters in the sport. All the other stuff is on the side. Now, like for me, like, yeah, we talked about all the good relationships and helping people. That's good. But in terms of just the pure stats, this is only a numbers game.
Yeah. This reoccurring theme has been in powerlifting since I got in powerlifting. So when you started the conversation, you said that, this debate is, about integrity. So my first question would be, before you can have the debate, everybody who's in the room needs to define what integrity means.
Exactly.
Right? So until you do that, everything is just chatter. It's like arguing politics without talking about what the actual real problem is, and then defining what the real problem is. So once everybody agrees, if it is integrity across the board, here's integrity, then you have something that you can work toward. Right now, it's just working toward an undefined.
Well, this is paradoxical to speak of multiply and integrity in the same phrase based on the way that people talk about it.
Not really, because if you look at powerlifting as a whole, right, and this gets overlooked in most of these situations, is powerlifting as a whole involves raw, wrap, sleeves,
I just mean, yeah. I mean this. What we talked about last time, you said that when the squat went high, it was always there.
Yeah.
Right? That's what I mean. Most people, when they're talking about integrity, they're talking about integrity of squat depth. Right?
I get that, but see, now you're going down all these different rabbit holes. It's like, what is integrity in powerlifting, period?
That's what the issue is right now, is that no one can come to, and that's part of what I'm going to segue into, is that no one can come to a consensus of exactly what that is, because now we are the category that has been squatting high since the inception.
Yes.
So we don't have quote unquote their version of integrity there, but now we want to have integrity in terms of the reporting, which I am 100% behind.
I know, but if you work that up, into a hierarchy, into the peak, what is the absolute integrity of all powerlifting?
I don't fucking know. That's the
question.
So what I was about to say
answered.
is, I'm probably going to ruffle some feathers because the issue is that when we were chatting on this, we saw a very big problem that probably always existed in terms of the conflict of interest in having the meets be reported by a director instead of somebody actually just overlooking them and checking them from the federation. Because if I'm coming to your backyard meet in London, Ohio, in your pole barn, and I'm one of your buddies and I want to hit a squat world record, you bet your ass you guys are going to give me some favorable calls.
Well, if I threw something out there and just said, powerlifting, and just to throw a random definition off the top of my head, across the board is the expression of absolute strength in a squat, bench, deadlift, and total, period. That's powerlifting. Yep. Actually, no, it's not, right? Because if you have disabled powerlifting and it's bench only, it's not. Right, so that wouldn't
we had
fit.
each lift on a separate day.
Well, no. I mean, there's paraplegics that can't squat or deadlift, right?
Oh yes, exactly. But
and they're so out of that first question is, are they power lifters or are they just benchers?
Yeah.
Right. So you see how that has to be defined first, and then everything that follows after that.
Exactly. It's all very, very, very nuanced and all this stuff. And
yeah, but no answers are ever found in nuance.
No, exactly, right? That was kind of what I was going to talk about with this, is because we're almost trying to ride two horses with one ass here. And the main thing where this is all coming from is that nobody wants their records from an unlimited meet or total or bencher stolen, or they don't want the unlimited people to steal them from the poly people. And that is 100% true. Now, where I segued into the next thing was, we also are talking about that integrity, but then we have multiply lifters that are painting federations into a corner and strong-arming them in an exact scenario that happened at my meet, at my gym, where if I'm traveling down to wherever and I bring 10 of my guys and then 8 of them bomb out, are we going to travel to that meet again and sign up for that meet? You know the answer to this if you're a multiplier.
It's going to be no.
Fuck no, we're not going to go down to that meet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, so by default, those meet, let's say it's a small town, and that federation is already, they don't have a lot of money, but they're worried about that. Or you have somebody that, is staking their reputation on being a good meet director. Now we're strong-arming this federation into bending the rules to fit individuals, because if they don't give us our squats at whatever depth that we put them at, and we bitch about it enough and say that we know we squatted to depth, but you guys gave us red lights, we're not coming back, what have we just done? We have just circumvented the integrity of the rules. So that's where it gets very sticky for me, is I'm like, well, that's kind of fucked up. Now, have I done meets where I already laid this out the last one we did. I squat wherever the fuck they're calling them. If they're calling the squats higher than a giraffe's pussy inside of a helicopter, that's where I'm fucking squatting. Mm-hmm. I don't care. I play sports. I played sports my whole life. I bent the rules. I used to grab a handful of balls when I was in the bottom of a football pile, and then as soon as the ref peeled people off, I let go, and I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with this guy. I don't know why he's yelling. I don't know why he's screaming. So that's not an integrity issue for me. I have an issue as the whole premise is when you're cherry picking world records and then squatting them high and magically don't have a video, or you magically have a weird angle that no one can tell your depth because you are trying to save face with this false form of integrity when you know it, you didn't squat it to parallel, and you did it at a shady meet with your buddy judging, or your buddy is the meet director and then all the rest of the people in the chair are your friends. Then we've already squashed our own argument. We're being very hypothetical in that regard. So but I feel like that it definitely does need to be addressed. I'm just saying that there's some fucked up stuff going on across the board.
There is, but see, when I look at things like that, is there's a lot of questions that I can kind of put out there. And when you look at open powerlifting and you look at the rankings of people, should all the decisions of the sport be based upon the people that are ranked in the top 20? Or should they be based upon the people that are ranked from 20 all the way down to let's say 50,000 people in that weight class.
Well, exactly. I don't know the exact number, but I do believe the lifters need to make the decisions.
Yeah, I know.
Right
but
now.
you know, is it right for the lifters to make the decision if it's only the top 10% or the top 5% of lifters, or should the lifters make the decisions that are the 200,000 that competed in the past year?
Now, if we had a Jedi council, you know, you'd be on there floating in a chair, and we'd have Louis from the Force, and he'd be there, and they'd make the decisions for us, but we don't have that.
That's been the problem with the sport since day one.
Well, and that's what's so weird. It's like we have a volunteer service that one guy just decided to take on. God bless this guy. Thank you for doing that. And this guy probably deals with a cascade of bullshit we couldn't ever imagine. And I make it worse because when my lifter gets her record taken, I'm on there fucking motherfucking everything and sending in photos of people in band shirts. I'm like, that was registered as a poly total, right?
See, I would wonder what the lifters who have been competing for 5, 6, 7 years that are ranked under the top 400 think about this issue. Because when you start looking at those lifters, they're the ones that are bringing in the majority of the revenue into every federation.
That's the hard part.
So their voice should matter, you know, but it doesn't. So they're being silenced by the voices of, you know, maybe 100, something like that, other people who think they have the right to speak for all those other people that actually generate the greatest amounts of revenue and create the integrity of the sport across the board.
See, I think that you're correct in that statement, but then personally,
I
feel that I'm like, okay, did you do any of the things that I did to earn that voice? Have you done any of that?
Well, they may have, but they just don't have the genetics to be able to do that.
Well, exactly. But like does somebody that takes somebody's total and world record in a poly, do they have as equal of a voice as Dave Hoff in the matters of powerlifting? In my opinion, no. But I also agree with your opinion, so I don't know how to fucking answer it.
No, that's where it goes back to defining integrity, right? Because in some aspects, you would, you know, that would be compliant with saying, I believe that our governor has the right to make whatever fucking decision they want to make,
right? So then
without ever speaking to anybody that's an actual citizen of any of these states. And, you know, that would be a dictatorship.
Exactly.
You know, so it's
because like on one side, I look at a guy like Hoff.
Yeah.
And it's like, integrity doesn't need to mean anything to him because he squatted, I watch him take 1250 to fucking raw parallel and blast that fucker up. And he benches 1,000. He doesn't need an unlimited shirt to make that total.
Now, keep in mind, I'm spinning all this back just to that original word integrity, right?
Of course.
Now, if you want to break that off and say, we're speaking only about the issue of war records.
No, but I know exactly what you're saying.
Right, then that's a different conversation.
Yeah. Well, exactly, right? But like my whole thing, and that was kind of what me and Anthony and Travis were talking about, is that we have the technology to solve this issue. We need some quality control. We could have that in there. People want to pay, and Travis had a really great idea of nowadays, like what if I didn't have a social media? How the fuck would you get a hold of me? You'd have to probably hit up Cedric and have him, you know, text me, whatever, you know what I mean? And so he was saying like, hey, why don't we just, you know, we'll unify the rules on the equipment at least, and then we'll have them offer the quality standard, but then, you know, you could make a powerlifting watch, you know, 2.0, and then you could have a profile on there, and then it could have all your numbers, all your stats, and then we could invite you via that space. And then you would also have all the meets on there, how they used to have them on Powerlifting Watch. And then you could advertise and do all that stuff, and then it could just generate money. So the guy that's sitting on Open Powerlifting could potentially be sitting on a pot of gold. We could solve the issue with this, you know, going on in powerlifting, and then everybody's going to be happy. And what we're offering this guy is we're offering him a get out of jail free card before it gets real nasty, because what's going to happen because sleeves are the ever more popular category. There's thousands, right? Tens of thousands. And if we don't rectify this problem, then you bet your ass if there's a hole, a rat's going to find it. and somebody's going to go and take a sleeve record and a pair of knee wraps, and magically they didn't pay their bill, or they had a Boost Mobile and they ran out of data or something. They ran out of minutes and they're not going to have a video, and their buddy's going to be a meet director and they're going to verify that for them, and then they're going to take a world record because people don't give a shit if they even did it. They just wanted the pat on the back anyway.
Well, we live in a capitalist society, so I can throw one idea out. It's an open source database. So there's nothing that's stopping anybody from downloading that entire database, re-uploading it another database, and doing exactly what you're talking about.
That was what
and providing competition for them.
That was what Anthony said, the same thing. And I'm like, okay, that's a lot. My contribution to the conversation was on the end of like, okay, if we get open powerlifting to kind of be a quality standard in terms of just the equipment and rules that we're allowed to use, and then we have the athletes on board with that and recognize that, then we can kind of circumvent this thing. And then, but then kind of we expanded the conversation further, and we tried to ask, like, who's going to be responsible for paying for this? Because if we have somebody that's full time, then it would be theoretically a paid position. Mm-hmm. So does that burden fall? If the majority of the people who build the sport, the 300,000, agree with this position, then that won't be a problem because you'll have enough subscribers to do it. Well, and I was thinking about it like, okay, if they did it like kind of like a Netflix style model, well, old Netflix, now it's like $30 a month to watch nothing. But, it'd be something $10 for a year. And then you times that by 300,000 lifters across the board, or let's say maybe like just the rule of 80% people would agree, and they would do that. Well, then we got the majority, or we just go literally by the 51% majority, but that's still a lot of people paying a fee, enough to where we could support having a professional full-time position that keeps track of the numbers, which are the only thing that matter in our sport. Yeah. Well, I can pause the conversation a little bit and remind people that years ago, you had Powerlifting USA, which had a top 100 list that came out every month. That top 100 list was comprised of raw, single ply, and multiply. So you could have been the best raw lifter at the time, but you're ranked 60. Because the multiply lifters are going to be ranked higher. The multiply lifters were ranked higher. Aside from that, the 308s and the super heavyweights were combined in the same one. Exactly. So I'd have to go through and like take out the super heavyweights. I'm only noting this though to be able to say, look at what that was compared to what it is now, and it's way better than what that was. Well, that's part of it too, is where I'm like, are we just being little whiny bitches? In a way. Yeah. If you look at it over a longer span of time, and the issues that I see top competitive lifters who are still actively competing today is, do you really need that added stress in your life when you only have a handful of years left? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, we could argue that, nobody that's in the top 20, none of us at that level should be worrying about any of this. No. But it's also like, it's easy to not worry about it until you get a record stolen from you that you worked very hard for. Me and my lifter worked very, very hard for that. It took me years of educating myself and training that lifter to be able to take that world record. And we're talking about historic numbers, 10 plus times body weight squats and all kinds. Like when it's said and done, that this is a lifter that might have the greatest coefficient squat of all time. Mm-hmm. And if it gets to a point where it's too Wild West and discouraging enough, especially to the way that female lifters in my experience look at things, then, they might just hang it up and say, fuck it. Because possibly, but if it didn't exist at all, then what you're left with are just the records with each federation out of 500 federations. Well, exactly. All those, and then we have the APF 19 records being broken at every single meet. And you're the state champ in this category at this time during the day when it was partly cloudy on a Tuesday. Like, what, you know what I mean? It's completely convoluted. It was just, we all agreed as a consensus that the gear is the gear and the multiply and the single ply. Well, when you say we all agree, I flip that back and say, who?
there's 300,000 lifters. There's in multiply. I'll make it easier. In multiply, there might be 3,000.
Yeah, there's not a lot.
So out of the 3,000, is we all agree 30 people, or is it?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, I see.
So it's. I mean, that goes back to that. That integrity type of thing, where I understand the frustration. Don't get me wrong. I understand the frustration, but powerlifting is bigger than who's ever at the top of the sport at any given moment, because they go away.
Well, then the way I think about it then like this is that we have had an unspoken agreement on that stuff since your time all the way up through my time. So
Kinda.
So then if we have a loophole that one person exploits and sets his federation rules to exploit that at the detriment of all of those people that came in between me and you, then is that a problem? I feel that it is.
Yeah, I mean, I can go back and say that people were losing their shit over canvas squat suits when they came in.
Well, that was the argument I made last time, was when I believe it was you told me that it was Chuck that jumped 150 pounds or something, but it really didn't matter because he destroyed everybody anyway after that. Mm-hmm. But still, like, okay, that's where it's like, okay, yes, like I got my ass right on both sides of the fence here. Like, was that an advancement in technology that provided a big jump? Yes. Is that what a band shirt's doing? Yes. Was the ease of use of a canvas could arguably be harder than a poly. So like, we can't use the ease of use thing because we already kind of discredited that in the past, because it was harder to use, but it also provided more risk, more reward. But it's just the way that it feels to everybody right now is that it should be separate, and everybody agrees on it outside of like a very small minority that is exploiting a loophole and making the sport form fit to them. And everybody now is saying, okay, the band shirts are going to be the future. And I might agree, just in terms of ease of use, is going to present itself and be more enticing to the people that might be a good athlete that are on the cusp of using gear. They're going to get into that, and it's going to grow the sport. So yeah, in that regard, I would say yes, it might be, but like, or we could just do something where, okay, all of the records now are frozen in time, and now we start a new era. Mm-hmm. And then it's, okay, this would be like the BCE, the before Christ era, or the before common era. We don't need to get canceled on here. Oh my God. So we would have that. So we would have like this ancient, Noah's Ark of powerlifting records, and then we have the new ones 2024 on. I don't know.
I mean, other federations have changed the weight classes just to get rid of what could potentially be totals that were done on drugs compared to totals that weren't done on drugs. Yep. So if any federation felt so inclined, they could very simply just change their weight classes. Yeah. And then that does what you were talking about there.
I think I just wanted to make sure that we put the message out that everybody had a problem with it. And us three went on a little quest, and we were chatting with, I guess, well, it's exactly what you said. I guess we were just trying to chat with all the relevant folks and multiply. And it was a lot of the irrelevant, I hate this term. I don't want to be like the cool kids at the lunch table, whatever, like I said. But like all of the other people that were not even in the top 30 or not even on the WPO list, they were hitting me up as well and saying they did not agree with what's going on.
Okay. Any other topics that you wanted to cover?
Oh God, I think we're getting in trouble by Owen. I don't want to go too far here.
It's on me.
I'm good. Yes, I wanted to hear just a little bit. We don't gotta go crazy. I wanted to hear, did you know when you were at Westside and part of this, I guess we would call it a renaissance of training and that big boom in knowledge and adding the bands and chains, did you know that you were part of something special there? And did you know that was a unique space and time with all these fucking animals being around you? And did you appreciate that for what you had when you were there?
No. I always trained in private powerlifting gyms, so it was really it wasn't that much different. It was just a higher level than some of the other gyms that I trained at before.
You just attribute it to, we got a lot of badasses in one area. So.
Well, when I first came there, it wasn't that either. I mean, Chuck was there and Matt Dimmel was there. But I would say 50% of them were on the cusp of total and elite.
Yeah.
I'd have to think back, but I think maybe at the time Louis had 40 lifters that had achieved an elite total through working with him. Now, a few years after that, I think it went up to like 70 or something. But at no point in time did I think that this was going to take on what it took on during that time period. I believe I canceled my subscription to Powerlifting USA during that time because all I wanted to do was to focus on the training. I didn't want any distractions. Yeah. And I believe most of us were just kind of like that. You know, it's just the training, work, life, whatever it's going to be. You know, so when coaches started coming in, you know, to learn from Louis, that maybe a little bit.
I've heard you say that fucked up a lot of stuff, and then also the changing of locations with the different.
Well, for me, the changing of location was a big one, but that's going to happen whenever you're at some place for a decade and then you go someplace different.
Yeah, or when you get an influx of new people.
Yeah, and and that as well. The only thing I can really remember of this is going to change the culture, or this could potentially change the culture, is when Louis started to actively recruit lifters from outside, you know. And,
instead of just having regular Ohio folks.
Yes, and I was probably the first one, you know, that moved, you know, to be able to come to Westside. And before that, they were all basically Columbus residents. And I know the pain in the ass I was, you know, the first year there. And so all I was trying to remind him of is, you're going to do this again, you know, and you know the pain in the ass I was.
You're going to do this,
but now you're going to do it. But not only that, but you're doing it with people who already are winning nationals or have world records. Yeah. So their ego is way bigger than what my perceived ego at the time was. So this is a different level, you know, of ego that's going to come in. But it worked out for the time period that I was there. But no, I had no idea. You know, I didn't know. I guess maybe when I first started selling some of his products. So part of how we started was he gave us, Traci and I, a lot of he wanted to get out of the mail order thing and just deal with the reverse hyper and I think the DVDs or what VHSs at the time. And so he gave us on consignment some of the other items he was selling, like a belt, squat belt, front squat harness, a few other things. Yeah. And then shirts. And then we started selling some of the shirts. And I remember thinking, this is weird. You know, like people want to buy, and it wasn't like a lot of shirts.
Did you just not know that it was as big as it was at the time?
No, not at all. I just figured.
How would you? Because you didn't have social media and things like that.
We didn't have any, you know, nothing like that. And when I first went online and found deepsquatter.com and saw that there were, you know, like a Q&A that Jason Burnell was trying to do, you know, for Louis based upon his articles, I thought that was kind of weird. You know, as like,
shit, this got a little bit of a reach.
It's like, this is interesting. You know, this has this reach. And he had, I believe he already had videos out before I got there. And, but I never really paid attention to that either until I started selling the videos. Yeah. And then, and they weren't selling like crazy either, but they were selling more than what like the Dragon Door videos I was selling or kettlebell videos or other videos I was selling at the time. And no, I had no idea. None. I would know when we go to meets, you know, people would know who we were, but you're in meet mode too.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't have any, you're not digesting stuff.
So you really don't, you really don't care. So no.
What about, okay, this will be the last one. What are your feelings, if any, or if you paid attention to great humans like Louis, or great, you know, people in the space like Louis, or I've even seen Stu McGill getting disrespected in a large degree. Louis, some after his passing, which I didn't like that at all. I don't disrespect the dead at all. And then also just hearing some of these PT-minded folks that were disrespecting Dr. Stu after he was on, knowing what we know about those people and how much they revolutionized the game for everyone. And
My perspective on that's probably, it's shifted a lot over the years. In my 20s, I'd probably be pissed about it. Now I don't care.
Well, that was what I wanted to ask you, because you had this, and you could see it in all you guys. You guys had this multiple layered sandwich thing about how you thought about Lou. Because everybody kind of has their own.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's a complex individual. So there were traits about him I didn't like at all. There were traits about him that I love. That's any human.
It's just
It's any human. But, the way that I view anybody that criticizes him is the same way I'd view anybody that criticizes myself.
Yeah.
I really don't care. That's more their problem than it is his problem or anybody else's problem. I can guarantee with 1,000% certainty when he was still alive, he didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
So the way I would look at that when I would go out and do a seminar, or I get, the hate emails and the shit on our Q&A, and, I dealt with all that criticism and hate way before social media. So this whole social media thing is like, whatever, it means nothing to me.
No.
Is I kind of lost the ability in my brain to be able to get pissed about this if he wasn't even pissed about it. He really didn't care, not at all. Actually, a lot of the people that was criticizing him back at that time, which were very well known, in bodybuilding circles or the magazines and all this other stuff, I'm very well known, that would criticize him, I'd bring it up, or sometimes Wendler would bring it up in the gym. Louis didn't even know who the fuck these people were.
Yeah,
he did not, which blew my mind. Like, how do you not know who this person is who's basically world renowned? He didn't know.
Well, what I'm thinking is like, it's just like what you said when you went to the meet, where how you were just like a guy like that is reported to have been so immersed in the craft. It's going to be, why would you ever look outside of that?
Well, he never had. I mean, that was my takeaway from that, was if he doesn't even know who these people are, like legitimately, like he wasn't lying about it, like he seriously didn't know. If he really didn't know, and then how immersed am I in what I'm actually doing?
Well, exactly. Yeah, it gives you that, like, hey, should I be focusing more?
Like, maybe I need to focus more on my own shit.
Yeah.
Because if I know all this kind of stuff, but it's really irrelevant to my own life and what I'm trying to pursue, then maybe I don't care that much about what I'm trying to pursue as much as, the person that I would see as a role model cared about what he was trying to pursue. Like if this is my pursuit and this is the role model, I'm looking at how to chase a pursuit, I'm fucking up, a lot.
It was just strange for me with like it was almost just the knowledge base of like, these people clearly gave something great to the world of strength. Mm-hmm. And rehab and whatever we would classify.
Well, with that's going to come criticism, though.
Well, yeah, exactly. It was more of like, I instead of like, I wasn't like mad. It was more of like, what kind of a generational shift am I seeing here, where these people are getting thrown under the bus by proclaimed scientists in their own right? Like, just from that pure academic standpoint of like, how are we going to sit here and kind of go dark ages about this and say like, this is all complete trash? I didn't like that. I was like, I didn't like that. And then I was just curious on your guys' end, because, I remember you got upset after he passed, rightfully so, because he's a mentor of yours. I just was wondering if that kind of hit home with anything like that. But then when you said it the way you said it, you explained it the way that I think you should probably handle it.
No, I mean, yeah. I'm now, when I first got online, and was, educating people on West Side and all the other stuff, that was a little different, because then it was pissing me off, and my default answer was kind of the same as Louis. Like, well, so how much do you squat?
Yeah.
And just would kind of leave it at that. But over the years, and it depends upon who the person is that's actually doing the speaking, where over the years I would speak to different people, or I'd see different things, and it wasn't so much a critique of him personally. It was a critique of the training methods. And then I would watch some of these critique of the training methods, and I would see where they're coming from. Like, I get that.
Yeah, that's okay. That's
like,
exactly,
I understand where this is coming from, but I also understand that, you don't have a full understanding of what it really was. Like, one of the early criticisms was it wasn't phasic in nature. And I understand where that was coming from, because none of the stuff that any of us were putting out was showing that it was phasic in nature.
And the fact, I mean, we talked about this at length a bunch of times about how the people that practice conjugate don't even know what's going on with conjugate most of the time.
Yeah. So how can you blame somebody for coming to a conclusion based upon all the resources that they have when the resources aren't fully explaining everything that's there, right? And sometimes it would actually have some legitimate things that you would sit back and think, I get that, I understand that. Could that be implemented to make it better? I don't know.
Yeah.
But I get where it's coming from. It's an intellectual debate, which I love intellectual debates, right? Because they'll find those.
What was weird with this one is I kept seeing this stuff like on the Stu McGill end, and it was like stuff about like intellectual individuals that had a good science base and a good science-minded take on stuff. Was like, this is all trash basically, and I'm like, this is very weird. Like, what is going on? It wasn't like stemmed from anything that was revolutionary. That's disproven now.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, it's always been weird. So the internet hasn't really changed this, because this used to happen in magazines and shit. Ken Leisner used to criticize Louis because he was more of a hit guy that would work with powerlifters, and they'd have exchanges going back and forth. Like Louis would write an article, and then Ken would write an article, and then Louis would write an article, and they're kind of going back and forth, but it would take 4 months for this whole thing to transpire.
Yeah, so it's like
where now it's happening in one comment thread, so it's kind of always been there. And so for those type of things, a lot of the reasons why people will do certain things like that is just basic positioning.
Yeah.
They can critique, and then hopefully they think, hopefully that's going to put them in a better position to be better well known, to be able to build whatever they're trying to build.
Yeah, if you attack the big shark, you might be.
Which I've never seen it work. Right. But some people still think that works.
Yeah. I was just curious. I saw that after Stu's episode here, and I was like, when did this even start? Like, when did he become a guy that there's certain instances where like you can refute what's going on, but like they're just like wildly like detextualizing everything that he was saying.
Yeah.
And it was really weird. I just didn't know if you caught any of that or anything, but yeah.
No. You have any final thoughts?
Don't get caught in the swamp, get in and stay in. And finish what you started. Do what you say you're going to do. Don't
get caught in the swamp. Get in and stay in. So you're saying get in the swamp and stay in the swamp?
Well, part of navigating
Pick your swamp.
Part of navigating the swamp is learn how to survive in the swamp. Grab a log and keep fucking swimming. But I would really like to tell people that you need to hold yourself accountable to a point where you do what you say you're going to do. If you're going to go and get a 2K raw total, then go fucking do it, because you owe yourself that accountability, and it's going to make you a better person in all aspects of life when you do that. And that's very important. There's going to be something to be said. There's one I wanted to talk about. No, I won't go long, but there's something to be said about blind hard work and blind discipline for yourself in areas that you don't think matter. And I started to think back to like what instilled this thing into me where I can just keep grinding it out and beat these guys in a war of attrition. And I remember doing random shit, go running hills, shadow boxing in the middle of the night when it was raining out, because that's going to be harder than when it's not raining out. Stuff like that. I've seen guys that end up doing great things in life. They have that echo chamber kind of same thing going on. They're going out for random, I'm going to run 12 miles at 5 o'clock in the morning. For what reason? No, I'm not a marathon runner, nothing. I'm going to do it because it's hard. So there's something to be said about that. So do some hard shit for no reason. That will take you far. And then give yourself that damn goal. If you want to go total something, go total. If you want to go squat something, go do it. And don't stop till you get there. And if you can't actually get there, then I promise you that journey will be worth it, because you exhausted everything and you turned every stone and you dedicated to something, and you can die on that mountain almost to the top. You're going to be happy with yourself.
Agreed.
If you did that.
You don't want to look back and say, what if?
No. So last thing, shout out Rochester Performance Gym, home of the Michigan BarBenders. I want to thank you for having me on again. Owen, great to see you, buddy. I like this guy behind the camera.
Where can people find you?
They can find me at coach_P_strength on Instagram. I'm never going on TikTok, so don't even fucking ask.
All right. Well, thank you for coming out, and we're done.
Thanks, bro.
What I'm most excited about is our suppressor. is our insulin management product. You know, because everyone loves GDAs. You know, and so people use metformin, and metformin works, and it's a great product. The problem is metformin works through cyclic AMP, which is like an anti-inflammatory process. It's anti-hypertrophy. It is.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, now it's like, you know, like if you take a deck chair off the Titanic, it weighs less. You know, so but like if you're on PEDs, it's probably not but it is anti-hypertrophy. So if you can avoid that, why, you know, let's avoid that.
If you've been following the Table Talk podcast, you know that Element is a staple in most strength athlete and coaches' repertoire when working with the athletes or as they're preparing for whatever endeavor they're preparing for. I personally use it every day. My favorite flavor is the grapefruit, which I'll mix in water during my training, post-training, or basically throughout the whole day. I'll also use half a pack on my oatmeal in the morning. And if I don't put it in my oatmeal, then I'll put half a pack in my coffee. There's a variety of different chocolate flavors that come into the chocolate pack. I use it. I'm using it throughout the entire day. I'm not front loading it before my training. And I find that it completely eliminates the brain fog, which I just had, so maybe I should have had my Element. Table Talk listeners can receive a free sample pack with any order. To go to www.drinkelement.com/tabletalk. That again is www.drinkelement.com/tabletalk. Element also offers a no questions asked refund policy. So if you don't like it for any reason, give it to a salty friend and they'll give you a complete 100% money back. Visit SleepMe/Table Talk to get your chili pad and save up to $315 with the code Table Talk. This offer is available exclusively for Table Talk listeners and only for a limited time. Order it today with free shipping and try it out for 30 days. You can return it for free if you don't like it with their sleep trial. Visit www.sleep.me/tabletalk. Because you're not investing in better sleep, you're creating a better life. www.sleep.me/tabletalk.